Chapter 29, Primordial Object. Chapter 29, Primordial Object. What's going on? Why did we suddenly get teleported out of the dungeon? Quick look, the dungeon's entrance is sealed. The players who had been inexplicably teleported out of the withered ruins were agitated by the situation before them, their hearts filled with questions. A regional dungeon's entrance suddenly got sealed? Did someone trigger a major event inside? That's most likely the case. This is a L mode regional dungeon we are talking about. After all, unless a major event occurs, there's no way it would get sealed all of a sudden. Moreover, this seal is actually composed of a fourfold magic array. Anyone capable of constructing such a seal should be a Tier 5 NPC at the very least. An opportunity. This is definitely a big opportunity. Quick, notify the higher-ups and have them send over some experts proficient in magic arrays. There must be a big secret inside the dungeon. Our guild must be the first to decode this fourfold magic array. After a brief moment of agitation and confusion, the leaders of the various teams present promptly reported this abrupt development back to their respective powers executives, their eyes filled with joy and madness. Even on the main continent, there had never been a case where an entire L-mode regional dungeon had been sealed and the players within it teleported out. The only explanation for this unprecedented situation was that an unknown event had taken place inside the dungeon. Meanwhile, an event that involved a Tier 5 NPC was something even super guilds would take seriously. After all, such events would typically benefit players in getting promoted to Tier 5. Depending on the Tier 5 NPC involved, the event might even be helpful in reaching Tier 6. It should be known that even the addition of one Tier 5 expert could influence the power structure of a huge region, let alone a Tier 6 G. D-ranked expert. Should a new Tier 6 D-ranked expert appear, it would change D's domain's power structure in its entirety. However, unlike the other teams going crazy over this unexpected development, Soulfire's team, which was similarly teleported out of the dungeon, remained strangely calm. The several party leaders of Soulfire's team weren't even paying attention to the seal on the dungeon like everyone else. Instead, they looked toward their captain, Southern Tiger. Then they looked toward H.I.+Fong, who stood a short distance away, their eyes filled with greed and excitement. Should we take them down, Captain? A robust youth carrying a great sword on his back asked Southern Tiger in a whisper. Upon hearing this youth's words, the other party leaders also looked toward Southern Tiger, their eyes tinted with bloodle, UST, and madness. The outsiders present might not be aware of the situation, but they knew what had exactly happened inside the withered ruins. Meanwhile, a Tier 6 D's advent was a civ event that had only happened a handful of times in D's domain. The previous instances of these events happening had even sparked wars between several dozen guilds. Moreover, even the weakest among these partic. 1P. Aiding Guilds was a top-ranking first-rate guild. An adventurer team, like Soulfire, didn't even have the qualifications to partic 1P aid in those wars. Yet, now, such an opportunity had presented itself before them. Moreover, they were the only ones who knew about the event. Most importantly, the treasure chest they had acquired through this event was currently in the hands of the team leader, that is, H.I.+Fong, a treasure chest bestowed by a Tier 6 D. Although the treasure chest was currently in H.I.+Feng's possession, so long as they killed H.I.+Fong within 2 hours, the treasure chest would drop with 100% certainty. They could take the treasure chest for their own. However, When Southern Tiger heard his subordinate's suggestion, he only hesitated for a moment before determinedly saying, "No, we cannot do such a thing." "Why?" "That's right, Captain. Why not? That's a treasure chest bestowed by a Tier 6G. Oh, D, we might be able to get an extra Tier 5 powerhouse if we have it, even producing a Tier 6G. Oh, D-ranked expert isn't out of the question. We might not get another opportunity like this if we miss out on it now." When the many party leaders present saw Southern Tiger's determined attitude, they couldn't help but start questioning him. While they recognized that SHI plus Foam was a powerful expert worthy of Soulfire to befriend, the current situation involved Soulfire's future. If Soulfire could produce an extra Tier 5 expert through this opportunity, it wouldn't matter even if they lost SHI plus Feng's friends, HI plus P. However, when Southern Tiger saw his party leader's manic expressions, he took a deep breath and solemnly said, "You don't need to know the reason. All you need to know is that he is worth it. He's worth it." Southern Tiger's words stumped everyone. They failed to understand why Southern Tiger placed such high hopes on SHI plus Foam, so much so that he was willing to sacrifice Soulfire's opportunity to further develop itself. Seeing everyone's confusion, Southern Tiger merely responded with a bitter smile. A Tier 6G, D-ranked expert was not an existence Soulfire could afford to offend. Moreover, this was even a Tier 6G, D-ranked expert that Body had ever heard about. There must be a lot of issues involved in this matter. Meanwhile, Soulfire definitely couldn't afford to get involved in these issues. Thus, it was best that only a few people learned about SHI plus Feng's ident. One tie. This was also why he had tasked Moon Rain with logging off and contacting the head captain. If this matter wasn't handled properly, it wouldn't even be strange for Soulfire to disappear from D's domain. This wouldn't be the first time such a thing had happened in D's domain either. Meanwhile, what he needed to do now was to wait for the head captain's feedback. After all, matters concerning an unknown Tier 6G, D-ranked expert were already outside his authority as a captain to decide upon. At the same time as Southern Tiger made his decision to maintain friendly relations with SHI plus Foam, SHI plus Feng students couldn't help but grow anxious and fearful. It was especially true when they saw the bloodle, UST, in the eyes of Soulfire's members. Instructor SHI plus, we should hurry up and leave. I keep getting the feeling that these people are looking at us strangely. Xiao Yuheng, who had a straightforward personality, suggested to SHI plus Foam when she saw Soulfire's party leaders discussing something with Southern Tiger. Qin Wuchen and the others also nodded their heads in agreement. Anyone who said that they weren't tempted by a Tier 6G, D's treasure chest would definitely be lying. Just when Qin Wuchen and the others thought to further persuade SHI plus Foam into fleeing, Southern Tiger also started making his way over. Seeing this, Qin Wuchen and the other students immediately grew nervous. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, Southern Tiger did not come to demand the treasure chest from SHI plus Foam. Instead, he approached SHI plus Foam with a friendly smile and retrieved a golden token from his bag. Then he sincerely said, "Now that we have fulfilled our agreement, we will be taking our leave, Brother Black Flame. This is Soulfire's gold order. If you meet with any troubles in the future, feel free to seek our help using this gold order. Soulfire will accept any request you make." Soulfire's gold order. How can this be? When Wu Lingling, who similarly remained on high alert against Southern Tiger, saw the golden token Southern Tiger took out, Astonishment immediately colored her face. Meanwhile, when Qin Wuchen and the others overheard Wu Lingling's quiet exclamation, they asked Wu Lingling in a whisper, "What are you so surprised about, CLA? SS Rep? What's this gold order? It's something incredible." Incredible. Wu Lingling couldn't help but roll her eyes when she heard her CLA as Smate's questions. There are 3 kinds of orders in Soulfire: bronze, silver, and gold. If you have these orders, you can ask Soulfire to help you out with one matter for free. Depending on the order's rank, the things you can ask for help on will be limited. Meanwhile, the gold order is the highest ranked order, and it is also known as the Order of No Regrets. With a gold order, you can ask Soulfire to help you with anything, and Soulfire will get it done or die trying. However, each captain in Soulfire will only ever receive 1 gold order, which means they can only ever give it to 1 person. So, how incredible do you think the gold order is? Wu Lingling had only managed to hear about Soulfire's gold order because her elder sister had mentioned it to her in Pa S. Sing. At the time, Soulfire had ended up offending a superpower because of a gold order, nearly facing destruction as a result. The matter had only settled after an expert from Midnight Tea Party had stepped forward to resolve the issue. It was also after this gold order incident that Soulfire had gradually become famous in D's domain. Originally, Wu Lingling had only thought it was a story and nothing more. Never did she think that the gold order existed. Meanwhile, after Qin Wuchen and the others learned about Soulfire's gold order, shock immediately filled their eyes when they looked at the gold token in Southern Tiger's hand. This was a token capable of influencing Soulfire's continued existence. Yet, Southern Tiger was now giving it to their instructor. This was simply unbelievable. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, S.H.I. plus Fong did not accept the golden token. Instead, he shook his head and calmly said, "It's fine. I don't need this thing." This Southern Tiger couldn't help but feel a little awkward when he heard S.H.I. plus Feng's answer. As for Qin Wuchen and the others, they immediately gaped in shock. The Gold Order was capable of ordering Soulfire, an adventurer team that rivaled first-rate guilds, to do anything. Yet S.H.I. plus Fong had refused it without hesitation. "If you want to give it away, give it to my student here." Noticing the awkwardness on Southern Tiger's face, S.H.I. plus Fong pointed at Wu Lingling and said, "She should be needing this token more than I do right now." Me. Wu Lingling was momentarily dumbfounded when Southern Tiger heard S.H.I. plus Feng's words. He did not hesitate for even a moment as he handed the gold order to Wu Lingling. He even very kindly said, "This token is yours now, young lady. If you need help with anything, feel free to find us at any time. So long as it is something Soulfire can help with, we will definitely get it done for you." After saying so, Southern Tiger promptly walked away and left the withered ruins with his team. He gave no time for Wu Lingling to react at all. Having a hard time processing this situation, Wu Lingling looked toward S.H.I. plus Fong and asked, "Instructor S.H.I. plus, what should I do with this token?" While the Gold Order's benefits were immense, it was also a significant favor. It definitely wouldn't be easy for her to return such a favor. Just take it. This is your reward for winning the champions. H.I. plus P in the freshman compet. 1. Tien S.H.I. plus Fong nonchalantly said, "If you need any legacies or opportunities to enter secret lands to improve your combat standard, you can ask for their help using this token. With Soulfire's strength, they should be able to accomplish these things." When S.H.I. plus Fong finished speaking, Qin Wuchen and the others couldn't help but look at Wu Lingling in shock and envy. None of them had thought that S.H.I. plus Foam would use something as valuable as the gold order as a prize for winning the freshman compet. 1. Tie-in. It should be known that the gold order was akin to a free pa S to obtaining legacies for rare combat techniques, and hidden CLA, SES. Even the various superpowers wouldn't casually bestow such a benefit to their young talents. After all, acquiring these legacies required significant manpower and resources. Moreover, such rare legacies were typically limited in number. Thus, only talents deemed worthy could receive these legacies for free. Meanwhile, after Soulfire's team left, plus Foam also had his students log out and rest for the day. The long raid had taken a toll on everyone's mind. Under such a state, they couldn't fight as efficiently as they normally did. Rather than waste time grinding inefficiently, it'd be better if they got some rest. After seeing all of his students logging off, plus Foam took out a return scroll and teleported back to 100 Flow City. However, plus Foam did not hurry in opening Tyrion's treasure chest after returning to the city. Instead, he visited the biggest hotel available in the city and rented the most expensive VIP room, which cost 20 gold per day. That was equivalent to 2 or 3 days' worth of income for a frontline Tier 3 expert. Meanwhile, only after entering the room and activating the room's defensive magic array did plus Foam retrieve the treasure chest out of his bag. The treasure chest was colored purple and gold. Previously, the seal placed on the treasure chest had prevented plus Foam from seeing it clearly, but now that the seal was gone, he noticed black electric arcs appearing around the treasure chest from time to time. It looked as if even the surrounding rejected the treasure chest's existence. Interesting. A flash of excitement appeared in plus Feng's eyes when he saw this phenomenon. I thought it was merely an ordinary purple magic crystal treasure chest at first, but to think that it holds an outer world object in it. In D's domain, there were also special treasure chests apart from the standard treasure chests, such as the purple magic crystal treasure chest. These special treasure chests weren't part of the standard ranking system for treasure chests since they originated from a distant era. Their value could also vary significantly, with some being comparable to merely bronze treasure chests and some seeing even inferior legendary treasure chests. However, any item that the world actively suppressed was undoubtedly priceless. When plus Foam opened the treasure chest, a black glow immediately escaped from the treasure chest. Not only did this black glow give off a chilling sensation, but it even caused the in the room to crack and tremble. This intense reaction naturally triggered the room's defensive magic array. In the blink of an eye, a 3-fold defensive magic array appeared and stabilized the inside the room. The cracks in had also quickly mended and vanished. However, the chilling aura coming out of the treasure chest did not weaken at the slightest, making it difficult for anyone to approach it. This situation continued for 3 seconds before an ink-black longsword and a gray key surrounded by a spatial tear slowly hovered out of the treasure chest. Meanwhile, upon sensing the ancient aura these two items exuded, even plus Foam couldn't help but gasp. Primordial Objects. Chapter 2956, Chapter 30, Final Creation. Chapter 2956, Chapter 30, Final Creation. Plus Foam was momentarily stunned as he looked at the icy cold longsword and gray key hovering before him, his mind having a hard time accepting this situation. In the present D's domain, the number of people who knew about primordial objects probably did not exceed 10. Items of this level could only be found outside the world of O. D's domain or ruins of ancient G. O. DS. This was because G. O. D's domain had been split into countless fragments during the Great Ancient War. The current main continent that most players roamed on was merely one part of the true G. O. D's domain. The miniature ancient world he currently resided in was once a part of the main continent of G. O. D's domain as well. Not to mention, even legendary items would be damaged and disappear under the erosion of time. Thus, primordial objects were incredibly rare in the present era, so rare that they could rival the rarity of eternal items. Plus Fong knew about primordial objects because he came across one while Partic 1P aiding in an auction in an outer world, another world's G. O. D's domain. The primordial object he saw was a severely damaged breastplate, and it was utterly unusable at the time. However, the materials used to craft the breastplate were stronger than even the materials used to craft modern divine artifacts. So, although the breastplate was no longer usable, it could be melted to produce a new weapon or equipment. At the time, many outer world G. O. D-ranked experts had fought to acquire this breastplate. Eventually, a Tier 6 Berserker G. O. D had won the breastplate after paying a steep price of 4 legendary items. Then, he had a famed smith craft him a new breastplate. Meanwhile, the quality of the breastplate had exceeded the legendary rank, becoming the first fragmented divine artifact, ranked equipment usable by players. Indeed, a fragmented divine artifact. It was an item that had reached the step above legendary. It was also an item that many G. O. D-ranked experts had once thought that players couldn't use. Even S. H. I. Plus Fong was under the same assumption that that was the case. After all, he had seen even divine artifacts before, let alone fragmented divine artifacts. In fact, any player who had reached Tier 5 would have probably seen a divine artifact or two at some point. This was because there were 2 divine artifacts displayed in the War G. O. D's temple's treasury, Meteor Glow and Frost Heaven. Meteor Glow was a staff, and Frost Heaven was a spear. Both were the best items the War G. O. D's temple had to offer. Initially, S. H. I. Plus Fong had thought that the War G. O. D's temple was only showing off those items to players due to their absurdly expensive price tags. However, after that Tier 6 Berserker G. O. D had worn a fragmented divine artifact, everyone finally understood that players, too, could use divine artifact, ranked weapons, and equipment. It was also because of that fragmented divine artifact that the Berserker G. O. D who owned it became publicly acknowledged as the #1 Berserker G. O. D across multiple worlds, and no other Berserker G. O. D could ever hope to be a match for him. Meanwhile, not only did the purple crystal treasure chest in front of him contain 2 primordial objects, but both items were complete and usable. How could S. H. I. Plus Fong not be surprised and shocked by this situation? It should be known that whether it was in this G. O. D's domain or other G. O. D's domains, none of the primordial objects he had heard about had ever been a complete item. Thinking up to this point, S. H. I. Plus Fong quickly suppressed the excitement in his heart and retrieved the 2 primordial objects in front of him. Then he opened their attribute panels, eager to see what they were like. Final creation S. H. I. Plus Fong was momentarily stunned when he saw the icy longswords information. Winter of Eternal Night. One-handed sword, fragmented legendary rank. Equipment requirement. Strength 5,000, Tier 3 attack power, 260% of strength. Attack speed 3% of agility. All attributes. Increases according to the user's level. When equipped, attacks gain the extreme frost effect, inflicting the freezing effect within a 10 by 25 yard area of the attack. Attacks have a 30% chance to deal 400% damage and weaken the effectiveness of all mana defenses by 40%. Strength increased by 6%, agility increased by 70%, intelligence increased by 20%, endurance increased by 60%, attack speed increased by 40%, ignore levels plus 50, effect of all sword type skills improved by 50%, power of all sword type skills increased by 1 rank, effect of mana increased by 50%. Additional PA-S, Civ skill, Winter's Body. Winter of Eternal Night will absorb its user's mana to strengthen its user's physique. The higher the mana's quality, the greater the improvements. Improvement limited at 100%. Additional active skill 1, Radiant Knight Tier 4. Adds the power of erosion to all of the user's attacks and forcibly increases the rank of the user's attacks by 2 up to Tier 5 Intermediate. Duration, 20 seconds cooldown. 1 hour additional active skill 2, World of Frost Tier 4. Casts the shadow of a world around the user, enveloping an area of a 500-yard radius. The user may summon up to 9 frost swords within the enveloped area. Each frost sword will carry 120% of the user's strength. Duration, 3 minutes cooldown. 2 hours additional profound inheritance 1, Formless Sword. Converts heaven and earth into a temporary sword. The quality of the sword created depends on the surrounding environment and the magic array constructed by the user. Duration, 1 hour cooldown. 1 natural day additional profound inheritance 2, World Sword. Devour world sources to evolve. The Ancient G. O, D of Thunder's final creation. Winter of Eternal Night holds the power source of an Ancient G. O, D, and it is capable of freezing all things. S, H, I, plus foam wasn't a stranger to the Ancient G. O, D of Thunder. This was because the creator of the Solomon's sword he used in his previous life was none other than the Ancient G. O, D of Thunder. Meanwhile, Solomon's sword was also considered one of G. O, D's domain's 10 great legendary weapons. The sword that I failed to find in my last life. I didn't think it would be here. It's no wonder why I couldn't find it no matter how much I searched the main continent. S, H, I, plus foam couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile as he looked at the pitch-black longsword in his hand. As one of the oldest Ancient G. O, DS, the Ancient G. O, D of Thunder had created many swords during his existence. Among them, the most famous one was none other than Solomon's sword. However, few people knew that Solomon's sword wasn't a completed product, but a half-finished product instead. The reason for that was that N.O. body had ever managed to gather all of the necessary fragments, not even S, H, I, plus foam. After S, H, I, plus foam had acquired Solomon's sword and used it for some time, he realized that the weapon was actually missing half of its power source. Meanwhile, after doing some research, he discovered that the remaining half was inside the Ancient G. O, D of Thunder's final creation. Yet, now that Solomon's sword was no longer in his possession, he had obtained the final creation instead. However, after ruing over this ironic situation for a moment, S, H, I, plus foam wiped his bitter smile away and stored the Winter of Eternal Night away. Although Solomon's sword's fragments were currently scattered across G. O, D's domain right now, it was still a good start to have the Winter of Eternal Night. Subsequently, S, H, I, plus foam S, H, I, plus feeded his attention onto the gray key, his expression growing stern. Not only did this gray key not originate from his current subworld, but it was even an item from the main world of G. O, D's domain. Although he was missing a significant portion of his memories right now, he still vividly remembered that any item from the main world would pose extreme danger to a subworld. He had heard of one instance where a main world item had caused the disappearance of an entire subworld in the past. Moreover, every Tier 6G, Oh, D-ranked expert that couldn't hold back their curiosity and tried to look into this matter had fallen. It should be known that S.H.I. plus phone wasn't a Tier 6 sword G. Oh, D right now. He was merely a Tier 3 sword king who had practically nothing to his name. If a problem occurred due to this gray key, he would be utterly powerless to salvage the situation. Meanwhile, the gray key had a very simple function. So long as one could perfectly solidify mana, one could activate the key and travel between the many worlds of D's domain. While this function might not seem like much, if any super guild learned of it, they would probably lose their minds over it. They wouldn't even hesitate to start a war against every power in D's domain, so long as they could acquire this gray key. At this point, the various super guilds should have already learned that there wasn't just one D's domain in existence, but many instead. They should have also learned about the main world and its importance. Unfortunately, entering the main world and securing a foothold wasn't an easy task. It was an endeavor that required a large number of D-ranked experts. However, producing a D-ranked expert was easier said than done. Not only did it require an astronomical amount of resources, but it also required a large number of opportunities and legacies. Meanwhile, a single subworld's limited resources and opportunities were only enough to facilitate the birth of a limited number of Tier 6 D-ranked experts. If a subworld wanted to produce more D-ranked experts, it would have to plunder resources and opportunities from other subworlds. However, entering other subworlds was a difficult feat even for D-ranked experts. Normally, only when a world sage appeared could the players of two subworlds freely travel to each other's world. Although other means were available for players to travel between subworlds, achieving success with these means was unimaginably difficult. Moreover, even if players got lucky and crossed worlds, they would still have to deal with the foreign world's suppression. In the end, they wouldn't be able to accomplish anything meaningful. However, it was a different story for the gray key before him. Not only did it allow him to open sages to other subworlds, but it also allowed him to avoid facing any suppression from the foreign subworlds. This gray key was essentially a free to the many subworlds of D's domain. Even describing this key as heaven-defying would be an understatement. Whatever. I can only take things one step at a time right now. After taking a long look at the key in his hand, S.H.I. plus Fong stored it in his bag and chose to log off for the day. He needed to plan out how he should earn academy points. After all, what he needed to do most right now was improve his physical fitness in the real world and improve his brain's activity. If he couldn't even get his body to meet the minimum standards of getting promoted to Tier 4, there'd be no point in talking about the future. D's Domain Academy, Advanced Training Hall, various smart training equipment was situated across the hall that was the size of a sports arena. Not only could this training equipment perfectly measure a person's physical parameters, but it could also provide personalized training solutions to allow users to train with maximum efficiency. There were also autonomous robots available for sparring purposes, and those who chose to spar with these robots could maximize the improvement of their physical fitness and combat techniques. These were all advanced technological products that ordinary training centers in the outside world couldn't purchase. Meanwhile, in addition to the academy's instructors, only a few students were present inside the training hall. This was because only the academy's instructors and students who had received A-rank evaluations on their academic performance were qualified to enter this training hall. Moreover, just spending 1 hour in this training hall would cost 2,000 credits or 2,000 academy points. It was not an expenditure that ordinary students and instructors could afford. However, at this time, most of the instructors and students present weren't actually doing any training. This was because they had their attention attracted toward the person who had just entered the hall. The person in question was a SEXY girl with shoulder-length brown hair. She wore a white sports TSHI plus RT and shorts that revealed much of her healthy, wheat-colored skin. Meanwhile, as soon as this woman entered the hall, she promptly made her way toward Wu Lingling, who was going through a reaction test right now. CRAP, isn't that Senior Zio? Why is one of the 4 heavenly kings here? I know, right? After she won in the professional league's 3rd preliminary round, I heard that she is now in line to be selected as one of the preliminary seeded candidates. I heard that even some first-rate guilds have extended an invitation to her already. When the students in the hall saw this brown-haired girl, feelings of admiration appeared in their eyes. Many of the instructors present even cast envious gazes at this girl. Apart from Wu Xiaoxiao, the D's Domain Academy star and a monstrous genius, the Academy also had 4 top-tier geniuses. Every one of these 4 geniuses had long since Serpa said most of the Academy's instructors in terms of combat standards. If not for Wu Xiaoxiao's appearance, these 4 top-tier geniuses would have been the Academy's pride. Meanwhile, Chun Zio, the brown-haired girl, was one of these 4 top-tier geniuses, also known as the Academy's 4 heavenly kings. However, despite Chun Zio being such a talented beauty, few boys in the Academy dared to pursue her. Even the Academy's wealthy young masters dared not have any designs over her. This was because Chun Zio wasn't just one of the Academy's 4 heavenly kings. At the same time, she was also Senior Instructor Chi's favored student. In the future, there was a very high chance that she would join one of D's Domain's super guilds. After all, Chun Zio was currently only in her 3rd year. She still had 1 entire year to develop herself. Apart from Chun Zio, there was also a man who had entered the hall at the same time as she did. This person was none other than Luo Tiancheng, who had come running here in a hurry after learning about Chun Zio's visit. At this moment, though, Luo Tiancheng's dignity as a teacher was nowhere to be seen as he simply stood behind Chun Zio, like a follower, while Chun Zio waited for Wu Lingling to come out of the reaction tester. After a minute, Wu Lingling came out of the reaction tester covered in sweat. Then, when Chun Zio saw the result displayed on the tester, she said, "Not bad, little Ling. It's been a while since I last saw you, but I didn't think your reaction standard had already reached excellent. You're outperforming even your elder sister." The reaction test results could be categorized into 5 ranks: basic, intermediate, advanced, excellent, and perfect. Even among senior students, those who received an advanced evaluation for their reaction test were the minority. As for those with perfect evaluations, they could rank among the Academy's top 30 students. It should be known that even Chun Zio herself had reached perfect only recently. "Why are you here, Big Sis Zio?" Wu Lingling asked, feeling slightly surprised when she saw Chun Zio. Chun Zio was one of her elder sister's good friends and someone akin to a second big sister. Even before she entered the D's Domain Academy, Chun Zio had given her a lot of pointers and helped her with training. "Of course, it is because I have business with you. Moreover, it can be considered good news for you," Chun Zio said, smiling. There was also a hint of envy in her voice when she spoke. "Good news?" Wu Lingling grew confused. "What good news?" Seeing the bewildered look on Wu Lingling's face, Chun Zio put on a formal smile and said, "My instructor, Instructor Chi, wishes for you to become his student. Moreover, so long as you become my instructor's student, not only will you get a training slot in world domination, but you will also receive one of the legacy slots Shadow acquires in the miniature ancient world." Chapter 2957, Chapter 31, Jade Ashura. Chapter 2957, Chapter 31, Jade Azura, World Domination's Training Slot. The legacies found in the miniature Ancient Worlds team dungeons require even large guilds to go all out to raid. Yet, Shadow's giving Wu Lingling one of the few legacies they can get from these team dungeons. Is another big shot going to appear in our school? As soon as Chunzio finished speaking, the instructors and students paying attention to her couldn't help but gasp. Then, they turned to look toward Wu Lingling with shock in their eyes. At this time, even Luo Tiancheng, who stood behind Chunzio, couldn't help but look at Wu Lingling enviously. A Super Guild's training slot was something all players in D's domain dreamed of obtaining. However, even the experts of Super Guilds had a hard time obtaining such a training slot, let alone outsiders. Meanwhile, so long as a player partic 1P aided in a Super Guild's systematic training, this player was bound to have a promising future. Setting aside the precious training resources a Super Guild could provide, just getting acquainted with the other trainees was an invaluable opportunity. After all, anyone who managed to get selected for training by a Super Guild was a promising talent capable of reaching Tier 4 at the very minimum. Some of these talents could even reach Tier 5, becoming an executive in a Super Guild and the overseer of an advanced main city. Not to mention, there was even the miniature Ancient Worlds legacy slot. The miniature Ancient Worlds team dungeons were unlike those found on the main continent. Not only did they appear randomly, but they even had a civ entrance limit of 1,000. Moreover, each team dungeon would only drop legacies on their first clear. So, after considering all of these factors plus the compet, 1. tie-in from other players, even Super Guilds wouldn't be able to get their hands on many legacies, let alone weaker guilds. Meanwhile, all legacies dropped allowed players to acquire hidden SES originating from ancient times. Depending on the standard of the hidden SES, not only could it increase one's chances of getting promoted to Tier 4 by a significant margin, but it could even provide a certain degree of help in reaching Tier 5. A Super Guild's training slot and an ancient legacy? Wu Lingling grew silent when she heard Chunzio's words. Meanwhile, seeing that Wu Lingling was seemingly pondering over the offer, Chunzio sincerely said, "Lingling, this is a rare opportunity. Instructor Chi has been holding onto this training slot for a long time. He didn't even offer your sister this slot when she became famous in the academy. If you can use this training slot properly, the things you can accomplish will far surpass your current achievements. You might even be able to get into the A-League in the future. Not to mention, you even have an ancient legacy waiting for you. With these two things aiding you, it'll only take 2 or 3 years before you become your sister's pride. As for Instructor SHI plus S side, you don't need to worry about that either. While it is important to respect your teachers, this matter concerns your future. I believe Instructor SHI plus will understand your situation. Moreover, I can promise you that the matter between Instructor SHI plus and Shadow will end as well. Even Instructor Chi will recommend the Academy to promote Instructor SHI plus into an intermediate instructor next year. Instructor SHI plus has a wealth of experience in combat and management. After all, instructors like him are rare even in the Academy." Luo Tiancheng repeatedly nodded in conjunction with Chunzio's words. His mouth, though, curled into a faint sneer. If SHI plus Feng lost his precious student, what could he possibly do without any background or strength? However, just when Luo Tiancheng was about to further reaffirm Chunzio's statement about Shadow's promises, Wu Lingling suddenly shook her head and said to Chunzio, "Big Sisio, I am very happy that Instructor Chi has such high hopes for me, but I still think that Instructor SHI I plus is better. Instructor S. H. I plus is better. Chen Zio frowned a little. At the same time, she couldn't help but admire Wu Lingling's loyal personality. Lingling, both the training slot and legacy slot are precious resources. While Instructor S. H. I plus might be an excellent instructor, he cannot provide you with these resources. That's right, Luo Tianqin proclaimed. Then in a confident tone, he said, let alone world domination's training slot. S. H. I plus foam can't even get you a legacy slot. Although Chen Zio didn't say anything about Luo Tianqing's interruption, her eyes expressed her agreement with his words as she looked at Wu Lingling. S. H. I plus foam was merely the former guild leader of a second-rate guild. He was neither a Tier 4 player, nor did he have the support of a guild. He would have difficulty even surviving in the miniature ancient world, let alone raiding a 1,000-man team dungeon. However, Wu Lingling simply shook her head and said determinedly, Big Sis Zio Instructor S. H. I plus is very amazing. He might not be able to get me a super guild's training slot, but getting a legacy slot isn't a problem for him. Isn't a problem? Chen Zio couldn't help but palm her forehead when she heard Wu Lingling's words. Then, in an exasperated tone, she explained, Lingling, do you know how difficult it is to get a legacy in the miniature ancient world? Not only will you need to gather 1,000 professional-level experts, but you will also need to find a team dungeon's entrance. Just looking for the entrance will require significant manpower. It isn't something one person can accomplish alone. Not only did the entrances of the miniature ancient world's team dungeons appear randomly, but each entrance will only exist for 3 to 5 hours before Vanis. H. I plusing. Even ordinary guilds would have to stretch themselves to find a team dungeon's entrance. After all, a guild could only send so many people to the miniature ancient world before it affected their operations on the main continent. Typically, only second-rate guilds and above had the strength to locate and raid a team dungeon in the miniature ancient world. I'm serious, Big Sis Zio, Wu Lingling said when she saw Chen Zio's exasperated expression. Refusing to concede, she continued, If you don't believe me, I can prove it to you. Prove? Can such a thing even be proved? Chen Zio asked, feeling a little surprised when she saw the serious look on Wu Lingling's face. Meanwhile, Luo Tiancheng couldn't help but snicker when he heard Wu Lingling's words. He knew much better than anyone what S. H. I plus Feng was capable of, let alone obtaining an ancient legacy. Even gathering a team of 1,000 experts would be a pipe dream for him. Of course I can prove it, Wu Lingling said, feeling a little dissatisfied when she saw the look of contempt on Luo Tiancheng's face. You'll know once you follow me. After saying so, Wu Lingling grabbed her sports jacket she had placed on a nearby bench and left the training hall without saying another word. Seeing this, Luo Tiancheng couldn't help but look toward Chen Zio for her opinion. I really don't know what's gotten into this girl's head. How can she put so much trust in that instructor S. H. I plus S abilities? Chen Zio complained. However, Chen Zio understood Wu Lingling's personality very well. Once the girl had set her mind on something, she wouldn't change her decision easily. If she wanted to persuade Wu Lingling, she would have no choice but to make Wu Lingling give up voluntarily. So, she said to Luo Tiancheng, Let's go and see what she wants to show us then. Subsequently, Chen Zio and Luo Tiancheng followed Wu Lingling out of the training hall. Then, under Wu Lingling's lead, they took a taxi and arrived at Jinhai City's central business district. When the taxi stopped in front of a majestic tower that stretched over 100 floors, Wu Lingling got out of the car and walked into this tower without hesitation. The G.O.D's Domain A Association? Chun Zio was momentarily stunned when she saw the crowded entrance of the magnificent tower. The D's domain S association had come into being after D's domain had become globally popular and compact. 1. Tie-ins surrounding D's domain had appeared one after another. Not only would the A.S. association host small compact 1. tie-ins throughout the globe, but it was even responsible for hosting the professional league. Moreover, it had branches established across all cities around the world. Meanwhile, after Chen Zio and Luo Tiancheng followed Wu Lingling into the D's domain association, they were greeted by the sight of an even larger crowd. Among them, there were talented youths and famous figures originating from the various industries of Jinhai City. However, when Chen Zio entered the building, many people in the lobby quickly turned their attention to her. C.R.A.P. It's Chen Zio. Why is she here? I thought there weren't any league matches today. Is she planning to challenge the 51st floor master today? That's most likely the case. I remember that she had nearly succeeded in her last attempt. When I watched her previous match in the preliminaries, she seemed to have improved a lot since that time. She might be able to succeed if she challenges the 51st floor master now. D.A.M.N. It will be awesome if she becomes the new 51st floor master. Even the lowest floor master will get a house of their own on the 101st floor. I know, right? Those rooms come fully equipped with all the necessary training facilities. You even get to have an amazing night view of Jinhai City. Everyone quickly broke into an enthusiastic discussion when they saw Chen Zio arriving in the building. The youths present, in particular, looked at her with an envious and yearning gaze. Aside from playing host to Compet, 1. tie-ins, the D's domain S association also provided ample support to young experts in D's domain. Specifically, those aged 25 or under could partake. 1. P8 in a daily tower challenge hosted by the AS association. Meanwhile, those who succeeded in the challenge would receive S association points to spend as currency in the D's domain S association. Not only could these points be used to rent the AS association's training facilities, but they could also be used to exchange for the luxurious and nutritional meals the AS association offered. However, the best treatment one could receive through this daily challenge would undoubtedly be the privilege to become a floor master in the D's domain AS association. There were 50 floor master positions in total, going from the 51st floor to the 100th floor. If a person became a floor master, not only would they get to live on floors 101 and above, but should they win their matches, they would also receive a portion of the revenue generated through the broadcasting of their matches. Meanwhile, the higher one's floor master position, the greater the revenue. After reaching the 80th floor, the income a floor master could receive could cause even executives of large guilds to grow envious. Chen Zio did not pay attention to the gazes she received. Instead, she looked at Wu Lingling, who had already arrived in front of the front desk, and asked, "What did you bring us here for, Lingling?" After saying a few words to the receptionist at the front desk, Wu Lingling glanced at Chen Zio and mysteriously said, "You'll find out in a moment." Chen Zio couldn't help but be a little stunned. She failed to understand what Wu Lingling was trying to do. After the trio waited in the lobby, for a few minutes, a young man exuding a dignified aura walked out of the elevator lobby. Meanwhile, upon seeing this young man, both Luo Tiancheng and Chen Zio couldn't help but be surprised. Jada Lin Qi. At this time, apart from Chen Zio and Luo Tiancheng, the many youths in the lobby also couldn't help but gasp in surprise. It was because this dignified young man was incredibly famous in Jinhai City's D's domain's association. It wouldn't even be an exaggeration to say that everyone in the city knew about him. After all, not only was Lin Qi the 93rd floor's floor master, but he was even a core member of Soulfire, one of D's domain's top adventurer teams. Meanwhile, after entering the lobby, Lin Qi approached Chen Zio's group of 3 and respectfully asked, "May I know which one of you is holding the gold order?" Chapter 2958, Chapter 32. Instructor S.H.I. Plus is very amazing. Chapter 2958, Chapter 32. Instructor S.H.I. Plus is very amazing gold order. Chen Zio and Luo Tiancheng grew confused when they heard Lin Qi's question. Soulfire's gold order was well known in D's domain. So long as one was a member of a major power, one would more or less hear about it. After all, the first time the gold order was used, it had involved a super guild and the legendary Midnight Tea Party. While the Midnight Tea Party might only have several dozen members, every one of its members was an expert among experts. Even the weakest among them was a Tier 5 player, while several were even Tier 6 D-ranked experts. When the adventurer team was at its peak, even super guilds avoided it like the plague. Thus, even though a lot of time had said since the Gold Order incident, none of the major powers in D's domain dared to provoke Soulfire, even until now, due to its close ties with the Midnight Tea Party. While Chen Zio and Luo Tiancheng were in a daze, Wu Lingling calmly said, "It's me." Hearing this, Lin Qi promptly turned to look at Wu Lingling. Then he asked in a friendly tone, "May I know which captain gave you the gold order?" Its senior Southern Tiger, Wu Lingling said, "Please wait here for a moment. I'll go verify it right away," Lin Qi said, nodding. Then he promptly turned around and left the lobby. Meanwhile, after Lin Qi left, Chen Zio and Luo Tiancheng immediately looked at Wu Lingling with shock and confusion in their eyes. "Lingling, you acquired Soulfire's gold order." Chen Zio couldn't help herself from asking. Ordinary experts might not know about Soulfire's gold order, but not Chen Zio. After being selected as a candidate for a seed position in the Professional League's preliminaries, Chen Zio had already received an invitation from the D's Domain Academy's dean, Lin Yaoyue, so she could now be regarded as a half-inner member of the mysterious Moon Guild, which in turn allowed her to learn more about D's domain. Meanwhile, out of D's domain's many first-rate powers, the guild had placed heavy emphasis on the Soulfire adventurer team. Thus, Chen Zio knew exactly how valuable Soulfire's gold order was. MHM. Instructor S.H.I. Plus awarded it to me, Wu Lingling said, nodding. Instructor S.H.I. Plus awarded it to you? Chen Zio was a little stunned. Could such an item even be awarded? Meanwhile, upon hearing Wu Lingling's words, Luo Tiancheng, who had originally been in a daze, suddenly laughed and said, "Student Wu Lingling, that S.H.I. Plus Feng must have tricked you. I know him much better than you do. There is no way he can get his hands on Soulfire's gold order with him alone. He must have tricked you because he is afraid that you would leave him." Luo Tiancheng was fully aware of S.H.I. Plus Feng's past and present situation. S.H.I. Plus Feng had hardly met any executives of first-rate guilds during his time as Shadow's guild leader, let alone a top adventurer team like Soulfire. Yet, Wu Lingling said that S.H.I. Plus Feng had awarded her with Soulfire's gold order. It should be known that the gold order was a priceless treasure that could allow a player to order Soulfire to do their bidding. It was something many first-rate powers dreamed of obtaining. Chen Zio also expressed her agreement with Luo Tiancheng's words. No matter how she thought about it, there was no way for a second-rate guild's former guild leader to get his hands on a gold order. Hurriedly, she said, "Lingling, you've gone too far with your joke this time. The gold order holds great significance to Soulfire. Once Lin Qi returns, you have to explain the situation in detail. Otherwise, even your elder sister wouldn't be able to cover for you." The gold order was a very important item and symbol for Soulfire. Anyone who tried to joke around with the gold order would be provoking the entire Soulfire adventurer team. The consequences of doing such a thing would be unimaginable. Seeing the worry on Chunzio's face, Wu Lingling bitterly smiled and explained, "Instructor S. H. I plus did not trick me, Big Sisio. This gold order is real. Moreover, Captain Southern Tiger even handed it to me personally." "Southern Tiger handed it to you?" Luo Tiancheng's smile grew even wider when he heard Wu Lingling's words. "To think S. H. I plus Feng has even hired an actor. It seems he has put quite a lot of effort into this con. He won't be able to die even if he wants to right now." It should be known that Southern Tiger was a mighty half-step Tier 5 expert. He was someone who even Gu Iren, Shadow's current guild leader, was not qualified to meet, let alone S. H. I plus Foam. Meanwhile, having a half-step Tier 5 expert personally hand Soulfire's gold order to a university student was something even the various super guilds executives dared not do. After the trio waited for a short moment, Lin Qi walked out from a VIP room nearby and made his way over to them. However, Lin Qi wasn't alone this time, as a woman accompanied him. Specifically, Lin Qi followed this woman out of the VIP room with a respectful smile on his face. Although this woman was dressed plainly, her appearance and body were not at all inferior to the beautiful Lin Yaoyue. The woman's body also exuded an extraordinary temperament that exerted an invisible pressure to those around her. An internal force master. Chun Zio and Luo Tiancheng were inwardly shocked as they looked at the approaching woman. Now that D's domain had become a second world for humans, martial arts also became an inseparable part of D's domain. This was because the various combat techniques in the real world could be applied in D's domain. Thus, if players could improve their combat techniques in the real world, it would also be of significant help to them in D's domain. Meanwhile, among martial artists, experts capable of exerting complete control over their physical bodies and using internal force were known as masters. Even the various first-rate powers would fight to recruit such experts, hiring them to nurture their young talent. However, even after trying for many years, Jinhai University's D's Domain Academy had never managed to hire even one internal force master to work as an instructor. "This is bad." Chen Zio started sweating profusely when she watched the mysterious woman moving closer and closer to them. Even though her strength ranked among the top 10 in the entire D's Domain Academy, if an internal force master decided to take action, she wouldn't last more than a move. At this time, even Luo Tiancheng dared not smile anymore, a grim expression appearing on his face. He also couldn't help but lament his terrible luck. Even though I plus Feng was the scammer in this situation, he was the one having to bear the anger of an internal force master instead. Had he known this would happen, he should have never tagged along on this trip. Just as Luo Tiancheng was about to turn around and flee, the mysterious woman suddenly looked at Wu Lingling and smiled, saying, "I knew it was you. You look almost the same as you do in D's domain." "You are." Wu Lingling couldn't help but be confused when she looked at the mysterious beauty in front of her. "Me." Seeing the dazed expression on Wu Lingling's face, the mysterious woman smiled and said, "Moon Rain." "Moon Rain." Wu Lingling's eyes widened in shock, her mind unable to believe what she was seeing. Compared to the refres, Plussing beauty she saw in the game, the great beauty in front of her was like a completely different person, whether it be their appearance or temperament. She couldn't link the two women together no matter what. It was especially true for their temperament. The moon rain in G, O, D's domain, and the moon rain in the real world were polar opposites in this regard. Our captain originally said that it would be a while before you come to find us, so I didn't think you would come so quickly. Moreover, it just so happens that you're living in the region I'm responsible for, Moonrain said. She wasn't surprised that Wu Lingling would have such a reaction upon discovering her ident. 1. Tai. This was because everyone who met her in the real world after meeting her in the game had similar reactions. Chuckling, she continued, "Go on. What do you need Soulfire to do for you?" Meanwhile, when Chen Ziyou and Luo Tiancheng saw Moonrain's carefree ATTI, "Dude," they couldn't help but be dumbfounded. "It's real? How is this possible?" Chen Ziyou's and Luo Tiancheng's hearts were filled with shock when they turned to look at Wu Lingling's calm expression. This was Soulfire's gold order they were talking about. It was a priceless treasure that could be used to order Soulfire around. Yet S.H.I. plus Feng had actually given it to one of his students. And, oh, Body would believe this if they retold this matter to others. With the gold order, S.H.I. plus Feng could have asked Soulfire to exert pressure on Shadow. That way, Shadow wouldn't dare continue Hara as sing him. After all, Soulfire's Order of No Regrets was a name that constantly circulated among G, O, D's domain's various powers. Even if Shadow was subordinated to a super guild, it wouldn't choose to offend Soulfire over a former guild leader. However, it didn't seem like the woman named Moonrain was putting on an act either. So, even if they didn't want to believe it, they had no choice but to do so. After all, Internal Force Masters were treated as VIPs by G, O, D's domain's first-rate powers. There was no need for Moonrain to come and trick them. In fact, it would be even more unbelievable if S.H.I. plus Feng had managed to get an Internal Force Master to put on an act for him. "I want an ancient legacy from one of the miniature Ancient Worlds team dungeons. Will that be difficult?" Wu Lingling tentatively asked. She understood that Southern Tiger had given her this gold order as a favor for S.H.I. plus Feng. Meanwhile, the significance of this favor would depend on the request she made using the gold order. To not burden S.H.I. plus Feng with too huge a favor, she had to avoid making an outrageous request. "An ancient legacy, is it?" Moonrain fell into thought for a moment. Then she said, "Can you give us 3 days? The miniature Ancient Worlds team dungeons appear too randomly, so we won't be able to locate one within a short period." 3 days? How can something like that be accomplished in such a short time? Luo Tiancheng's eyes were filled with disbelief as he looked at Moonrain. Currently, even though Shadow had already mobilized all of its available manpower in the miniature Ancient World, the guild's estimates showed that it would take at least 10 days to secure the first ancient legacy. After all, having 1,000 professional-level experts standing by wasn't an easy feat. It was especially true now that the miniature Ancient World had only launched recently. Everyone was busy training and improving their equipment standard. No sane expert would idly wait to raid a high-difficulty team dungeon. Hearing Luo Tiancheng's doubt, Moonrain confidently smiled and said, 3 days is more than enough. We at Soulfire have always valued our words. If we can't accomplish this task within 3 days, we'll give you an ancient legacy for free." "I'll have to trouble you with this matter then, Big Sis Moon," Wu Lingling said, joy filling her heart. If she could acquire an ancient legacy within 3 days, her strength would undoubtedly rise to the next level. At that time, she could perform much better when she visited the training grounds at the secret pavilion's branch headquarters. Nodding, Moon Rain smiled and said, "Leave your contact information with me. I'll give you a call within 3 days. When the time comes, all you need to do is follow our team and leave the rest to us." Afterward, Wu Lingling gave Moon Rain her contact information. That way, Soulfire would be able to contact her as soon as they found the entrance to a team dungeon. Meanwhile, after Wu Lingling and the others left the G.O.D's domain association, Wu Lingling looked at Chen Zio and Luo Tiancheng, who were still feeling a little dazed, and proudly said, "What do you think, Big Sis Zio? I didn't trick you too, right? It seems I have underestimated Instructor S.H.I. Plus," Chen Zio said forthrightly after snapping out of her daze. "But do you really intend on giving up the chance to receive a Super Guild's training? Even your elder sister didn't manage to get such an opportunity. While it is indeed a pity to give up on such an opportunity, I don't think that Instructor S.H.I. Plus' guidance will be inferior to a Super Guild's training. Not to mention, won't I be visiting the secret pavilion's training grounds soon?" Wu Lingling said, smiling. "Instructor S.H.I. Plus' guidance is a match for a Super Guild's training?" Chen Zio felt her worldview tested when she heard Wu Lingling's words. How could the guidance of a second-rate guild's former guild leader possibly rival a Super Guild's carefully constructed training? It should be known that a Tier 5 expert would always head a Super Guild's training camp. In comparison, S.H.I. Plus Feng was someone who had failed to even reach Tier 4. How could his teachings possibly match a Tier 5 expert's? However, Chen Zio knew that Wu Lingling wasn't an ignorant little girl. On the contrary, Wu Lingling was very knowledgeable about G.O.D's domain and the inner workings of G.O.D's domain's various powers. There was no way she didn't know about the value of a Super Guild's training. Yet she still spoke about S.H.I. Plus Feng's teachings with such confidence. "MHM, Instructor S.H.I. Plus is amazing. He helped me improve my results in the trial tower in only a few hours. Afterward, under his teachings, my reaction standard also increased from advanced to excellent," Wu Lingling said. "Is he that amazing?" Chen Zio was a little stunned. For a moment, she even wondered if Wu Lingling had gone insane. Even a Tier 5 expert couldn't help someone improve their results in the trial tower in only a few hours. So, how could a second-rate guild's former guild leader possibly accomplish this feat? It just so happens that Instructor S.H.I. Plus is holding his first public CLA tomorrow. If you don't believe me, you can come and listen to him, Big Sis Zio. Who knows? You might gain some harvest, Wu Lingling said, confidently advertising S.H.I. Plus Feng's teachings. If you are going that far, all right, then, I'll go take a look tomorrow, Chen Zio said, feeling a little tempted. However, if he's not as magical as you say he is, you best consider switching to Instructor Qi. No problem, Wu Lingling answered without hesitation. After Wu Lingling and Chen Zio talked for a while longer, Wu Lingling made her way back to the academy's dormitory. Meanwhile, once Wu Lingling was out of her sight, Chen Zio turned to look at Luo Tiancheng and asked, "Instructor S.H.I. Plus is completely different from what you told me. Instructor Luo, also what kind of relations? H.I. Plus P does Instructor S.H.I. Plus share with Soulfire for him to receive a gold order?" She had promised her instructor that she would recruit Wu Lingling for him. Yet, now, she had just made a fool out of herself. This Luo Tiancheng broke out in cold sweat when he saw the annoyance on Chen Zio's face. The Academy's 4 heavenly kings were not existences that a junior instructor like himself could afford to offend. Hurriedly, he said, "I really have no idea about this. I've already told you everything I know about S.H.I. plus phone. Enough. Stop making excuses. Chunzio frowned. Since we now know that instructor S.H.I. plus is somehow related to Soulfire, things have just become a lot more difficult. You contact Director Lon and inform him of the situation. I will contact Instructor Chi. Let them decide what to do next. Okay, I'll notify Director Lon right away. As if receiving amnesty, Luo Tiancheng hurriedly hailed a taxi and headed to Hailong Tower. Chapter 33, Ruthless S.H.I. plus phone. Chapter 33, Ruthless S.H.I. plus phone G. OD's Domain S. Association first floor lobby. After Wu Lingling's group left, Lin Qi, who had stood silently behind Moon Rain throughout the entire conversation, looked at Moon Rain in confusion and asked, "Big Sis Rain, did Captain Tiger really hand the gold order to that girl himself? I remember hearing that the honorary elder has constantly been asking for it, even going as far as to promise him an opportunity to reach Tier 5. MHM, he did," Moon Rain said, nodding as she looked at the direction Wu Lingling left in. Did he give it to that girl? For free? Lin Qi couldn't help but be a little stunned. With the current state of D's domain, many shops in the real world had even started accepting D's domain's virtual currency as payment. Some shops even preferred accepting D's domain's currency over real money. So, one could easily imagine how valuable the opportunity to get promoted to Tier 5 was. However, according to the quick investigation he conducted before, there was no way Wu Lingling was worthy of a gold order. While Wu Lingling Zident, one, Tai as Wu Xiaoxiao's little sister, and her extraordinary talent made her an individual worthwhile for Soulfire to befriend, that was about as much as she was worth. After all, geniuses of her caliber were aplenty in D's domain. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that geniuses like Wu Lingling appeared and disappeared every day. For a genius originating from Jinhai University's D's Domain Academy, even giving Wu Lingling a bronze order would be somewhat extravagant, let alone the precious gold order. In Soulfire, players capable of acquiring a bronze order were typically refinement realm experts at the very least. Moreover, these players had already made significant progress in the refinement realm. They were far stronger than players who had only recently reached the refinement realm. Only Wu Xiaoxiao could barely qualify for a bronze order in the entire D's Domain Academy. So, how could Wu Lingling, who was much weaker than her elder sister, possibly qualify for a gold order? The girl naturally doesn't have that qualification, Moon Rain said, shaking her head. Then, her lips curled up slightly as she continued, "But the person behind her does." The person behind her? Lin Qi was confused. Could she be the heiress of a major corporation? But that's not possible. Such people would typically train in secret under the superpowers their corporations have invested in. There's no way they would reveal themselves in public. Besides, Wu Xiaoxiao and Wu Lingling's family background is no secret. Their parents are merely the upper management of a small company. There's no way they have any kind of significant background. "You can stop guessing," Moon Rain said as she looked at Lin Qi. "That person should be her instructor." Instructor? Lin Qi grew even more shocked after hearing this. How can that be? Lin Qi knew perfectly well what kind of state Jinhai University's D's Domain Academy was in. Before the higher-ups had relocated Moon Rain to oversee operations in Jinhai City, he was responsible for poaching talents here. Naturally, the D's Domain Academy was one of the places he had to visit to do his job. However, It was precisely because of this understanding of the D's Domain Academy that he couldn't believe Moon Rain's words. Even if the D's Domain Academy had recently received investment from major corporations and the support of experts from first-rate guilds, there was still no way the Academy could hire an existence worthy of Soulfire giving them a gold order for free. If such a big shot existed in the Academy, he would have long since reported this person to the higher-ups already. Didn't you say that Wu Xinyang has been trying to invite me to become the Academy's head combat instructor? Moon Rain asked, not bothering to explain herself any further. Send him a reply saying that I agree. Are you really going, Big Sis Rain? Hearing Moon Rain's words, Lin Qi happily said, That's wonderful. You have no idea how many times Dean Wu has pestered me over this. Moreover, he has even offered us a lucrative price. I was worried that you wouldn't want to go, so I've been thinking of how to reject him. Of course I am going, but I have a condition for becoming their Academy's head combat instructor. A condition? Lin Qi was a little surprised. He found it hard to believe that Jinhai City's D's Domain Academy could have anything that could tempt Moon Rain, a vice captain in Soulfire. Early morning the next day, D's Domain Academy, teaching block number 3. As the first official day of SES at the D's Domain Academy, teaching block number 3, was currently packed with students. Among them, the freshmen had their eyes filled with antic. Asian. After all, today would be the first day they set foot into D's Domain's professional circle. In the current D's Domain, where experts were aplenty, learning from an instructor's systematic education was much better than learning through online videos. Moreover, for the sake of their own reputation and academy points, every one of the D's Domain Academy's instructors would be sharing their signature moves and knowledge that weren't typically available online. I heard that there's going to be 2 senior instructors holding a CLA/SS today. I wonder which senior instructor I should go to. I heard that Instructor Chi is quite amazing, and that some of his students even managed to get into world domination. We should probably attend his CLA/SS. Okay, we'll go to his CLA/SS today. The freshmen enthusiastically discussed which instructor's CLA/SS they should attend after entering the teaching block, creating quite a lot of noise in the crowded teaching block. Sure enough, this year's freshmen are the same. Do they think they can simply attend a senior instructor's CLA/SS just because they want to? I wonder how many freshmen will actually get a spot later on. Definitely not more than 2. I remember that only 1 freshman managed to get into a senior instructor's CLA/SS last year. That Gu Tong is Instructor Chi's student, so he should get in for free. As for the remaining spot, it should probably go to Wu Lingling, the top student among this year's freshmen. I heard that Instructor Chi is trying to recruit her as his student, and that he has even offered her an extremely lucrative price. If she attends his CLA/SS, she will definitely get in for free. When the senior students overheard the freshmen's discussions, they couldn't help but snicker. Some of them even broke out into laughter. There were only 4 senior instructors in the D's Domain Academy. Although these senior instructors had fixed the prices for their CLA/SES at only 50 points per person, there were limited spots in their CLA/SES. Even the biggest CLA/SES room could fit only 200 people. So, students would need to compete with each other should they wish to attend a senior instructor's CLA/SS. The D's Domain Academy required students and instructors to use academy points to exchange for all resources. This included attending CLA/SES held by instructors. apart from the apprentices who could attend their respective instructors' CLA, SES for free. Other students would have to bid for the remaining spots. Meanwhile, it had only been a few days since first-year freshmen had started attending school. They were bound to have little points ACCU mulaced under their name. It would be a fool's dream if they thought they could outbid the senior students. While the senior students were having their discussions, they quickly arrived at teaching block number 3's largest CLA, SRUM. Meanwhile, this CLA, SRUM, belonged to none other than Instructor Chi, one of the Academy's 4 senior instructors. At this time, the hallway that could fit 6 people walking side by side was packed with at least 500 people. However, out of the many students standing in line, a cool and lonely young man became the center of everyone's attention. Look, Gu Tong is here, just as expected. Geniuses truly are made differently. I can tell he is extraordinary just by looking at him. I also heard that under Instructor Chi's tutelage yesterday, he had already reached the middle stage of the trial tower's 5th floor just an hour ago. Moreover, he has very nearly broken through to the late stage. He's already at the 5th floor's middle stage on his first day of CLA. This year's freshmen really are scary. Although Gu Tong was only a freshman, as the younger cousin brother of Shadow's current guild leader, it was no exaggeration to say that his fame had already spread throughout the entire academy. However, shortly after the senior students started discussing Gu Tong, a series of noises came from nearby the corridor. Meanwhile, as the noise grew louder and closer, a small path could be seen opening up in the middle of the crowded hallway. Subsequently, 2 figures appeared in this small path. Of them, one was a cute girl with a double ponytail, wearing a blue sweats, HI plus RT, while the other was a mature beauty with wheat-colored skin, wearing a pair of denim shorts and a casual jacket. CRAP, why is Chinzio here? Didn't she receive Instructor Chi's acknowledgement long ago? Is there still a need for her to attend CLA? SES? Many senior students gasped when they saw the beauty wearing the denim shorts and casual jacket. In the eyes of the Academy's students, the Academy's 4 heavenly kings were individuals akin to legends. This was because these 4 people had long since said the standard of students. While they might still hold the status of students on the surface, their positions in the Academy already rivaled that of senior instructors. They were existences that many students looked up to. Meanwhile, along with Chinzio's appearance, even Gu Tong couldn't help but break his aloof act and walk forward to greet her. "Good morning, Senior Zio," Gu Tong greeted as he arrived before Chinzio. Then, he briefly looked toward the girl with the double ponytail before asking Chinzio in a respectful tone, "Are you taking Wu Lingling to meet with the instructor?" None of the senior students were surprised to see the previously haughty Gu Tong behave respectfully around Chinzio. It was because everyone, including Gu Tong himself, was fully aware that while he might be one of the top geniuses of the D's Domain Academy, he was still significantly inferior compared to Chinzio, who had already made a name for herself in D's Domain's professional circle. Gu Tong still had a long way to go before catching up to Chinzio. "I wish. Unfortunately, I failed to persuade her," Chinzio said, shrugging helplessly as she turned to look at the girl beside her. "I'm just here today to check out what kind of person Lingling's instructor HI+ is. Big Sis Zio, please save your conversation for later. Instructor HI+ SCLA S will be starting soon. We'll be late if we waste any more time," Wu Lingling hurriedly said when she saw Chinzio spending her sweet time talking to Gu Tong. Meanwhile, seeing Wu Lingling's anxious appearance, Chinzio lazily said, Okay, we'll go right away." Chinzio honestly didn't care about SHI+ plus Feng's CLA. S. She had even thought of canceling her appointment with Wu Lingling today. After all, there were no longer any instructors in the academy capable of teaching her. However, after she brought up S.H.I. plus Feng's close ties with Soulfire to her instructor, they decided to first learn more about S.H.I. plus Feng. Only after investigating the relations H.I. plus P between S.H.I. plus Feng and Soulfire could they develop the appropriate countermeasures. After all, Soulfire was relatively strong even among first-rate powers. If Soulfire became S.H.I. plus Feng's backing, it would be a lot more difficult to poach Wu Lingling from him. Afterward, Chen Zio quickly followed Wu Lingling upstairs, leaving a dazed Gu Tong behind. One of the 4 heavenly kings is going to attend instructor S.H.I. plus SCLA. SS? Does that instructor S.H.I. plus have some kind of amazing ability? Lai Yun and Bing Shou, the 2 people standing beside Gu Tong, couldn't help but grow curious about S.H.I. plus Feng. The Academy's 4 heavenly kings had long since Serpa said most instructors in combat standards. However, even if the Academy's senior instructors could no longer teach them, these senior instructors still had valuable connections that could smoothen the path the 4 heavenly kings had to walk on. Yet, now, Chen Zio had chosen to attend S.H.I. plus Feng's CLA. S instead of Instructor Chi's CLA. S. This was simply unbelievable. All right, stop making guesses, you two, Gu Tong said to his 2 companions. Then he looked at Wu Lingling's departing figure and coldly said, I know full well how strong Senior Zio is. An instructor who only managed to reach Tier 3 at his peak is simply overestimating himself if he thinks he can teach Senior Zio. I'm sure Senior Zio knows this as well, so she's probably here to put that S.H.I. plus Feng in his place in front of Wu Lingling. That makes sense. Lai Yun and Bing Shou nodded in agreement. It's a pity we still need to attend Instructor Chi's CLA. Otherwise we could have gone to watch the show. One of the Academy's 4 heavenly kings was about to teach an instructor a lesson. Just the thought of it was already plenty exciting. Don't get happy too soon, Gu Tong said as he rolled his eyes at his 2 companions. Once Wu Lingling becomes Instructor Chi's students, we'll have to face even fiercer combat. 1. Tie-in. Upon hearing Gu Tong's words, Lai Yun and Bing Shou immediately got a headache. While it was indeed exciting to learn that Chen Zio would be teaching Wu Lingling's instructor a lesson, should Wu Lingling become Instructor Chi's student, it would also spell bad news for them. If Wu Lingling transferred to Instructor Chi's CLA, it would also mean that their compat 1. tie-in would increase. While Gu Tong and his 2 friends were chatting, Wu Lingling and Chen Zio had also arrived at CLA. Room number 8, the CLA. Room in which S.H.I. plus Feng had chosen to hold his CLA. CLA. Room number 8. Chen Zio was surprised when she saw the CLA. Room Wu Lingling was walking towards. CLA. Room number 8 was one of the smallest CLA. Rooms available in teaching block number 3. At most, the CLA. Room could fit 50 people. However, even junior instructors would typically hold their CLA. SES in rooms that fit 100 people. After all, the more students an instructor taught, the more academy points they could earn. Meanwhile, when Chen Zio snapped out of her daze, she finally noticed that over 24 students were standing outside the CLA. Are you guys not going in? Wu Lingling curiously asked as she approached Qin Wuchen and the others. We wish we could. Revealing a bitter smile, Qin Wuchen pointed at the electronic display by the CLA's room's entrance and said, You'll know once you look at it. Hearing Qin Wuchen's words, Wu Lingling and Chen Zio couldn't help but turn to look at the electronic display. Currently, displayed on the screen was only one line of text. Lecture costs 10,000 points per person. Apprentices get 40% off. Wu Lingling's eyes widened like golf B. S when she saw this text. Previously SHI plus Feng had indeed told them that he would be charging points for lessons during enrollment day. Even if they were his apprentices, they would only receive a 40% discount. Originally, Wu Lingling thought that SHI plus Feng was only joking. Never did she think that he was serious. At this time, let alone Wu Lingling, even Chen Zio couldn't help but be stunned by this situation. For the sake of persuading more students to attend their SES, the Academy's instructors would try to lower the cost of their lectures as much as possible. If the Academy hadn't set a standard for pricing lectures, these instructors would have probably offered their lectures free to everyone. Today, however, Chen Zio had finally found the odd one out among these instructors. Not only did SHI plus Feng not reduce the cost of his lectures, but he was even asking for an astronomical price. One lecture for the price of 10,000 points was simply unheard of in the Academy. At this time, Chen Zio even started suspecting if SHI plus Feng had long since known that she would come to investigate him. Thus he decided to con her out of some points. Only wasn't SHI plus Feng being a little bit too ruthless? Not only was he trying to con an outsider like herself, but he wasn't even sparing his own apprentices. Ruthless. SHI plus Feng was so ruthless that Chen Zio had no choice but to tip her hat off to him. Chapter 34. Master? Chapter 34. Master? Lingling, do you really want to attend instructor SHI plus SCLA? SS? Chen Zio asked as she looked at Wu Lingling, who was similarly dumbfounded by the price of SHI plus Feng's CLA. I don't think anyone in the Academy has ever heard of a CLA. S costing 10,000 points. Even if you are his apprentice, you'll still have to pay 6,000 points. While you might have won the freshman compet. 1. Tie-in. I doubt you'll have more than 4,000 points on your hands right now. Your instructor clearly doesn't want anyone to attend his CLA. S. It was difficult for students to earn academy points in the D's Domain Academy. Besides making improvements in personal performance and getting awarded for it, the only other way students could earn points was by completing the Academy's contribution tasks and partic. 1. Aiding in various compet. 1. Tie-ins. The situation was even worse for freshmen, since it was only the first day of CLA. SES. Apart from the monthly performance evaluation, the only other way freshmen could earn points was through the freshman compet. 1. Tie-in. However, as only a small number of students could partic. 1. Aid in the compet. 1. Tie-in. Not everyone would get the opportunity to earn points from it. In Wu Lingling's case, apart from the 3,000 points she earned from winning the freshman compet. 1. Tie-in. She also earned 1,000 points by scoring an excellent rank in her reaction test. However, as Wu Lingling typically ate and lived at school, she would have more or less spent some of her points exchanging for resources. And even if she didn't, she would, at most, have 4,000 points on her hands right now. Out of all freshmen in the Academy, only Wu Lingling could have this many points. The other freshmen would be fortunate if they even had 1,000 points. 6,000 points. That was an amount that even many geniuses couldn't emulate even until they graduated. Big Sis Zio. After snapping out of her daze, Wu Lingling turned to look at Chen Zio. a look of determination appearing in her eyes as she asked, "Can I discuss something with you?" Seeing Wu Lingling suddenly becoming serious, Chenziu said in a surprised tone, "Of course you can. Go ahead." "Can I borrow some points from you?" Wu Lingling asked, her voice sounding a little embarrassed. As said, "I only have 3,000 points right now. I'm still 3,000 points away from reaching 6,000. Wu Lingling's words immediately dumbfounded Chenziu. What was going on? Although academy points could be traded, this was the first time Chenziu had heard of anyone borrowing points for the sake of attending a CLA. Moreover, the CLA.S in question had an astronomical price of 6,000 points per lecture. At this time, Chenziu couldn't help but wonder if Wu Lingling had gone crazy. It was merely the lecture of a junior instructor. Even if Wu Lingling was attending a senior instructor's CLA.S, her improvements in one lecture would be considerably limited. After all, the improvement of one's combat standard was a gradual process. It wasn't something that could be accomplished in a short period. "Is that a no?" Wu Lingling asked hesitantly when she saw Chenziu's stunned expression. Then she hurriedly said, "I can exchange with you using credits." "Will 6,000 credits do?" 6,000. Hearing Wu Lingling's question, Chenziu couldn't help herself from asking, "Lingling, this is only one lecture. Is there a need to go so far?" Situations where students exchanged academy points for credits with each other would occasionally happen in the GOD's domain academy. Meanwhile, the standard exchange rate was 1:1.5. In other words, 1,000 academy points was worth 1,500 credits. However, few students were willing to spend credits to buy academy points. After all, the actual value of academy points only had a 1-to-1 ratio to credits. Moreover, many services offered by the academy could be paid using credits, and few aspects of the academy accepted only academy points. So, buying academy points at an inflated price was simply a waste of money. Yet, now Wu Lingling was willing to buy 3,000 points for 6,000 credits. This was a confusing reaction, no matter how one looked at it. If it's instructor SHI plus S lesson, it's worth it, Wu Lingling said in a determined tone. Seeing the serious look on Wu Lingling's face, Chenziu sighed and said, "All right then, I can sell the points to you, so long as you don't regret it. I don't have any use for my points. Anyway, just make sure you don't tell your sister. Otherwise, she'll definitely give me an earful." I won't tell her." Wu Lingling nodded earnestly. When Chenziu saw Wu Lingling's serious behavior, she couldn't help but wonder what kind of magic SHI plus Feng had used on Wu Lingling for the girl to behave so fanatically. While Chenziu was transferring her academy points to Wu Lingling, a tall figure suddenly appeared beside them. Meanwhile, this figure belonged to none other than Qin Wuchen, who had previously been distressed as he stood outside the CLA's room. "Senior Zio, can I also buy some points from you?" Qin Wuchen asked, his eyes practically glowing as he looked at Chenziu. "I don't need a lot, just 5,000 points will do. I can pay you 10,000 credits." Chenziu fell into a daze once more when she heard Qin Wuchen's words. What the hell was going on here? Chenziu could understand Wu Lingling's blind faith in SHI plus Feng. After all, SHI plus Feng had given Wu Lingling a gold order from Soulfire. One couldn't even buy a fraction of a percentage of a gold order with 6,000 credits. But what the hell? I was wrong with the male student in front of her. Although Chenziu didn't know what kind of family background Qin Wuchen came from, a student who was willing to pay 10,000 credits just to listen to a junior instructor's lesson must have something wrong with his head. However, When Chen Zio snapped out of her shock, she noticed that the other students in the hallway had also turned to look at her with hopeful gazes. Afterward, Chen Zio looked at Wu Lingling, who still wore an expectant look on her face, and wondered if Wu Lingling had conspired with her CLA's mates beforehand to test her worth and plunder her points while they were at it. However, Chen Zio knew that Wu Lingling was a simple-minded girl, so there was no way Wu Lingling would do such a thing. Subsequently, she looked at the students in the hallway and smiled bitterly, saying, "Don't look at me like that. I might be one of the Academy's 4 heavenly kings, but that doesn't mean I am swimming in points. After excluding the points I traded to Lingling, what I have left is only enough for me to attend one of Instructor SHI+S lectures." "Is that so?" Disappointment colored the faces of Qin Wuchen and the other students when they heard Chen Zio's words. Although Academy points could be freely exchanged, they couldn't accumulate such a large amount of points within a short period. Unless they could find the other 3 heavenly kings, who no longer had any need for Academy points, they would have to settle with trading with multiple senior students. However, if they did that, SHI plus Feng's CLA's would have long since started by the time they accumulate the necessary points. "Let's go in quickly, big sis CEO," Wu Lingling urged when she saw Chen Zio explaining her lack of points to the others. "CLA's is starting soon." Hearing this, Chen Zio nodded and looked at the electronic display by the CLA's room's entrance. Then she gritted her teeth and paid 10,000 points before entering the CLA's room with Wu Lingling. Upon entering the CLA's room that could only fit 50 people, the first thing that entered Chen Zio's eyes was a man wearing a black, short-sleeved TSHI plus RT sitting behind the lectern. Currently, this man was drinking a bottle of A-rank nutrient fluid as he leisurely gazed out of the nearby window. Meanwhile, on the field a short distance away from the window were around 100 young and beautiful female students conducting combat practice. These female students were dressed in form-fitting SHI plus RTS and pants as they executed various combat poses, fascinating the nearby male students who were also training on the field. "It seems he is nothing but an uncle." Contempt appeared in Chen Zio's eyes when she looked at SHI plus foam. Originally, Chen Zio had still held hopes regarding the mysterious SHI plus foam. After all, SHI plus foam was the former guild leader of a second-rate guild. He had even managed to turn Wu Lingling, the top student among this year's freshmen, into such a fanatic. Even if he wasn't an impressive and domineering expert, he was at least a battle-hardened expert. He must have witnessed a lot of scenes that the average person had never experienced. So, he should more or less behave like an expert. Yet the current SHI plus Fong behaved no different than an ordinary middle-aged uncle. He did not have the sharp temperament and consciousness of an instructor at all. Speed reflex? When SHI plus Fong noticed Chen Zio entering the CLA's room, he couldn't help but be momentarily surprised. But why hasn't a natural genius like you reached the refinement realm yet? What have you been doing normally? Speed reflex? When Wu Lingling heard SHI plus Feng's words, she also turned to look at Chen Zio in surprise. Big Sisio is speed response was a term that almost all players of D's domain were familiar with. This was because D's domain's renowned Miracle Dragon had relied on his speed reflex to rise to fame. His trademark combat technique, 6 extreme slashes, was even something that everyone in the game knew about. Meanwhile, speed response referred to a person's brain's neural reaction speed. The fastest reaction speed an ordinary person could achieve was 2 seconds. Even after undergoing intensive training, a normal person could, at best, lower their reaction speed down to 1 seconds. However, a person with G.O. speed response was born with the ability to achieve a reaction speed of under 1 seconds. A person with G.O. speed response could theoretically achieve many more actions within the same period than an ordinary person. Meanwhile, in G.O.'s domain, such people were regarded as natural geniuses. It was precisely because of this natural talent that Miracle Dragon could exert his 6 extreme slashes to an unreachable extent. Moreover, people with G.O. speed response were typically much more agile than ordinary people. Thus, all geniuses with G.O. speed reflex were capable of reaching great heights in the realms of refinement. It was no exaggeration to say that so long as a person with G.O. speed reflex appeared, this person would immediately become the target of contention for the various major powers. They would instantly be put into a core position and receive priority training. How did you know? S.H.I. Plus Feng's words caused Chunzio's eyes to widen in shock. The matter of her having G.O. speed response was something she had only discovered herself by chance. However, she had never shared this discovery with anyone, nor had she ever displayed it to anyone before. It could be regarded as her biggest secret, and N.O. body had noticed it until this day. It was also why she had the confidence to Serpa S. Wu Xiaoxiao in the future. Yet S.H.I. Plus Feng had immediately found out about her secret after looking at her. This was simply unbelievable. Is it that hard to notice? S.H.I. Plus Feng revealed a faint smile. People born with G.O. speed response are much more sensitive and hyperactive than ordinary people. From the moment you entered, I noticed the number of minute movements you've made had exceeded Wu Lingling's by more than double. Wu Lingling's reaction speed is already top tier among ordinary people. So, doesn't it show that there is a problem if your minute movements Serpa S hers by more than double? Although people with G.O. speed response were rare, S.H.I. Plus Feng had seen plenty of such natural geniuses during his previous life. He had also fought against many of these people before, so he was well aware of the characteristics of such people. Only noticing these characteristics required a lot of careful observation, an opportunity that ordinary experts didn't have. Is that so? Realization dawned upon Chunzio. Then she quickly stared at S.H.I. Plus Feng and eagerly asked, "In that case, what should I do to reach the refinement realm?" Instructor S.H.I. Plus Chunzio longed to reach the refinement realm. However, even with her G.O. speed response, she had still failed to reach it even until now. It didn't matter how many training sessions and live combat she experienced. She simply couldn't control all of her movements to a minute extent. That's simple. Faced with Chunzio's expectant gaze, S.H.I. Plus Feng calmly said, "All you need to do is block 1 punch from me." Block 1 punch? Chunzio felt that S.H.I. Plus Feng was trying to dupe her when she heard his words. "Are you sure that I only need to block 1 punch?" Instructor S.H.I. Plus. The refinement realm was something that countless experts in G.O.'s domain dreamed of reaching. Meanwhile, those who had reached this realm were all experts that had undergone countless battles and training sessions. The refinement realm simply wasn't something one could stumble into. Yet now S.H.I. Plus Feng told her that she could reach the refinement realm so long as she could receive 1 punch in the real world. How could she possibly believe such a thing? At this time, even Wu Lingling found S.H.I. plus Feng's words a little unbelievable. Although Chunzio had already reached the half-step refinement realm, there was still a significant gap between the half-step refinement realm and refinement realm. This was because a half-step refinement realm expert could only exert excellent control over parts of their bodies, whereas refinement realm experts could perfectly control their body's movements. There were a lot of intricacies involved in the process of reaching the refinement realm, and many half-step refinement realm experts could never cross this threshold no matter how hard they tried. Of course, S.H.I. plus Feng nodded. Then he said, "However, if you fail to block it, you will die. Do you still want to try it knowing that?" "I will," Chunzio answered without hesitation. However, she didn't really believe S.H.I. plus Feng could kill her with one punch. After all, S.H.I. plus Feng's physical fitness was only at the standard of first-rate athletes. He was significantly inferior to her no matter how she looked at it. She was confident she could come out unscathed even after receiving 10 or 20 punches, let alone one. "Here I come." Seeing that Chunzio had already entered a defensive stance, S.H.I. plus Feng promptly got ready to throw out a punch. "Okay, come." Chunzio nodded confidently. As soon as Chunzio finished speaking, S.H.I. plus Feng also took a step forward. However, the instant S.H.I. plus Feng's foot touched the ground, Chunzio's confident expression instantly turned into one of horror. "He's an internal force master?" The moment S.H.I. plus Feng's foot touched the ground, the STU-RDY marble floor had actually shattered, and the entire CLA's room had started shaking and trembling. Chapter 36, Reaching Refinement in One Punch. Chapter 36, Reaching Refinement in One Punch. Dodge it. I must dodge it. When S.H.I. plus Feng threw out his punch, Chunzio promptly snapped out of her daze and began treating S.H.I. plus Feng's attack with unprecedented focus. A master's punch could stumble an elephant. This was a saying that had constantly circulated in the fighting industry. When hearing this saying, ordinary people would typically laugh it off as a joke. After all, an elephant was a humongous creature that weighed several tons. A human's punch would be fortunate if it could even give the elephant an itch, let alone stumbling an elephant. However, Chunzio knew exactly how frightening a master's punch could be. It was because she had personally witnessed an internal strength master exploding a sandbag weighing hundreds of kilograms with one punch. Although the internal force master she previously saw had a much larger build than S.H.I. plus Feng, even the weakest internal force master could execute a punch carrying 500 kilograms of force. Even professional athletes would get crippled if they tried to receive such a powerful punch, which was why everyone regarded internal force experts as masters. Seeing S.H.I. plus Feng's fist moving closer and closer to her, Chunzio's mind began overclocking itself as she manipulated every muscle fiber in her body in an attempt to dodge S.H.I. plus Feng's punch. However, even though Chunzio had reacted swiftly thanks to her innate G.O. speed response, S.H.I. plus Feng's fist had seemingly seen through her actions as it changed course to match her evasive maneuver. This situation forced her with no choice but to block the attack. How is this possible? Chunzio despaired at the abrupt change in the trajectory of S.H.I. plus Feng's fist. The previous evasive maneuver was already the best she could accomplish within this limited time frame. Yet her prided reactions were utterly useless against S.H.I. plus Feng's fist. She could only watch on helplessly as S.H.I. plus Feng's fist moved closer and closer to her. Am I really going to die here? Countless thoughts ran through Chunzio's mind as she looked at the seemingly gigantic fist approaching her. In the past, whether it was in the real world or Oh, D's domain. She could always rely on her G.O. speed response to defeat opponents stronger than herself. Yet now, faced with S.H.I. plus foam, someone who had weaker physical fitness than herself, she could not even dodge his attack. When facing S.H.I. plus foam, she felt like all the battles she had fought before were nothing but a joke. No, I cannot die yet. I still have to challenge Wu Xiaoxiao. I still have to see the wider world. The appearance of these thoughts caused Chenziu to grow frenzied. Then, almost instinctively, she twisted her body and spun it sideways, her body barely dodging S.H.I. plus Feng's fist by a hair's breadth before stopping beside S.H.I. plus Feng. Not bad. S.H.I. plus Feng retracted his fist after seeing Chenziu dodge his punch. At this time, Wu Lingling, who had witnessed this brief scene, gaped in shock. She never thought that S.H.I. plus Feng would be an internal strength master, an existence that numbered around only a handful in the entire Jinhai city. She also didn't think that Chenziu would be so amazing as to dodge an internal force master's punch. Previously, it was evident that Chenziu couldn't execute any more evasive maneuvers after dodging S.H.I. plus Feng's punch the first time. Yet, Chenziu had defied all odds and executed a maneuver that no normal person could execute in that short time. During that instant, Chenziu's speed was so fast that Wu Lingling couldn't even keep up with her. When Wu Lingling put herself in Chenziu's shoes, she suspected that she wouldn't even realize how she had lost to S.H.I. plus foam. I dodged it, Chenziu muttered in surprise and confusion as she looked at S.H.I. plus foam. In her mind, there was no way she could have dodged S.H.I. plus Feng's punch. When she mentally simulated herself spinning her body to dodge S.H.I. plus Feng's punch, the outcome she got was that she would get struck and killed. Yet, now, she was standing in one piece beside S.H.I. plus foam. This situation simply didn't make sense. However, before Chenziu could figure out what was happening, S.H.I. plus Feng suddenly sent another punch flying at her head. Moreover, the speed of his fist was much faster than before, as it created even a sonic boom this time. Instructor S.H.I. plus Wu Lingling was horrified when she saw this. S.H.I. plus Feng's punch occurred too suddenly. Even while watching this scene play out from a distance, it still caught her off guard. If she were the one standing beside S.H.I. plus Feng instead of Chenziu, she definitely wouldn't have any time to react and would have gotten killed on the spot. Boom. When the loud boom echoed throughout the CLA, room, Wu Lingling had also thoroughly fallen into shock and confusion. How is this possible? Contrary to Wu Lingling's expectations, S.H.I. plus Feng's fist did not land on Chenziu's face. Instead, it stopped just short of an inch from Chenziu's chin due to Chenziu lifting her head and tilting it sideways. Refinement realm. I entered the refinement realm. Compared to Wu Lingling, Chenziu was in even greater shock and confusion right now. Never did she think that S.H.I. plus Feng's statement was true. Being a refinement realm expert meant having the ability to manipulate one's body to a minute degree and use the simplest and most efficient actions to do combat. Meanwhile, trying to reach the refinement realm in the real world was significantly more challenging than in G.O.D's domain. Yet, the evasive maneuvers she just took were indisputable proof that she had already reached the refinement realm. Do you still not get it? S.H.I. plus Feng was rendered slightly speechless when he saw the look of confusion on Chenziu's face. The reason why you couldn't reach the refinement realm all this time is because you tend to think too much. You are too skilled at utilizing your innate talent. This in turn has caused your control over your body to become sluggish and prevented you from reaching the refinement realm. S.H.I. plus Feng had to admit that Chunzio was incredibly talented. Chunzio had already trained herself to sufficiently high standards when it came to body manipulation. However, one couldn't just rely on critical thinking and perfect control in combat. One also needed to rely on one's bodily instincts to a certain extent. Hence, to stop Chunzio's brain from trying to exert perfect control over her body, she needed to experience a true life or death situation, which would, in turn, force her to rely on her combat instincts. So that's why I keep getting a feeling of inconsistency. When I'm fighting, it's because I have been limiting myself too much. Chunzio muttered when she heard S.H.I. plus Feng's explanation, a hint of self-deprecation in her voice. In the past, she indeed had a habit of analyzing her actions carefully before acting in battle. Even if her opponent made an unexpected move, she could still swiftly react to it thanks to her G.O. speed response. However, she never thought that her G.O. speed response would become her biggest constraint to improve. All right, it's your turn next, Wu Lingling. S.H.I. plus Feng said as he looked toward Wu Lingling. Your talent is too subpar, so you still have quite a ways to go before you reach the refinement realm. Meanwhile, upon hearing S.H.I. plus Feng's words, Chunzio, who had just snapped out of her daze, couldn't help but turn to look at Wu Lingling in astonishment. Subpar talent? If it wasn't for the strength and combat standards S.H.I. plus Feng had just displayed, Chunzio would have definitely cast him a contemptuous look. After all, Wu Lingling's talent was one of the best the G.O.'s Domain Academy had ever seen. Even the various first-rate guilds executives recognized her as a top-tier genius in G.O.'s domain. Even if she were to be put into a superpower, she would still receive priority training. If Wu Lingling's talent was considered average, Jinhai University's G.O.'s Domain Academy would have no geniuses. Yet, after hearing S.H.I. plus Feng's words, Wu Lingling readily nodded and made a worried and said expression. This situation surprised and confused Chunzio. Ignoring Chunzio's reactions, S.H.I. plus Feng asked Wu Lingling, "What's your current progress on the exercise I previously taught you? How long do you need to finish a set?" "Around 6 minutes," Wu Lingling said confidently. Previously, it had taken her 10 whole minutes to complete one set of the aerobic exercise S.H.I. plus Feng previously taught her. However, after the training session in the Withered Ruins, her control over her body had improved slightly, so she managed to reduce her time to 6 minutes. "That's barely passable, I guess," S.H.I. plus Feng said calmly. "Next, I will teach you a breathing technique. Pair it with the aerobic exercise I taught you. Whenever you can finish a set in under 1 minute, you will reach the refinement realm. Before reaching the refinement realm, though, you must make sure to do at least 30 sets a day. Only after reaching the refinement realm are you allowed to stop doing it." I'll work hard," Wu Lingling said, nodding earnestly. Meanwhile, S.H.I. plus Feng's words had further dumbfounded Chunzio. Since when did the lofty refinement realm become something so worthless? The refinement realm was something even the various first-rate guilds' core executives had gone through great pains to reach. Yet now S.H.I. plus Feng was saying that a couple of exercise moves and a breathing technique were all that was needed to become a refinement realm expert. How could anyone possibly believe such a thing? Even after knowing that S.H.I. plus Feng was an internal force expert, Chunzio couldn't help but feel that S.H.I. plus Feng was tricking Wu Lingling. Yet, what made things worse was that Wu Lingling believed him. Afterward, S. H.I. Plus Feng started instructing Wu Lingling on how to execute the breathing technique he mentioned. Then, once he was done, he had Wu Lingling apply this breathing technique while executing the aerobic exercise. After Wu Lingling repeated the exercise for over an hour, Chen Zio became thoroughly dumbfounded. Impossible. Is she a monster? Chen Zio thought as she stared at Wu Lingling in shock. If it was before she had reached the refinement realm, she would have most likely treated the exercise Wu Lingling was doing as nonsense. However, it was a different story now that she had reached the refinement realm and understood it for what it was. Simply put, reaching the refinement realm meant achieving subtle and proper manipulation of one's body. Meanwhile, on Wu Lingling's first attempt at completing the exercise set, her control over her body's movements could only be described as strained. However, on her subsequent repet, 1. Tian's the minute movements her body executed had started to become smoother and smoother. It should be known that manipulating the subtle movements of one's body was easier said than done. Accompli. H.I. Plussing this feat required one to undergo numerous live combat situations, conduct many combat reviews, and experience repeated trials and errors. Only then could one start to exert control over one's minute movements. Meanwhile, this was something that most people could not do. Yet, in less than 2 hours, Wu Lingling had continuously improved her control over her minute movements. By now, she could already control her limbs' subtle movements to a smooth extent. Rather than doing simple aerobic exercise, it felt more like she had just undergone thousands of arduous battles. It should be known that Chen Zio had taken 3 months to accomplish similar results. Meanwhile, after reaching this standard, players already possessed the qualifications to challenge the early stage of the Trial Tower's 6th floor. Was he really just a Tier 3 expert at his peak? Chen Zio couldn't help but grow confused and curious as she watched S.H.I. Plus Feng instructing Wu Lingling. Chen Zio admitted that Wu Lingling was a top-tier genius. However, even if Wu Lingling was a genius, there was no way she could go from being at the 5th floor middle stage standard to the 6th floor early stage standard after just one lesson. Moreover, Chen Zio herself had reached the refinement realm she had dreamt of after dodging only one punch from S.H.I. Plus Feng. She'd be lying to herself if she said that these two things were merely coincidences. Not only was S.H.I. Plus Feng an internal force master, but he even possessed such extraordinary teaching standards. How could such a person possibly be a measly Tier 3 expert in G.O.D's domain? At this time, even if someone were to tell her that S.H.I. Plus Feng was a Tier 4 expert, she wouldn't doubt this statement in the slightest. However, while Chen Zio was immersed in her thoughts, the bell in the CLA's room had rung. Realizing that CLA's was over, Chen Zio couldn't help but regret wasting her time thinking about useless matters instead of asking S.H.I. Plus Feng for more pointers. Unfortunately, there was nothing she could do but watch as S.H.I. Plus Feng left the CLA's room. Subsequently, after Chen Zio bid goodbye to Wu Lingling and arrived at the teaching block's entrance, she found Luo Tiancheng and Gu Tong standing there waiting for her. Senior Zio, how was Wu Lingling? Did she end up learning nothing from instructor S.H.I. plus SCLA? SS? Gu Tong asked in a delighted tone. Wu Lingling could have gained a significant harvest had she attended Instructor Chi's CLA.S instead. It's a pity that she missed it. I heard that there would be a practice match held during the secret pavilion tour 2 days later. I'll be sure to show her how important it is to have a good instructor at that time. Originally, Gu Tong did not have the qualifications to visit the secret pavilion's branch headquarters. However, his instructor was a senior instructor in the academy, and every one of the Academy's senior instructors would receive a slot for this field trip. Meanwhile, as he was Instructor Chi's best-performing student this semester, Instructor Chi's slot naturally went to him. However, when Chen Zio heard Gutong's words, she couldn't help but sigh and look at her junior with sympathy as she said, "I understand that you want to avenge your past disgrace, but with her current standards, I'm afraid she is already invincible among you freshmen." Gutong grew confused when he heard Chen Zio's words. However, before he could say anything, Luo Tiancheng anxiously asked, "Student Zio, did you find out what kind of connection S.H.I plus Feng has with Soulfire?" "I haven't found any clues as of yet," Chen Zio said, shaking her head. Then, with a strange look on her face, she asked, "Luo Tiancheng, but I am suddenly interested in learning one thing about Shadow. May I know if you can humor me, Instructor Luo?" Seeing the strange gaze Chen Zio was giving him, Luo Tiancheng asked curiously, "What is it? Why did Shadow dismiss Instructor S.H.I plus from the guild in the first place?" Chapter 36, Geode Slayer. Chapter 36, G. "Oh, Slayer, why are you suddenly asking about this matter, Student Zio?" Luo Tiancheng asked, growing curious after hearing Chen Zio's question. Gutong, too, was bewildered, failing to understand why Chen Zio would ask such a strange question. S.H.I plus Feng was merely a Tier 3 player. No matter how one looked at it, he wasn't suited to serve as the guild leader of a second-rate guild. It was especially true now that Shadow had gone under World Domination's wing. If Shadow allowed a Tier 3 player to continue serving as its guild leader, it would probably become a joke to everyone. Seeing the confusion in Luo Tiancheng's eyes, Chen Zio explained, "It's nothing. I just think that Instructor S.H.I plus is very strong. Even if he couldn't remain as Shadow's guild leader, he should have no problems taking on the position of an honorary elder. Yet, now, he is working as an instructor in the academy. So, I couldn't help but find it puzzling." "Strong? S.H.I plus Feng?" Luo Tiancheng laughed. "You must love your jokes, Student Zio. While I admit that S.H.I plus Feng is talented, to say that he is very strong is a joke. Also, it is, as you've said, with his current strength, he is indeed worthy of becoming an honorary elder or even a vice-guild leader. However, he failed to see the changing times and cherish the opportunity Director Lan gave him." "Is that really the case?" Chen Zio was a little surprised to hear Luo Tiancheng's words. "That's right." Luo Tiancheng nodded. Then, in a slightly envious tone, he said, "If I were him, I would have long since gone to beg Director Lan. I would be satisfied with even a vice-guild leader position. At the very least, I would still hold real authority within the guild, and it is a much more comfortable position than a junior instructor." Hearing Luo Tiancheng's words, Chen Zio couldn't help but give the other party a strange look. She had a feeling that Luo Tiancheng must be joking with her. An internal force master was an existence even the various first-rate guilds would fight to recruit. Yet Shadow, a second-rate guild, had driven one away without hesitation. She really couldn't understand what was going through the heads of Shadow's shareholders. Moreover, even crazier was that Luo Tiancheng wanted an internal force master to go and beg Lan Hailong. Even the directors of the various first-rate guilds wouldn't dare to do such a thing. However, Chen Zio didn't think too much over this matter. This was Shadow's problem, after all. It had nothing to do with her. Next, she looked at Luo Tiancheng and asked, "Can you sell me some academy points, Instructor Luo?" "Academy points." Luo Tiancheng was a little surprised to hear Chen Zio's request. It was normal for the academy's students to lack academy points. In comparison, the academy's instructors had vastly greater points since they had many more acquisition methods available to them. Hence, When students needed points, they tended to purchase points from instructors. It could be considered one of the several ways the academy's instructors generated income. However, when students reached Chunzio's level, they would typically have no more need for academy points. Rather than purchasing points, Chunzio should be selling her points to others. Thus, Luo Tiancheng was surprised. Even so, he still readily agreed to Chunzio's request, asking, "How many do you want?" "I want everything you have," Chunzio said without hesitation. "I have 300,000 points on me. Are you sure you want everything?" Luo Tiancheng couldn't help but ask. He had spent the past year or so ACCU mulating these 300,000 points. With this many points, he could sponsor a talented student from enrollment until graduation and still have points to spare. In fact, he would have plenty to spare. After all, the stronger a student was in the academy, the less need they would have for the academy's resources. Rather than exchanging for resources, such students would use their points to exchange for credits instead. "MHM, I want everything," Chunzio said affirmatively. "All right, I'll transfer them to you now." Luo Tiancheng also agreed to the transaction without hesitation. He even grew a little excited over this situation. After all, it was rare to have a student come and purchase so many points from him. However, he still couldn't help himself from asking, "What do you need so many points for, Student Zio? If I recall correctly, there shouldn't be any events going on in the academy that require such a huge sum of points." Gu Tong also expressed his curiosity toward Luo Tiancheng's question as he looked at Chunzio. It was true that many places in the academy required significant expenditures of points. One example would be the academy's advanced training hall that cost 2,000 points per hour visit. However, even then, purchasing a Ma.S. civ sum of 300,000 points was still overkill. "It's nothing." In a slightly helpless tone, Chunzio said, "I just need some points to attend SES. I already spent all of my points attending the previous CLA.SS. Gu Tong felt his worldview cracking slightly when he heard Chunzio's words. Unable to hold back his curiosity, he asked, "Do you need so many points to attend CLA.SS? That was 300,000 points they were talking about. With this many points, he could attend the CLA.SES of senior instructors continuously until he graduated. Student Zio, didn't you attend SHI plus Feng's CLA.SS just now?" Luo Tiancheng was also surprised by Chunzio's answer. Hurriedly, he asked, "Did he deliberately scam you because he found out that you were there to investigate him?" "No, Instructor SHI plus did not scam me. 10,000 points for a CLA.S is already very cheap," Chunzio said, shaking his head. "Moreover, I'm afraid 300,000 points still isn't enough. I'll have to go and buy some more from the other instructors later on. 10,000 points for a CLA.S is cheap?" Chunzio's words dumbfounded Luo Tiancheng and Gu Tong. They couldn't help but feel that Chunzio was messing with them. Either that or Chunzio had gone crazy after getting provoked by SHI plus Feng. Even the academy's senior instructors would only charge a few hundred points per CLA.SS. Yet SHI plus Feng, a junior instructor, was charging 10,000 points. Moreover, even with such a price tag, Chunzio still thought it was cheap and planned to go for more CLA.SES. Who would believe this? However, after Chunzio finished speaking, she promptly ran for the faculty office. Her hurried behavior made it seem like those instructors' points would disappear if she spent even a second longer here. "Instructor Luo." While looking at Chunzio's departing figure, Gu Tong couldn't help but ask, "Do you think Senior Zio was messing with us?" "I don't know. Even I can't figure out what's going through the mind of a genius like student Zio, Luo Tiancheng said, shaking his head. Then he turned to look at the teaching building behind him, a sneer appearing on his face as he continued. However, that S.H.I. plus phone is probably a goner this time. Instructors are only allowed to change the price of their CLA, SES once a month. Moreover, junior instructors must hold at least 15 CLA, SES a month, and have at least 40 students attending their CLA, SES. They will be fired if they can't meet this quota. Luo Tiancheng had originally thought he couldn't do anything about SHI plus phone anymore. After all, SHI plus phone had already taken in a genius as his apprentice, a loyal one at that. However, all of Luo Tiancheng's worries had disappeared now. 10,000 points per CLA. SS. How many students could possibly afford to attend such a CLA? SS. Meanwhile, so long as SHI plus phone was fired, he naturally couldn't remain as Wu Lingling's instructor anymore. At that time, he'd be nothing but an easy game. Miniature Ancient World, 100 Flow City. After ending his CLA, SSSHI plus phone paid no heed to his students, simply telling them to practice the exercise he taught them previously and prohibiting them from entering D's domain until they could finish the whole workout in under 3 minutes. This CLA, SAS, assignment had left all of SHI plus Feng's students in despair and confusion. After all, they needed 10 minutes to complete the exercise on average. Even someone as talented as Wu Lingling had only managed to lower her time to 5 minutes. It was simply a tall order to have them complete the whole exercise set in 3 minutes. Many students even suspected that SHI plus Fong had only given them an impossible task because he didn't wish to teach them. What made things worse was that SHI plus Fong had even prohibited them from logging into D's domain before accompli. HI plusing this task. While everyone was frantically grinding for levels and resources in the miniature ancient world, they were stuck doing exercises in the real world. Unlike his students, SHI plus Fong had gone home without hesitation and logged into D's domain. Meanwhile, after returning to D's domain, SHI plus Fong made his way to the hotel's core room and took out the hotel's deed, which had a magic array drawn on it. Then he started chanting an incantation while holding the deed against the core room's magic array, gradually removing the magic barrier sealing the hotel. System. Hotel's magic barrier has been fully unlocked. Do you wish to open the hotel? Open it, SHI plus Fong answered. System. Please give your hotel a name. A name, SHI plus Fong fell into thought for a moment as he looked at the system notification. Then he said, let's go with Candlelight then. He had relied on the Candlelight trading firm as his foundation to sweep across the entire D's domain continent's economy during his previous life. Now that he was restarting his campaign in D's domain, he planned to have Candlelight's name, SHI plus NE, on the entire D's domain again. System. Naming successful. The Candlelight Hotel will be fully opened in 5 minutes. System. The Candlelight Hotel is currently a 1-star hotel. It requires 10,000 popularity points and 30,000 gold to become a 2-star hotel. Just reaching 2-star status costs 10,000 reputation points and 30,000 gold. Already, SHI plus Fong was flabbergasted when he saw the hotel's upgrade cost. A 1-star hotel could be regarded as the most common hotel in an NPC city. Players could only recruit the most basic of NPCs as hotel staff. Meanwhile, apart from providing players a roof over their heads. A one-star hotel did nothing else. It had no advanced functions whatsoever. Typically, players would only be willing to spend money to stay in a one-star hotel if it was located in an NPC city with a special environment or a guild town or city close to a leveling spot. Otherwise, they'd be wasting their money for no reason. Meanwhile, on the main continent, the promotion of one-star hotels located in NPC cities generally only required around 1,000 popularity points and several thousand gold. It seems I have no choice but to convert some of my credits into coins if I want to upgrade the hotel to 2-star status quickly. Plus Feng smiled bitterly as he looked at the shabby hotel lobby. A tier 6 sword D in the past was now having a headache over money. Body would believe him if he shared this matter with other people in his previous life. When Plus Feng was about to find a player merchant to exchange for coins, he suddenly received a call notification. Meanwhile, the caller was none other than Mysterious Moon's Shui Yalin. What's with the sudden call? Miss Nightingale. Did something happen? Plus Feng asked curiously after answering the call. You sure are a straightforward person, Mr. Blackflame, Shui Yalin said, smiling. Responding in kind, she got straight to the point and said, I am indeed calling because something came up. Moreover, it is something big. May I know if you have time to spare right now? Mr. Blackflame? After thinking for a moment, Plus Feng said, sort of. He was in no hurry to exchange for coins. After all, his hotel still needed to accumulate 10,000 popularity points before he could upgrade it. That's great. Shui Yalin grew happy immediately. We found the entrance of a L mode team dungeon, and we wish to invite you to join us. May I know if you are willing to join us? L mode team dungeon, Plus Phone was a little stunned. Unlike the team dungeons found in the outside world, everything about the miniature ancient world's team dungeons was random. Not only did these team dungeons appear randomly, but even their difficulty was random, going from normal mode to hard mode and L mode. Naturally, the higher the difficulty, the greater the harvest one could obtain from these team dungeons. It was especially true for L mode team dungeons. These dungeons had a considerably high chance to drop 2 legacies instead of just 1. So coming across L mode team dungeon in the miniature ancient world was akin to hitting the jackpot. That's right. L mode team dungeon, Shui Yalin said excitedly. Of course, I'm not asking you to work for free. If a second legacy appears, you can have it. What do you think? I'll pa S on the legacy. Plus Feng said, shaking his head. I only want the priority to choose 3 items from the boss's loot. You don't want the legacy? Shui Yalin was surprised when she heard Plus Feng's words. The legacies dropped in the miniature ancient world's team dungeon didn't just provide knowledge on mana manipulation. It also provided players with the opportunity to acquire a hidden CLA. Not only could a hidden CLA increase one's strength, but it could also increase one's chances of getting promoted to higher tiers. This was also one of the reasons why so many experts from the main continent had flooded into the miniature ancient world. I don't need it. 3 items from the boss will do. Plus Feng said affirmatively. He had never been interested in the miniature ancient world's ancient legacies. It was especially true after he acquired that gray key. He had seen plenty of legacies during his previous life. This included legacies from ancient DS. However, compared to the Slayer's legacy, Even the legacies of ancient G.O.DS were slightly inferior. According to his research, the G.O. Slayer hadn't killed only Tier 6 G.O.DS. When the G.O. Slayer reached Tier 6, he had killed even ancient G.O.DS. It was precisely because of this that the G.O. Slayer had acquired his T.I.T.L.E. However, S.H.I. plus Fong had already reached Tier 6 when he learned about the G.O. Slayer's legacy during his previous life. At that point, he could no longer learn the legacies of others. So, he had no choice but to give up on the G.O. Slayer's legacy. Now that S.H.I. plus Fong had restarted his progress from Tier 3, he naturally wouldn't consider any other legacies. All right. Zhuo Yalan agreed to S.H.I. plus Feng's condition without hesitation. Then she sent S.H.I. plus Feng a message and said, "This is our current location." "All right, I'll head over immediately." After looking at the dungeon's coordinates, S.H.I. plus Feng promptly set the hotel to hire employees automatically before setting out. While Zhuo Yalan held her conversation with S.H.I. plus Feng, a gorgeous woman also stood beside her. This woman was none other than Lin Yaoyue, who had only entered the miniature ancient world recently. Meanwhile, as soon as Zhuo Yalan ended her call with S.H.I. plus Feng, Lin Yaoyue frowned in dissatisfaction as she said, "You've gone too far, Yalan. This is the boss of L Mode Team Dungeon we are talking about. Do you know how many refinement realm experts will go crazy just for one item? Yet, not only did you promise that guy 3 items, but you're even letting him have first pick for all 3 of them. The others in the guild will definitely grow dissatisfied once they learn about this." Zhuo Yalan nodded in response to her friend's complaints. Then she smiled and said, "I understand, but he is really strong. He's an expert who managed to secure an S rank evaluation in the Colosseum. He is definitely much stronger than your average refinement realm expert." "Let's hope he is as strong as you say he is," Lin Yaoyue said, rolling her eyes at Zhuo Yalan. Then she looked at the other guild team standing a short distance away, a wary expression appearing on her face as she continued. "Although we got lucky and found the dungeon's entrance this time, the Star Alliance's side has acted quickly as well. Hopefully, the Star Alliance doesn't send someone powerful." The Star Alliance was a veteran first-rate guild in G.O.D's domain. Even after experiencing the dozen or so major upheavals that had occurred in G.O.D's domain, it had remained standing firmly. The strength of its foundations far surpassed said that of Mysterious Moon, without question. When Mysterious Moon's executives learned that the Star Alliance was using 100 Flow City as its base in the miniature ancient world, they had promptly dispatched a large number of experts to the miniature ancient world as reinforcements. Meanwhile, Lin Yaoyue was one of these experts. Zhuo Yalan nodded when she heard Lin Yaoyue's words. Then, when she looked at the 200 or so players gathered a short distance away, fighting spirit appeared in her eyes as she said, "So what if they send a powerful expert? The Star Alliance might be strong on the main continent, but that remains to be seen in the miniature ancient world." However, shortly after Zhuo Yalan finished speaking, the atmosphere over at the Star Alliance's side suddenly turned silent and solemn. The next moment, the 200-plus Star Alliance members separated into 2 groups, forming a wide and open path between them. Afterward, a stalwart man in his 40s walked down this path and quietly observed the dungeon entrance that had formed only a while ago. During this time, every Star Alliance member looked at this middle-aged man with a reverent look on their faces. Meanwhile, upon seeing this middle-aged man, Zhuo Yalan and Lin Yaoyue couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Galaxy Past, why is the Star Alliance's first-generation guild leader here? Chapter 37, Galaxy Past. Chapter 37, Galaxy Past. Why is he here? Both Zhui Yalan and Lin Yaoyue were shocked and confused when Galaxy Past appeared among the Star Alliance's team. Galaxy Past could be regarded as a legendary figure in G.O.D's domain. When he was in his 30s, he had made the decision to have the Star Alliance, which wasn't particularly well known in the virtual gaming industry back then, tackle G.O.D's domain using all of its available assets. Afterward, he had led the Star Alliance to prominence in the Star Moon Kingdom, defeating several rival first-rate guilds in the process, and developing the Star Alliance into a top-tier first-rate guild capable of competing against even super first-rate guilds. Moreover, he had done so while refusing all investment offers made by powerful international corporations. Because of his feats, he became a big shot known by all in G.O.D's domain. However, not long ago, Galaxy Past suddenly announced his retirement and handed his position to Purple Eye, another legendary individual coming from the Star Alliance and one of the top 16 contenders for the current 10 Saints League. Afterward, he vanished from the public scene, and N.O.Body had heard from him ever since. Yet now, Galaxy Past had suddenly appeared in the wilderness here, while Zhui Yalan, Lin Yaoyue, and the other members of Mysterious Moon were shocked by Galaxy Past's sudden appearance. Galaxy Past's H.I. plus feeded his attention away from the dungeon's entrance and turned around. Then he started slowly making his way toward Zhui Yalan and Lin Yaoyue. It seems you two are Mysterious Moon's leaders this time around. After scrutinizing Zhui Yalan and Lin Yaoyue for a moment, Galaxy Past praised. Not bad. It seems Confused Heart's efforts these past years hadn't gone to waste if he managed to nurture geniuses like you two. Mysterious Moon won't have to worry about not having people to run it in the future. You jest, Guild Leader Galaxy, Zhui Yalan replied humbly after composing herself. We are still too weak to take on the great responsibility of leading the guild. Elder Heart has always urged us to learn from Senior Purple Eye. Hearing Zhui Yalan's words, Lin Yaoyue lowered her head and kept silent, a bitter smile appearing on her face. Although Elder Confused Heart was only Mysterious Moon's great elder, and not the guild leader, his position in the guild was the highest. Even the guild leader needed to treat Elder Confused Heart respectfully and carefully listen to his suggestions. This was because Elder Confused Heart was responsible for teaching most of the guild's peak experts. Lin Yaoyue and Zhui Yalan were also disciples of Elder Confused Heart. Meanwhile, only apex experts such as Galaxy Past would be worthy of referring to the Great Elder as Confused Heart. I'm not the one responsible for teaching Purple Eye. I don't have that kind of ability either. She has relied entirely on her efforts to reach her current strength, Galaxy Past said, shaking his head. Then he let out a soft sigh as he continued. If I had Confused Heart's teaching abilities, the Star Alliance wouldn't be stuck as just a first-rate guild right now. Zhui Yalan remained silent in response to Galaxy Past's words. It was just as Galaxy Past had said. If the Star Alliance could produce a sufficient number of peak experts, it would have long since become a super first-rate guild by now. After all, the Star Alliance currently had a D-ranked expert in its ranks. Meanwhile, this person was none other than the Star Alliance's current guild leader, Wind G.O.D Purple Eye. After getting emotional for a moment, Galaxy Past suddenly put on a stern gaze as he said, All right, I've wasted enough time talking. The Star Alliance wants this HEL mode team dungeon. However, I don't want others saying that I am bullying two little girls, so I will give you 3 chances to challenge me. So long as you can last 3 moves against me, the Star Alliance will give up on this dungeon. Of course, if you don't wish to accept this challenge, I don't mind starting an all-out fight here, either. This Shui Yalan was at a loss for words when she heard Galaxy Pass's words. The other mysterious moon experts standing behind Shui Yalan also grew silent. If any other executive from the Star Alliance had said these words, they would have chosen to fight without hesitation. After all, everyone present was currently Tier 3. Even if there was a difference in combat standards, the difference in actual combat power wouldn't be significant. However, it was an entirely different matter if Galaxy Past were the one saying these words. Not only was Galaxy Past the Star Alliance's former guild leader, but he was also a Tier 5 Apex expert during his peak. Even on the scale of the entire D's domain, he could be considered a top-ranking expert. Even if Galaxy Past had regressed to Tier 3 now, the strength he could exhibit would still be far beyond the imagination of ordinary experts. It was no exaggeration to say that he could single-handedly turn the tides of a battle involving thousands. "I can give you 10 minutes to consider," Galaxy Past said. Then, after giving Shui Yalan and Lin Yaoyue one last look, he turned around and returned to his team to start preparing for the upcoming dungeon raid. His behavior made it seem like he didn't care what choices Shui Yalan and Lin Yaoyue made. Meanwhile, after Galaxy Past walked away, Lin Yaoyue looked toward Shui Yalan and whispered, "What should we do?" Neither the guild leader nor Elder Heart is in the miniature ancient world. It doesn't matter whether we choose to fight one-on-one or as a group. We won't have any advantages either way. In Mysterious Moon, the guild leader and Elder Confused Heart were the only people who could win against Galaxy Past. Although the guild had other Apex experts, they would have difficulty even matching Galaxy Past, let alone defeat him. Not to mention, these Apex experts were elusive individuals. It was also highly unlikely that any of them had entered the miniature ancient world, since that would mean restarting their progress from Tier 3. Unless an Apex expert had great determination and willpower, they absolutely would not set foot into the miniature ancient world. "Indeed, we don't have any advantages," Shui Yalan said, nodding. Then Apa's cyanate fighting spirit appeared in her eyes as she continued. "However, we must still try and fight for this team dungeon." "Are you insane?" Hearing her friend's words, Lin Yaoyue hurriedly said, "Our team can't afford to take on such a loss right now." The various powers that had entered the miniature ancient world were currently frantically developing their influence and increasing their levels. Meanwhile, for the sake of raiding the L mode team dungeon, this time, Mysterious Moon had already gathered most of its experts. If all of these experts got killed and regressed to level 100, it would become very difficult for them to catch up to the experts of other guilds. "How stupid do you think I am?" Shui Yalan couldn't help but smile when she saw the nervous look on Lin Yaoyue's face. "What I mean is that we should go for the one-on-one challenge. Even if we lose, it won't affect the big picture. Also, I will be taking one of the 3 spots. As for the 2 other spots, they'll go to whoever is willing to take up the challenge." "I'll take up one as well," then Lin Yaoyue said, gritting her teeth. If they were on the main continent, she absolutely would not dare to challenge Galaxy Past. After all, a Tier 5 expert could kill them with the flick of a finger. However, Galaxy Past had also regressed to Tier 3 now. She wanted to use this opportunity to see how much of a difference there existed between herself and an Apex expert. Was it really true that she couldn't last even 3 moves? That's great. We can also use this chance to see who has improved more during this period. Shui Yalan said with a smile. Afterward, Shui Yalan brought up the remaining slot to the other team members, checking to see if there were any other volunteers. Then, in no time at all, a tall and robust, level 101 berserker clad in epic set equipment walked out of the crowd. Meanwhile, when Shui Yalan announced her decision to challenge Galaxy Past to a one-on-one fight, the Star Alliance's members instantly exploded into rage. Are you really going to accept their challenge? Guild leader? That's right. They're merely a bunch of blind and ignorant brats. Who do they think they are to challenge you? Guild leader? That's right. That's right. Let's just kill them all. The Star Alliance's core experts present voiced their dissatisfaction with Zhuo Yalin's decision one after another. Everyone in the Star Alliance respected and revered Galaxy Past. Even if Galaxy Past had withdrawn from the front lines, he was still the Star Alliance's guild leader in everyone's eyes. Hence, seeing someone daring to challenge Galaxy Past angered them greatly. Enough! Be quiet! Galaxy Past said sternly, I was the one who suggested this challenge, so don't go blaming them. Also, I have already said many times that I am no longer the guild leader. Just call me Elder. After getting reprimanded by Galaxy Past, the Star Alliance's members instantly fell silent, and, body voiced their complaints and dissatisfaction anymore. Though their eyes looked like they could kill when they looked at Zhuo Yalin and the others. Meanwhile, when Zhuo Yalin walked into the clearing separating the two teams and sensed the burning gazes the Star Alliance's members were giving her, she couldn't help but smile bitterly as she thought to herself, is there a need to react like that? You can make the first move, little girl, Galaxy Pass said after entering the PvP site. Then, while watching Zhuo Yalin unsheath the two daggers hanging on the back of her waist, he shook his head and said, You shouldn't have stepped forward first. Zhuo Yalin was an AS, Sin, so the foremost thing she should do was understand her opponent. The more she understood her opponent, the higher her chances of executing a successful ambush. It was especially important that she succeeded in ambush. Plussing a berserker like him. The berserker was a heavy armor CLA. Not only would an Sin have a difficult time damaging a berserker with their weapons, but so long as the Sin's ambush got countered or resisted, the Sin would fall into a Civ state immediately. Now that he had given Mysterious Moon 3 chances to challenge him, the optimal choice for Zhuo Yalin to make would be to have the other 2 challengers probe him first. Yet, Zhuo Yalin had chosen to step forward first. I know. Zhuo Yalin nodded. Her eyes BRIMMING with fighting spirit. She said, but I want to see how far I can go with my true strength. Good. As expected of OL Confused Heart's disciple, Galaxy Pass said in approval. In that case, come at me. After saying so, Galaxy Pass started walking closer toward Zhuo Yalin. However, he showed no intention of drawing his weapon at all. Meanwhile, Zhuo Yalin didn't hold back even after seeing this, choosing to activate stealth and the Tier 3 Shadow Split without hesitation. Not only did she vanish from everyone's vision, but she even split into 3 copies of herself while in stealth. Then, all 3 of her copies charged at the unarmed Galaxy Past from 3 different directions. Formless steps. This little girl is quite skilled. Many of the Star Alliance's older generation experts were surprised when they noticed Zhuo Yalin disappearing from their perception completely. As the Star Alliance's older generation experts, they had experienced countless battles throughout their career in D's domain. They had naturally seen many Sin experts as well. Hence, they knew that Sins capable of erasing their presences completely were experts who had trained in formless steps to the extreme. Formless steps was one of D's domain's most complicated top-ranking advanced combat techniques. Typically, only experts who had reached the Void Realm could master this combat technique. Meanwhile, Sins could erase their presences completely while in stealth after mastering this skill. This, in turn, would allow them to challenge even opponents that were much stronger themselves. Has she mastered it already? Lin Yaoyue was also surprised and overjoyed to see Zhui Yalan using formless steps. Formless steps. This was one of Elder Confused Heart's strongest moves. He had successfully signated many Apex experts by relying on this combat technique. Although Zhui Yalan had only recently reached the flowing water realm, now that she had mastered formless steps, she should have no problem withstanding 3 moves from Galaxy Past. What a pity! On the battlefield, Galaxy Past muttered softly after looking at his surroundings. Then, he took a sidestep and suddenly threw a punch behind him. Tier 3 skill, Mountain Splitter. It was a skill that increased one's strength by 60% and doubled one's damage and destructive power for one attack. Boom! Accompanied by an explosive sound, Zhui Yalan's figure suddenly appeared behind Galaxy Past. Then, like a cannonball, her body flew across the air and landed 30 yards away. When she landed, her HP started plummeting rapidly, showing no signs of stopping even after reaching a critical level. How is this possible? He killed her in 1 hit. Mysterious Moon's experts gaped in shock when they saw Zhui Yalan getting sent flying. Although they had long since known that Zhui Yalan wasn't a match for Galaxy Past, they didn't think that Zhui Yalan, one of the younger generation's geniuses cultivated by the guild, would get killed in 1 hit. While everyone was still in shock, Lin Yaoyue was the first to react as she hurriedly shouted, "Healers, save her quickly!" Upon hearing Lin Yaoyue's words, the healers on Mysterious Moon's team promptly snapped out of their daze and started casting healing spells on Lin Yaoyue. In D's domain, even if players received damage that exceeded their HP threshold, so long as their HP did not reach 0, it was still possible to heal them using special healing spells. Meanwhile, the struck player could avoid death so long as the healers managed to outheal the damage dealt. After several healing lights landed on Zhui Yalan's body, her HP eventually stopped falling and settled at 1. Then, subsequent heals quickly brought her back to full HP. However, as Zhui Yalan had already entered a heavily injured state, it would take some time before she could fully recover her combat power. After recovering her HP, Zhui Yalan slowly stood up and looked at Galaxy Past reluctantly, saying, "I lost. Are you wondering why I can see through your formless steps so easily?" Galaxy Past asked, a smile appearing on his face when he saw the unreconciled look on Zhui Yalan's face. "Yes, my formless steps should have been perfect," Zhui Yalan said, nodding. Even if someone managed to see through her formless steps, it shouldn't be possible for them to strike directly at her defensive blind spot. Yet, Galaxy Past had done so without a shred of hesitation. His attack was so quick and precise that she didn't even have time to defend herself. Shaking his head, Galaxy Past said, "Your formless steps might be good, but it is far from perfect. It was especially true when you were attacking. Your killing intent was too obvious, or should I say immature. You didn't try to package it at all. In my eyes, you might as well not have entered stealth." "I didn't package my killing intent." Zhui Yalan was rendered speechless when she heard Galaxy Past's words. Could something like killing intent even be packaged? Not to mention, it had already taken all of her focus to maintain formless steps. She couldn't afford to split her attention to do other things at all. Galaxy Past did not continue explaining. Instead, he looked to the other members of Mysterious Moon and asked, "All right, who's next?" Even though Galaxy Past spoke in a calm and neutral voice, none of Mysterious Moon's members dared to step forward. Even Lin Yaoyue couldn't help but hesitate. Even someone as strong as Zhui Yalan had lost without knowing how, so how could any of them stand a chance against Galaxy Past? Just when Mysterious Moon's members would forfeit the rest of the challenge, a cloaked man with a black longsword by his waist side softly before walking out of the crowd and asking, "May I?" Chapter 38. Fair Fight. Chapter 38. Fair Fight. Who is he? He doesn't seem like someone from Mysterious Moon. There's no guild emblem on him. Since you're not someone from Mysterious Moon, what are you making trouble for? Get lost. Do you really think just anyone will have the qualifications to challenge our guild leader? The Star Alliance's members were enraged when they looked at the young man who had walked out of the crowd, many of them having the urge to just charge forward and kill him immediately. Who is he? Did our guild have such a member? Meanwhile, Mysterious Moon's members were confused when they looked at the cloaked young man, Mr. Blackflame. Zhui Yalin immediately recognized the cloaked young man when she saw the other party. He was none other than S.H.I. plus Feng, the person whom she had invited to help raid the H.E.L. mode team dungeon this time. Black Flame. Lin Yaiyue also turned to look at S.H.I. plus Feng when she heard Zhui Yalin's words. Then a look of surprise appeared in her eyes as she asked, "Is he that expert you were talking about?" At this time, although S.H.I. plus Feng was wearing a black cloak to hide his information, the cloak didn't do much to hide the shape of his easily recognizable starter's equipment. Lin Yaiyue found it hard to believe that an expert capable of scoring an S-rank evaluation in the Colosseum's Epic Challenge would still be using starter's equipment even until now. It should be known that any Tier 3 expert who had spent some time playing D's domain could easily acquire a level 100 Dark Gold set equipment when entering the miniature ancient world. MHM, it's him. Zhui Yalin nodded, a hint of excitement appearing in her eyes. We finally have a chance now. A chance. No matter how Lin Yaiyue looked at S.H.I. plus Feng, the latter did not seem like an expert at all. So, she couldn't help but doubt her friend's judgment. Are you sure? He's still using starter's equipment, while Galaxy Past is using the 8-piece Blood Dragon set. That set is labeled as one of the 9 strongest level 100 epic set equipment in 100 Flow City. Just the boost it provides to the strength attribute is enough to let a Tier 3 player rival Tier 4 players. Lin Yaiyue wouldn't have doubted S.H.I. plus Feng's abilities if he was at least geared in an 8-piece epic set equipment like Zhui Yalin. Suppose that was the case, they might have a small chance of winning. But starter's equipment versus the Blood Dragon set, there was already an insurmountable difference in just the basic attributes the two provided. An ordinary expert geared in the Blood Dragon set could beat up even a Refinement Realm expert in level 100 Dark Gold set equipment, let alone someone geared in Secret Silver Starter's equipment. Upon hearing Lin Yaoyue's concerns, Zhui Yalin also finally noticed the state of S.H.I. plus Feng's equipment. Suddenly, her confidence wavered as she hesitantly said, "It should be fine." Meanwhile, when Zhui Yalin and Lin Yaiyue were conversing with each other, S.H.I. plus Feng had also arrived in front of Galaxy Past. "Not bad. You are a very courageous young man," Galaxy Past said, smiling as he examined S.H.I. plus Feng. "You say that you want to challenge me, but can you represent Mysterious Moon?" "I'll need to ask," S.H.I. plus Feng said. He honestly wasn't sure whether Mysterious Moon would let him represent it. So he turned to Zhui Yalin and asked, "Miss Nightingale, can I fight on behalf of Mysterious Moon?" "If you are willing, Mysterious Moon won't have any problems with it, Mr. Black Flame," Zhui Yalin said, nodding. "Good. Since Mysterious Moon doesn't have any problem, I don't have any problems with it either," Galaxy Pass said when he saw Zhui Yalin nodding. Then he returned his gaze to S.H.I. plus Feng and said, "Young man, I won't bully you as a senior, so you can make the first move." "No need. Let's just have a fair fight," S.H.I. plus Feng said, shaking his head. Honestly, S. H.I. Plus Fong felt rather complicated facing Galaxy Past, who was talking to him from the perspective of a senior. The Zero Wing Guild S. H.I. Plus Fong created during his previous life had clashed with the Star Alliance on many occasions. However, later on, Zero Wing had already grown to a state where the Star Alliance couldn't even hope to match. So whether it was the Star Alliance or Galaxy Past, both had long since faded out of S. H.I. Plus Feng's vision. Now that S. H.I. Plus Feng was meeting with Galaxy Past again. He couldn't help but feel a sense of familiarity. Even if the current Galaxy Past did not know him, S.H.I. Plus Feng still found it a rare opportunity to meet someone familiar in this foreign world. At this time, apart from the H.E.L. Mode regional dungeon, a larger part of the reason why S.H.I. Plus Feng had stepped forward was to see how strong Galaxy Past had become after fighting in D's domain for 10 years. Meanwhile, upon hearing S.H.I. Plus Feng's words, the Star Alliance's members couldn't help but laugh. He really thinks he can fight with the guild leader. Even Nightingale, with her 8-piece set equipment, had fallen after receiving one punch from our guild leader. So how dare he utter such bold words while clad in starter's equipment? That's right. The guild leader is too soft-hearted. If he fights fairly, those people probably wouldn't even know how they died. The Star Alliance's members ran their mouths one after another, their words causing Mysterious Moon's members to feel angry and ashamed. This was because everything the Star Alliance's members said was true. If even Zhuo Yalan, the 3rd Legion's vice commander, couldn't last more than a punch against Galaxy Past, anyone else who challenged Galaxy Past would probably suffer an even more miserable fate. So, Mysterious Moon's members had no choice but to keep quiet in this situation and pray that S.H.I. Plus Feng wouldn't lose too miserably. Okay. Galaxy Past looked at S.H.I. Plus Feng in admiration when he heard the other party asking for a fair fight. Let me see if you can make me give you a fair fight. Then, after saying so, Galaxy Past leaped into the air and threw a punch at S.H.I. Plus Feng. Tier 3 Legacy Skill, Tiger Transformation. Immediately, Galaxy Past's body increased in size, his height reaching 4 meters. The intensity of the aura he radiated also soared, transforming from a calm sea into a violent storm that threatened to devour all life. His fist had even transformed into a tiger claw the size of a boulder. When Galaxy Past's fist fell, even the S.P.A.C. around it had started cracking. It was as if his punch was bringing down the entire sky with it. It was an attack that could neither be dodged nor blocked. It's over. Zhuo Yalan's complexion paled when she saw Galaxy Past's attack. Tiger Transformation was one of the skills Galaxy Past was known for. Not only did the attack have a wide AoE, but it also had a Stonies, H.I. plus indestructive power. Moreover, the skill even doubled its user's strength during the attack. One could say that it was a mini berserk skill. When used against an opponent with weaker basic attributes, the skill could achieve a cruise, H.I. plusing victory. Most importantly, Galaxy Past's actions were simply too fast to keep up with. Even with her standards, she had failed to react immediately when Galaxy Past had launched his attack. She reacted to his attack only after he had activated Tiger Transformation, and his fist was falling. If she were standing in S.H.I. Plus Feng's shoes, it would have already been too late for her to do anything. In such a situation, the only thing she could do was watch as Galaxy Past's fist came for her. Boom, accompanied by a deafening boom. A shockwave spread across the battlefield, covering a radius of several hundred yards. Within several dozen yards of the shockwave's epicenter, dust and dirt were also sent flying over a dozen meters into the air. Ha ha ha! He's a goner for sure. Serves him right for behaving so arrogantly. Even Mysterious Moon's healers won't be able to save him now. The guild leader is too serious. He's only going up against a newbie, yet he even brought out tiger transformation. I guess that kid got a worthwhile death. The Star Alliance's members started chatting merrily when they looked at the dust clouds surrounding the battlefield. They were not surprised by this outcome at the slightest. As for Mysterious Moon's members, their expressions turned very gloomy. It was especially true for Zhui Yalan. It was another one-hit knockout. While Mysterious Moon's members were shaking their heads and sighing, the dust on the battlefield also gradually settled. However, to everyone's surprise, they could faintly see two figures standing among the dust clouds. How is this possible? He didn't die. Everyone was shocked when S.H.I. plus Feng's figure appeared among the dust clouds. At this time, not only was S.H.I. plus Feng still standing, but he didn't even lose a single point of his HP. As for Galaxy Past, he had missed his punch and created a crater several meters deep beside S.H.I. plus Feng. Did the guild leader miss his attack? That shouldn't be the case. With the guild leader's strength, he wouldn't miss even if he closed his eyes. The Star Alliance's members were greatly surprised by this scene. None of them could make sense of the situation. Meanwhile, Zhui Yalan and Lin Yaoyue were even more confused by this situation, their minds failing to understand how Galaxy Past had missed his attack. At this moment, out of everyone present, only Galaxy Past looked at S.H.I. plus Feng with a serious gaze. Unlike everyone else, he knew that he didn't mess up his attack just now. Instead, S.H.I. plus Feng had preemptively dodged his attack. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that the instant he started moving, S.H.I. plus Feng had seemingly already seen through his attack trajectory and dodged to the side ahead of time. Moreover, he had failed to get a hold of S.H.I. plus Feng's evasive trajectory. Its speed response? Luck? These thoughts surfaced in Galaxy Past's mind one after another. However, S.H.I. plus Feng seemingly paid no heed to his extraordinary evasion as he looked at Galaxy Past and asked calmly, "Can you get serious now?" Chapter 2965, Chapter 39, Sword Technique. Swords, O.B.T. Chapter 2965, Chapter 39, Sword Technique. Swords, O.B.T. Get serious? What bold words! That's right. He only dodged the guild leader's punch by instinct. He would have long since died if the guild leader got serious. Although S.H.I. plus Feng did not speak loudly, everyone present was a Tier 3 expert. They could hear him loud and clear even from over 100 yards away with their senses and physique. Meanwhile, the Star Alliance's experts promptly rose to a clamor upon hearing S.H.I. plus Feng's question. In the opinions of the Star Alliance's experts, S.H.I. plus Feng must have relied on luck to dodge Galaxy Past's punch. After all, the difference in basic attributes between the 8-piece Blood Dragon set and the Secret Silver Ranked Starters equipment was more than double, faced against Galaxy Past's Tiger transformation. Even the peak experts in the professional league's A-League would have an extremely difficult time dodging it. After all, Galaxy Past was only half a step away from reaching the legendary tier. His ability to perceive and predict the movements of Void Realm experts had already reached the extreme. In comparison, S.H.I. plus Feng was merely a N.O. body using starters equipment. In a situation where his basic attributes were vastly inferior to Galaxy Past, luck was the only reasonable explanation for his success in dodging Galaxy Past's attack. A fluke. Zhui Yalan was also surprised and confused when she looked at S.H. H.I. plus foam. In her opinion, it was simply impossible to dodge Galaxy Past's attack that had been empowered by Tiger transformation. Even if S.H.I. plus foam was an expert capable of achieving an S-rank evaluation in the Colosseum's epic challenge, she didn't think he could evade Galaxy Past's attack. It was especially true when he was only geared in starter's equipment. While a commotion was happening outside the PvP area, Galaxy Past suddenly smiled. Good. Very good. It's been a long time since I met an expert like you. Galaxy Past said, a hint of fighting spirit appearing in his eyes as he looked at S.H.I. plus foam. Although I don't know whether luck was involved just now, you are now qualified for me to get serious. After saying so, Galaxy Past moved his finger around at the empty S.P.A.C. before him. He had obviously called out his system interface and was doing something with it. A moment later, Civ Saber appeared in Galaxy Past's hand, the weapon matching his height. The saber had a snowy white body made out of a special type of crystal. Just the weapon's emergence had caused the surrounding temperature to plummet. Meanwhile, the instant Galaxy Past held onto the saber, the intensity of the aura he radiated also increased significantly. Now, he felt more like a humanoid beast than a player, and everyone present felt an invisible pressure bearing down on them. It's Ice Roar. Madness. This is madness. He actually brought a famed saber to the miniature ancient world. Can anyone even match him now? When Mysterious Moon's members saw the great sword in Galaxy Past's hand, every one of them felt their sanity falling a little. During D's domain's 10 years of operation, players didn't just pay attention to the various experts in the game. They had also made various ranking lists for the various weapons that existed in D's domain. Among them were lists for famed swords, famed sabers, etc. Every list had 100 entries, and the lists recorded weapons beneath the legendary rank. Meanwhile, any weapon capable of making these lists was unquestionably a weapon with powerful basic attributes and heaven-defying abilities that could drastically increase its wielder's combat power. Some weapons could even allow their users to transcend tiers. Meanwhile, Ice Roar was ranked 83 in the ranking list for famed sabers. It was also known as the River Sealer. Although Ice Roar was only an epic weapon, its combat effects were not the slightest bit inferior to fragmented legendary weapons. It was a delay weapon that one couldn't even acquire even after offering up an entire guild town. Upon seeing Ice Roar, Zhuo Yalin's expression instantly turned grave. Only experts who had reached her caliber would understand just how terrifying an expert like Galaxy Past could become if he had a weapon like Ice Roar. It wouldn't even be an exaggeration to say that he would become invincible among Tier 3. Meanwhile, after holding on to Ice Roar's hilt, Galaxy Past casually swung the Civ Saber. Boom! Immediately, a dazzling energy blade cut through the air and flew up to 50 yards away, transforming the SY plane in its path into an icy plane. Afterward, Galaxy Past looked toward S.H.I. plus foam and proudly said, "All right, receive my second move." After saying so, Galaxy Past raised Ice Roar and swung it at S.H.I. plus foam, who stood less than 15 yards away. Similar to before, Galaxy Past Slash had generated another energy blade. However, unlike the one before, this energy blade continuously distorted its shape and altered its trajectory mid-flight, making it impossible for others to predict its trajectory. Advanced combat technique, curved light. Then when S.H.I. plus foam was evading the energy blade, Galaxy Past suddenly stepped forward and rapidly rotated his body. Tier 3 legacy skill, Frenzied Gale. Immediately, Galaxy Past transformed into an icy tornado that devoured all life around him. How is this possible? Zhui Yalin's mouth widened slightly when she saw Galaxy Past transforming into an icy tornado. It's actually a fusion technique. Combat techniques in G. Oh, D's domain were different from skills and spells. So long as players successfully learned a combat technique, they could use it repeatedly without having to wait for a cooldown. Moreover, the power of a combat technique was in no way inferior to the average skill and spell. However, the downside of combat techniques was the significant stamina and concentration consumption. The expenditure was so significant that first-rate experts would exhaust themselves just by using an ordinary combat technique, while refinement realm experts would barely be able to use an advanced combat technique. As for fusing combat techniques with skills and spells, that was a feat even most peak experts had trouble accomplishing. However, so long as one could accomplish this feat, not only would the power of their skills and spells increase drastically, but their skills and spells would also carry some of their combat techniques' properties. These results could easily allow expert players to transcend tiers. The guild leader is finally getting serious. Let's see how that kid dodges the guild leader's attack now. The guild leader can clash with even mythic monsters using his ice tornado. The move even has a wide AoE of 50 yards. There's no way that kid can evade the guild leader's attack. The Star Alliance's members grew excited when they saw Galaxy Past transforming into an icy tornado. At this moment, they could already foresee the moment plus foam got shredded to death. Meanwhile, inside the PvP area, plus foam finally unsheathed the winter of eternal night after seeing the approaching icy tornado. That's not a bad move, but it is still not enough to kill me. Plus foam calmly commented while he leisurely brandished his long sword. Sword technique. Swords. Suddenly, a galaxy of stars formed around plus foam. Then, when the icy tornado was about to hit plus foam, it suddenly veered past him, landing not a single hit on him. When the icy tornado eventually disappeared, the battlefield had also transformed into a river of ice. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, plus foam remained standing on the battlefield. Moreover, the area within 5 yards of him did not contain even a single speck of frost. No, this can't be. I must be dreaming. Everyone couldn't help but rub their eyes in doubt when they saw this scene, their minds refusing to believe the reality before them. How did you? At this moment, even Galaxy Past was flabbergasted when he saw plus foam coming out of his attack unscathed. Never did he imagine such an outcome would occur. However, before Galaxy Past could speak his mind, plus foam suddenly raised the winter of eternal night and said, "Now that I've received your attack, it's time you received mine." After saying so, plus foam swung down his sword. Sword technique. Sword's transmigration. Chapter 2966, Chapter 40. Who is he? Chapter 2966, Chapter 40. Who is he? When the winter of eternal night descended, everyone immediately saw a snowy white lotus flower blooming around plus foam, the sight beautiful and transcendental. A bronze combat technique. Galaxy Past's expression turned unprecedentedly grave when he saw this snowy white lotus. Combat techniques in G. D's domain could be differentiated into various ranks. Meanwhile, ranked above advanced combat techniques were bronze combat techniques, and combat techniques of this rank were so rare that even most Tier 5 experts didn't possess one. However, so long as a Tier 5 expert managed to acquire a bronze combat technique, their combat power would instantly skyrocket to the peak of Tier 5. It wouldn't even matter even if they only had average equipment standards. The reason for this was because bronze combat techniques provided players with the strength to transcend tiers. This remained true even for Tier 5 existences. I have to block it. When Galaxy Past saw the gigantic lotus flower moving toward him, he promptly let out a shout as he used the Tier 3 Legacy Berserk skill Savage G. Oh, D's howl. Suddenly, an illusory behemoth appeared around Galaxy Past as his basic attributes doubled. The S, P, A, C surrounding him also began to shatter, looking as if it couldn't withstand the new source of power that dwelled within his body. Then, after activating his Berserk skill, Galaxy Past promptly brandished his saber against the approaching lotus flower. Advanced combat technique, Skybreaker. All of a sudden, several blades of light shot out from Galaxy Past's saber before merging to form a gigantic saber that crashed into the lotus flower. Boom! A deafening boom shook the area within 1,000 yards of the battlefield. The trembling ground and spreading shockwaves could even be felt by the spectating players standing over 100 yards away. In addition, the GRAS land within a 100-yard radius of the collision had also transformed into barren land, and the ground had sunk by more than 10 meters. I don't think even top-tier Tier 4 players can deform the terrain to such an extent. Are they really Tier 3 players? Mysterious Moon's members subconsciously gasped when they looked at the state of the battlefield. In D's domain, players were known to become superhumans after reaching Tier 3. However, when it came to destructive power, even a large-scale destruction spell used by a Tier 3 magical CLA S player couldn't deform the terrain to such a great extent. Typically, only after reaching Tier 4 would players have the strength to do so. Even then, the area of destruction would be limited. Few Tier 4 players could cause as much destruction as S, H, I, plus Fong and Galaxy Past did. It should be known that there was a huge gap in strength between Tier 3 and Tier 4. There was even a saying in D's domain which stated that all those beneath Tier 4 were ants. Through this saying, one could tell how much stronger Tier 4 players were than Tier 3 players. Looking at the destroyed terrain before her, Shui Yalan dazedly muttered, "Is this a fight between first-generation experts?" Lin Yaoyue also nodded in agreement when she overheard Shui Yalan's mutterings. Her eyes filled with shock and excitement. Although she had seen countless experts class H.I. plusing in D's domain's professional league before, she had never seen players causing such devastation at Tier 3. This was without a doubt her first time. Rather than a fight between Tier 3 players, it'd be more apt to call this a fight between two behemoths. While everyone was in a state of shock, the dust clouds covering the battlefield also gradually dissipated, revealing two people staring off at each other. Unlike S.H.I. plus Fong, though, Galaxy Past's HP was no longer in a pristine state. Instead, 10% of it was missing. Evidently, Galaxy Past had lost in his clash with S.H.I. plus Fong. The guild leader lost. How is this possible? The guild leader even used his Berserk skill already. How could he still lose? The Star Alliance's experts were flabbergasted when they saw the state of Galaxy Past's HP, their minds unable to accept this reality. With the combination of a Tier 3 legacy Berserk skill and an advanced combat technique, Galaxy Past should be able to exert as much power as a level 100 mythic monster with his attacks. Yet, even with such power, he still lost to a player geared in starter's equipment. Who could possibly believe this? At this time, let alone the Star Alliance's members, even Mysterious Moon's members were stunned by this situation. Yaoyue, does this mean we won? Shui Yalan asked, her eyes blinking in disbelief. It should be. Lin Yaoyue nodded stiffly as she looked at S.H.I. plus Fong. She, too, found this outcome unbelievable. This was Galaxy Past they were talking about. Galaxy Past was a mighty expert standing at the top of G.O.D's domain. He was considered top tier even among Tier 5 experts. Yet, even after wearing the 8-piece Blood Dragon set and wielding the famed Saber Ice Roar, Galaxy Past had still lost. If news of this matter spread, it would certainly cause an uproar in the entire G.O.D's domain. Black Flame, is it? Looking at S.H.I. plus Feng's cloaked figure, Galaxy Past asked in an excited voice, "With your strength, there is no way you would appear in a small place like the miniature ancient world. Moreover, out of all the experts I know of in G.O.D's domain, I don't recall an expert like you. May I know if you are a person from that side?" An expert with a bronze combat technique capable of defeating him while using only starter's equipment couldn't be a nameless person in G.O.D's domain. Yet, Galaxy Past had never heard of the name of Black Flame. There was also no possibility of one of G.O.D's domain's big shots starting a sub-account. G.O.D's domain didn't allow players to have 2 accounts. After all, there was also no way any of those big shots would be willing to abandon their accounts and start all over again. Thus, the only explanation left for S.H.I. plus Feng's existence was that he was someone from that side. Someone from that side? What side? What does the guild leader mean? The surrounding spectators grew confused when they heard Galaxy Past's words. What did he mean by someone from that side? When Zhui Yalan and Lin Yaiyue heard Galaxy Past's words, though, their expressions instantly changed as they turned to look at S.H.I. plus Feng in shock and surprise. No way. He's someone from that side. Ordinary experts in G.O.D's domain, and even the middle management of the various major powers would probably be confused if they heard Galaxy Past's words. However, it was a different story for Zhui Yalan and Lin Yaiyue, who were reserve executives of first-rate guilds. Thanks to their status, they had the qualifications to touch upon information not privy to most ordinary powers in G.O.D's domain. Meanwhile, according to what they heard from their superiors, there wasn't just one world of G.O.D's domain, but many instead. Moreover, these other versions of G.O.D's domain were played by people from other planes of reality. Take the latest expansion pack, for example. When everyone heard that a war between 2 worlds of G.O.D's domain was going to be held, most people only assumed that the people from the other G.O.D's domain were merely other people from the same reality. After all, Earth wasn't the sole living place for humans. Humans living on other planets might be playing G.O.D's domain as well. Meanwhile, communication between planets was incredibly difficult, so it wasn't strange that they hadn't heard about humans on other planets playing G.O.D's domain until now. However, according to their understanding, the players from other versions of G.O.D's domain weren't living in the same reality as them at all. When Zhui Yalan and Lin Yaiyue first learned of this information, both of them had found it to be unbelievable. They thought it was nothing more than fantasy. However, after their superiors showed them evidence, they came to understand that all of this was true. Moreover, they also came to understand that the virtual reality game known as G.O.D's domain definitely wasn't as simple as everyone imagined it to be. Instead, it was a game that wagered the fate of humanity. Chapter 41. Its name is Zero Wing. Chapter 41. Its name is Zero Wing. Yalan, should we inform Elder Heart now? If Black Flame is from that side, I'm afraid we won't have the qualifications to handle this matter, Lin Yaiyue said, reminding her friend, who was still in a daze, of the severity of the situation. If the man known as Black Flame really came from that side, his value would be unimaginable. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that matters involving him were already outside their authority. According to the information they got from Mysterious Moon, The overall standard of outer world players was generally stronger than the players in their G.O.D's domain. In addition, these outer world players also said them in terms of training efficiency by a large margin. If they could join forces with an outer world power, they might be able to raise the strength of their guild members by a large margin. It might even be possible to instantly elevate the guild's rank by one whole level. However, this still wasn't the most important point. Rather than training methods, what was crucial to the various powers of their G.O.D's domain was the outer world's material resources. According to investigative reports, outer worlds had many precious resources not available in their G.O.D's domain. While these resources were deemed worthless by these outer worlds, they would become incredibly valuable when put in their G.O.D's domain. Some of these resources could even provide players with significant help in improving their personal strength. Meanwhile, seeing how abnormally strong Black Flame was, there was no way he would be an body in the outer world he came from. He might even have a Civ power backing him. If this was the case, the person known as Black Flame was no different than a mountain of endless treasures to them. All forces in G.O.D's domain would go crazy for him. It should be known that even after the World Sage had opened, players still couldn't freely travel between the two linked worlds of G.O.D's domain. Setting aside the various travel restrictions, just the resistance put up by the local powers would become a huge limiting factor. After all, none of the two worlds' local powers would casually allow outsiders from entering their world and plundering the resources there. It was only natural that they would desperately fight to control the World Sage and protect their resources. Seeing that Black Flame had managed to appear in the miniature ancient world despite this fact, it proved that Black Flame must have a secret path that allowed him to travel between different worlds of G.O.D's domain. Meanwhile, the value of such a secret path went without saying. However, Mysterious Moon wasn't the only guild that had discovered this matter thus far. There was also the Star Alliance, a guild which was stronger than Mysterious Moon. If they handled this situation poorly, they would become the sinners of Mysterious Moon. No wonder he is using starter's equipment even though he has such a stonies. Plussing skills. So this is the reason why. At this time, Zhuo Yalin also came back to her senses. When she remembered the scene when she first saw plus Feng, she felt that she had finally strung things together. Then she nodded and said, "You're right. Although we still can't be sure if Black Flame is someone from that side, Guild Leader Galaxy's insight and experience make it unlikely that he will be wrong. I'll log off now and contact Elder Hart and the others. Before that, you must find a way to fight for this opportunity. Yao Yue." After saying so, Zhuo Yalin promptly logged out of the game, not daring to waste even a moment. In the meantime, Lin Yaoyue took a deep breath to calm her frantic heart. Then, she quickly walked up to plus Feng. Meanwhile, plus Feng was a little surprised by Galaxy Past's inquiry. He didn't think Galaxy Past would mistake him for a player from another G.O.D's domain. However, it made sense after he thought about it. A nameless expert wearing starter's equipment had defeated a highly celebrated Apex expert in G.O.D's domain. No matter how one thought about it, there was no way such a situation could happen. Unless, of course, this nameless expert didn't originate from this world. After letting out a sigh, plus Feng looked at Galaxy Past and said, "With the current situation, I doubt you'll believe me even if I deny it, right? You jest. I'm sure an expert like you is a man of your word. Moreover, you don't need to lie to me, right?" Galaxy Past said, smiling. However, even though he spoke as if he would believe plus Feng regardless of S. H. I. plus Feng's answer. The confidence and determination in his eyes said otherwise. Seeing the look of determination on Galaxy Past's face, S. H. I. plus Feng helplessly nodded and said quietly, "Okay, I admit that I am not from this world." It was pointless for S. H. I. plus Feng to explain himself and clear up Galaxy Past's misunderstanding. Rather than waste his time on such a futile effort, he might as well keep up the misunderstanding and make the best of the situation. S. H. I. plus Feng was well aware that a solo player couldn't progress far in G.O.D's domain. If a player wished to climb to great heights, they would need the support of an organization. Even he, a former Tier 6 sword G.O.D, was no exception. Originally, S. H. I. plus Feng had planned to develop his own force after he had developed his strength and foundation a little more. Now, though, he could just skip this process. Meanwhile, Lin Yaoyue, who had just walked over, shuddered upon seeing S. H. I. plus Feng nodding. "It's actually true?" An inexplicable sense of excitement filled Lin Yaoyue as she looked at S. H. I. plus Feng's cloaked figure. However, she maintained a calm expression on her face, pretending as if she found this matter to be insignificant. "I knew you couldn't be bothered to lie to me," Galaxy Past said. He, too, grew a little excited after hearing S. H. I. plus Feng's affirmation. "I haven't had time to introduce myself before. I am Galaxy Past, the former guild leader of the Star Alliance, a first-rate power in this G.O.D's domain. May I know which outer world power you come from, Mr. Black Flame?" Zero Wing, S. H. I. plus Feng said, memories of his previous life suddenly surfacing in his mind. Then, after reminiscing for a brief moment, he added, "It's a relatively idle power. However, it is also the strongest power in the G.O.D's domain I come from." When talking about Zero Wing, S. H. I. plus Feng's words exuded the pride and confidence of a superior. The emotions in S. H. I. plus Feng's voice were so vivid that Galaxy Pass could even feel the influence Zero Wing held in the G.O.D's domain S. H. I. plus Feng originated from. The strongest power. Meanwhile, after hearing S. H. I. plus Feng's statement, both Galaxy Past and Lin Yaoyue were secretly shocked. At the same time, the enthusiasm in their hearts also cooled down a little. Neither of them had thought that S. H. I. plus Feng would have such a huge origin. Originally, they had wanted to fight for trading rights with S. H. I. plus Feng by relying on the influence and strength of their respective first-rate guilds. However, all of their previous thoughts had become a joke at this moment. If a guild could call itself the strongest power in a G.O.D's domain, one could easily imagine how frightening the strength and influence it held was. It should be known that even if the current 5 great super guilds banded together, they wouldn't dare to call themselves the strongest power in G.O.D's domain. Yet S. H. I. plus Feng had spoken without hesitation. Through this, they could tell that Zero Wing's strength in S. H. I. plus Feng's world was undisputed. It was also unlikely that S. H. I. plus Feng would lie to them. After all, experts were prideful creatures. It was especially true for experts of S. H. I. plus Feng's caliber. In addition, they were well-versed at reading people thanks to their experiences. Meanwhile, they could tell that S. H. I. plus Feng wasn't lying when he said he came from the strongest power in his G.O.D's domain. In that case, how could the strongest power of an entire G.O.D's domain possibly put first-rate guilds like the Star Alliance and Mysterious Moon in its eyes? "I know you want to trade with me, or rather, you want to make deals with the power behind me, S. H. I. Plus Fong smiled when he noticed the expressions of the two people before him turning a little ugly. Unfortunately, the guilds behind you do not have such qualifications. Even so, there's no need for you to be discouraged. Although the guilds behind you aren't qualified to be equal trading partners, your guilds have the chance to become an affiliated power. May I know if you two are interested? Chapter 2968, Chapter 42, Zero Wings Foundation. Chapter 2968, Chapter 42, Zero Wings Foundation, an affiliated power. Galaxy passed, and Lin Yaoyue were stunned when they heard S.H.I. plus Feng's words. Then complicated emotions appeared on their faces. If the person saying these words to them wasn't S.H.I. plus Feng, the representative of Zero Wing, but a representative of some other superpower instead, their answers would have told this person to get lost without hesitation. Although there were many first-rate guilds in D's domain, it didn't mean that they were weaklings. A typical first-rate guild would have control over 100 major cities or more. Top-tier first-rate guilds would even have control over an entire medium-sized kingdom. Hence, first-rate guilds were by no means pushovers. It was especially true for their two guilds. They were confident that their respective guilds could become a super first-rate guild and join the ranks of D's domain's superpowers in the future. At that time, apart from the 5 great super guilds, there would be no other existence that their two guilds would be afraid of offending. Thus, asking their two guilds to become affiliated powers was nothing but a joke. After pondering in silence for a moment, Lin Yaoyue took a deep breath and said in a neutral tone, "I'm afraid I do not have the authority to give you an answer right now, Mr. Black Flame. I will have to discuss your offer with my superiors first. I'm afraid I will also have to discuss it over with my guild's current guild leader," Galaxy Pass said, nodding in agreement with Lin Yaoyue. "Do you think that my condition is a little too brazen?" S.H.I. plus Phone wasn't surprised when he heard Galaxy passed and Lin Yaoyue rejecting his offer. Chuckling, he said, "Don't be so quick to shoot down my offer. I understand the pride you have for your respective guilds. After all, a first-rate guild is only one step away from joining the ranks of superpowers. I'm guessing that your respective guilds aren't even afraid of ordinary superpowers right now, much less becoming an affiliated power to one." Galaxy passed, and Lin Yaoyue remained silent as they looked at S.H.I. plus Phone, evidently agreeing with what S.H.I. plus Phone had just said. "Since you wish to consider, take your time doing so," S.H.I. plus Phone said. "However, before that, I plan to show you Zero Wings Foundations. How about making a decision after that? May I know how you plan to display it, Mr. Black Flame?" Galaxy Past asked curiously. Lin Yaoyue also nodded her head, her eyes looking at S.H.I. plus Phone with curiosity. There was no way any of their guilds would willingly become an affiliated power without something to convince them. Though, even if S.H.I. plus Phone did show them Zero Wings might, their two guilds would most likely still reject his offer. After all, their two guilds possessed great ambitions for the future. How could they possibly submit themselves to another power just for some small profits? However, it'd be a lie if they said that they weren't curious about how powerful outer world powers were. After thinking for a moment, S.H.I. plus Phone said, "How about we raid this team dungeon together?" "Raid this team dungeon? Does that mean you plan on having your guild's other experts come over?" Galaxy Past's eyes brightened. The strength of a power relied heavily on the number and quality of the experts it possessed. If he could use this opportunity to see the number and quality of experts Zero Wing possessed, he could make a rough guess of Zero Wing's strength. "No, it'll be just me," S.H.I. plus Fong said, shaking his head. "Only one person?" Lin Yaoyue was stunned. She failed to understand S.H.I. plus Feng's intentions. How will you display zero wing strength? Then, a power's foundation couldn't be composed of just one expert. Even if a guild had a tier 6 D-ranked expert leading it, it would simply be evaluated as a top-tier first-rate guild in D's domain. I'll show it through our mana technique, S.H.I. plus Feng said with a faint smile. Mana technique. Lin Yaoyue grew even more confused. Any expert at tier 4 or above would come into contact with mana techniques. It was because mana techniques were a form of manipulating mana, just like how combat techniques were a form of manipulating the physical body. Meanwhile, after reaching tier 4, players would need to learn a lot about mana usage, since only by doing so could they display the power of tier 4 skills and spells. Hence, so long as players reached tier 4, they would have to touch upon knowledge of this aspect, even if they didn't want to. Meanwhile, mana techniques were the best tools for learning how to manipulate mana. However, while mana techniques might be rare in D's domain, their rarity hadn't reached a point where they could be considered priceless. Even first-rate powers would have a few mana techniques in their possession, let alone superpowers. Thus, mana techniques couldn't be used to prove a guild's strength. You'll understand once we reach the boss, S.H.I. plus Feng said, not bothering to explain himself. What do you two think? The Star Alliance has no problem with this arrangement, Galaxy Pass said nonchalantly. Since he had already lost the challenge, the Star Alliance naturally wouldn't have anything to do with this L-mode team dungeon any longer. However, while he couldn't acquire the items inside the team dungeon, getting the opportunity to understand an outer world expert wasn't a bad idea either. After all, the current powers of D's domain had incredibly little information on outer world players. Mysterious Moon doesn't have any problem with this arrangement either, Lin Yaoyue said, nodding. Good. We'll form a 1,000-man team and enter right away. Then S.H.I. plus Feng said. Then he sent a team invitation to Galaxy Past and Lin Yaoyue. Meanwhile, neither Galaxy Past nor Lin Yaoyue had a problem with S.H.I. plus Feng becoming the leader of the team. After all, they wouldn't have felt reconciled if they had let each other lead the team. Rather than have one of them lead the team and the other feeling unreconciled, they might as well let S.H.I. plus Feng become the team leader. After joining S.H.I. plus Feng's team, Galaxy Past and Lin Yaoyue had their respective team disband and join S.H.I. plus Feng's team. In less than 10 minutes, a team of 1,000 top-tier experts was formed and ready to enter the L-mode team dungeon. The inside of the miniature Ancient Worlds team dungeons was completely different from that of the Outside Worlds team dungeons. The inside of the team dungeon was so massive that it looked more like a regional dungeon instead. Moreover, not only were there level 103 to level 105 Great Lord ranked demonic beasts, but there were also plenty of level 105 Grand Lord ranked demonic beasts leading these Great Lords. Even the smallest group of monsters in the team dungeon had at least several thousand Great Lords and 50 Grand Lords, while some of the bigger groups had over 100 Grand Lords and a mythic ranked demonic beasts leading them. Rather than a dungeon raid, it felt more like they were fighting on a primordial battlefield instead. Moreover, these demonic beasts behaved more like soldiers than monsters. Not only did they move in unison, but they would also always fight in groups instead of alone. An ordinary Tier 3 expert team would stand no chance against these organized monsters. However, faced against the elites of 2 first-rate guilds, these demonic beasts were still a little lacking. Even the weakest expert on the team was geared in a mix of level 100 dark gold and epic equipment. In addition, there were over a dozen refinement realm experts on the team plus Lin Yaoyue and Galaxy Past. Lin Yaoyue was a great mage who had reached the flowing water realm. She was akin to a human-shaped cannon, and she could instantly cast Tier 3 AoE spells one after another. As for Galaxy Past, he was a domain realm berserker. Even when mythic-ranked demonic beasts tried to attack Lin Yaoyue and stop her rampage, none of them could get close to her because of Galaxy Past. In less than 5 hours, S.H.I. plus Feng and the others had already successfully arrived at the central castle inside the team dungeon. And here I thought this H.E.L.L. mode team dungeon was going to be challenging. It seems I overestimated it. That's not true. We already killed 4 mythic monsters on our way here. These mythic monsters could already be regarded as the final boss in other dungeons. Moreover, you shouldn't forget that our team consists of the core experts of 2 first-rate guilds. Any other team would have gotten annihilated several times by now. That's right. Didn't you see guild leader Galaxy stopping a level 105 mythic monster all by himself? I doubt you can find another expert with such strength in the miniature ancient world. Everyone was thrilled when they arrived in front of the ancient castle. It also didn't look like they had just experienced a series of tough battles at all, since none of them looked tired. This should be where the legacy is located, right? Everyone's already rested, so should we open the door now? Lin Yaoyue asked S.H.I. plus Feng when she saw that everyone was mostly rested. S.H.I. plus Feng had hardly ever fought on their way here. Apart from when he needed to protect the healers, he spent most of his time commanding the team. Meanwhile, Lin Yaoyue had to admit that S.H.I. plus Feng was an incredibly capable commander, his commands maximizing the team's combat power. However, even until now, she had yet to see the foundation S.H.I. plus Feng had promised to display. Now that they were about to fight the final boss, she couldn't help but wonder what the mana technique S.H.I. plus Feng mentioned was all about. All right, open it, S.H.I. plus Feng said as he stood up from the stone pedestal he sat on. Upon hearing S.H.I. plus Feng's command, the several dozen berserkers on the team approached the massive stone doors that measured 30 meters in height. Then they pushed against it with all their might, opening it slowly. When a gap formed between the doors, an ancient aura promptly flooded out of the gap. At the same time, a vast courtyard with a dragon statue in the middle entered everyone's eyes. There were also divine runes engraved across the courtyard ground. Meanwhile, as the doors gradually opened, not only did the runes on the ground light up as if awakened, but the dragon statue in the middle also started to tremble and crack. Then, under everyone's gaze, the statue exploded, and a real dragon appeared in its place. A Tier 4 bronze dragon? How is this possible? Why would a dragon appear in a H.E.L.L. mode team dungeon? Everyone was stunned when they looked at the 80-meter tall bronze dragon. Schwartold, dragon, mythic, level 105 HP? Dragons were the personification of destruction in G.O.D's domain. They were also the apex race of G.O.D's domain. Even a Tier 3 infant dragon was more than capable of destroying a city by themselves, while a Tier 4 adult dragon could plunge an entire kingdom into despair and possibly even annihilation. Let's retreat quickly, Mr. Blackflame. A Tier 4 dragon isn't something current players can go up against, Lin Yaoyue hurriedly suggested. Even Tier 5 players would have a headache fighting a Tier 4 dragon, let alone Tier 3 players like themselves. Unless they could get the help of a Tier 5 expert, only death would await them if they tried to challenge Schwartold. A dragon? No, that's not right. After looking at the engravings on the ground, S.H.I. plus Feng said, while he might be a bona fide Tier 4 dragon, He has already died for quite some time by the looks of it. His body is merely being controlled by the runes on the ground. That should be the case. Galaxy Past agreed with S. H. I. plus Feng's A. N. A. Lysis. If this H.E.L. L mode team dungeon really requires players to fight against a Tier 4 dragon, I doubt there is any team in the current miniature ancient world capable of raiding this dungeon. Looking at the raid environment, I believe we are required to figure out a way to destroy the pillars with engravings located around the battlefield. If we do that, the dragon will probably fall on its own. That is true, but we have to face a Tier 4 dragon as we destroy those pillars. Lin Yaoyue said, feeling a little exasperated. Even if they had the strength to destroy the pillars, they had to survive the dragon's onslaught before they could do so. However, even if all of them combined their strength, they probably couldn't survive even a hit from the Tier 4 dragon. Indeed, if we cannot face the dragon's attacks, destroying those pillars will be nothing but a dream, Galaxy Pass said, nodding in agreement. It seems our only option now is to retreat. Let's leave quickly. Then, if the dragon starts attacking us, none of us should think of leaving, Lin Yaoyue hurriedly said. Hold on a second, S.H.I. plus Feng suddenly said. Although we have to face a Tier 4 dragon, we are not without a chance. A chance? Looking at S.H.I. plus Feng in confusion, Lin Yaoyue asked, What chance? Honestly, Lin Yaoyue felt reluctant to give up on the raid so easily. After all, this was one of the miniature ancient world's legacies they were talking about. If she could get her hands on it, she might be able to improve herself further. However, no matter how she looked at it, there was simply no way they could go up against a Tier 4 dragon. I'm not sure if I can succeed, but I will only know after I try. After saying so, S.H.I. plus Feng took a step forward, instantly entering Schwartold's area of influence. Immediately, the bronze dragon stood up from its resting position and swung one of its massive claws at S.H.I. plus Feng. Is he crazy? Lin Yaoyue was momentarily dumbfounded by this situation. At this time, even Galaxy Past couldn't help but gape in shock at this scene. He didn't think that S.H.I. plus Feng meant this when the other party said he would try. S.H.I. plus Feng had just provoked a Tier 4 dragon. Although it is a little early, I can use this opportunity to test out the effects of this move. S.H.I. plus Feng thought as he looked at the approaching claw that destabilized the surrounding S.P.A.C. Then he unsheathed the Winter of Eternal Night, wielded it over his head with both hands, and activated the sword's skill Radiant Night, which increased the rank of his attack by 2. Immediately afterward, S.H.I. plus Feng swung down his sword against the approaching dragon claw. First Sword, Light Shadow. Chapter 43, One Sword to Shake the Ages. Chapter 43, One Sword to Shake the Ages, when S.H.I. plus Feng swung the Winter of Eternal Night. An illusory sword measuring over a dozen meters long suddenly appeared. Then, the illusory sword created a dark trail in the air as it descended toward the oncoming dragon claw, the constantly extending spatial tear, making it seem as if the sky was being cleaved in half. Boom, accompanied by a deafening boom. Spatial cracks appeared all around the courtyard. Immediately afterward, a shockwave spread across the courtyard. The shockwave so strong that everyone standing outside the courtyard's entrance had stumbled backward. Even Galaxy Past, a player as strong as a Tier 4 mythic monster, had to take half a step back before he managed to stabilize his body. Was he not serious during our previous fight? Galaxy Past was shocked when he saw the state of the courtyard. Although Galaxy Past dared not say that he was the strongest Tier 5 player before coming to the miniature ancient world, he still considered himself one of the top-ranking Tier 5 experts in G.O.D's domain back then. Now that he had entered the miniature ancient world with the blood dragon set and famed saber ice roar, he felt he should be an invincible existence here. Even if there was someone stronger than him, the gap in strength between them should be limited. An example would be how H.I. plus Fong was only slightly stronger than him even after relying on a powerful bronze combat technique. However, what was up with this situation? Right now, H.I. plus Fong had not only shattered S.P.A.C. with one move, but he had even forcibly stopped a Tier 4 dragon's attack. This was no longer at the level of just being slightly stronger. S.H.I. plus Fong was already standing in a completely different dimension. Is this the mana technique he spoke of? Lin Yue was also dumbfounded by this scene. She had seen experts using mana techniques before, and the power of these mana techniques went without saying. The boost in power a mana technique provided could practically rival a Tier 4 berserk skill. However, even the strongest mana technique she knew of could not let a Tier 3 player contend against a Tier 4 dragon. Dragons were existences regarded as invincible among opponents of the same tier. Even domain realm experts would need to have an advantage of at least one tier to go up against a dragon of the same level. Meanwhile, experts capable of going up against dragons of the same tier were regarded as legendary individuals in God's domain. When everyone was in shock, a figure flew out of the shattered S.P.A.C. in the courtyard center and landed around 20 yards away, as expected of a Tier 4 dragon. It still has such power even though it is already dead. S.H.I. plus Fong revealed a bitter smile as he looked at his trembling hands and humming weapon. It seems this is the limit of this move. Light Shadow was the first of 3 parts of the Holy Annihilation mana technique that the heavenly blue Saint Eliade was known for. Even though Light Shadow was only the weakest out of the 3 parts, it's still Serpa S, said the standard of the mana techniques used by ordinary tier 6G. Oh, DS. Not only did one require an extremely powerful physique to use Light Shadow, but one would also need an incredibly high concentration standard. Under normal circumstances, a Tier 3 player should be incapable of executing Light Shadow perfectly. However, thanks to his legendary mana body and Winter of Eternal Night, S.H.I. plus Fong managed to turn the impossible possible. Unfortunately, even with the complete Light Shadow at his disposal, S.H.I. plus Fong still didn't have enough strength to go up against a Tier 4 dragon. After only one exchange, not only did he get sent flying, but he had also lost around 1/3 of his HP. In other words, he would be killed after receiving 3 more normal attacks from Schwartold. Before S.H.I. plus Fong could finish lamenting his weakness, Schwartold suddenly flapped its wings and soared into the air. Then it raised its claw once more and started gathering mana around it. Evidently, the bronze dragon planned to use a skill or spell this time instead of a normal attack. Not good. That's the Tier 4 dragon magic, Meteor. Lin Yaoyue's complexion paled when she saw the magic arrays forming around Schwartold's claw. Dragon magic was a type of ancient magic that Serpa S said the magic found in modern God's domain. Under the same tier, the power of dragon magic far Serpa S said that of ordinary magic. The cast time was also much shorter. Dragon magic was one of the reasons that made dragons invincible among opponents of the same tier. Meanwhile, among Tier 4 dragon magic, Meteor was a large-scale destruction spell capable of obliterating an area of several hundred yards in one hit. It's over. There's no way we can run away in time. How can this be? Everyone's expressions turned ugly when they looked at the bronze dragon in the air. Dragon magic of the destruction variety wasn't just capable of destroying physical objects. After the spell's power reached a certain extent, it could even destroy souls, which also included the souls of players. If they got hit by Schwartold's meteor now, even if their souls didn't get erased, their souls would still enter a heavily injured state. They would most likely be prohibited from logging into D's domain for at least half a month if that happened. If they were still on the main continent, they wouldn't have minded losing half a month's worth of progress. However, now that everyone was desperately fighting for resources in the miniature ancient world, losing half a month's worth of progress would create an insurmountable gap between them and the experts of other guilds. At this time, even Galaxy Past couldn't help but smile bitterly at this situation. He had originally come with the goal of spectating. He didn't think he would end up getting dragged into such a mess. This would become a huge loss for the Star Alliance. However, when everyone was quietly waiting for death to claim them, Fong suddenly shouted in the team chat, saying, "Guild leader, Galaxy, I'll pin down the boss while you figure out a way to destroy those stone pillars." Pin down the boss. Didn't you try that already? Galaxy Past couldn't help but grow confused when he saw Fong suddenly charging at the bronze dragon once more. It was already a miracle that Fong had managed to receive the bronze dragon's normal attack without dying previously. After all, Fong was only geared in starter's equipment right now. There was no way Fong could stand a chance against Tier 4 dragon magic. It should be known that the legendary individuals who had managed to clash against dragons of the same tier had done so while being fully geared in delay equipment. Had they repeated their feats using only secret silver equipment, they would have died 10 times out of 10. Not to mention Fong was currently 1 tier lower than the Tier 4 bronze dragon. Only death would await him if he tried to stop the bronze dragon's Tier 4 dragon magic with the move he used before. The move before might not work, but I still have another move I can try, Fong said in a serious tone. However, you need to move quickly. I won't be able to hold it down for very long. He still has another move. Galaxy Past was momentarily stunned. Then, just when he thought of dissuading Fong, he saw Fong leap into the air and stay suspended in midair. He's hovering? Isn't the flight ability only available at Tier 4? Could it be a Tier 3 skill or spell? Everyone was once again shocked when they looked at Fong hovering in the air. No, he's using his mana domain to fly. Moreover, it's a complete mana domain. Galaxy Past also felt flabbergasted by this situation. Is he really human? How can he already use a complete mana domain at Tier 3? An epic mana body. Does he have an epic mana body? Lin Yaoyue couldn't help but rub her eyes and wonder if she was dreaming when she saw Fong flying. Unlike ordinary expert players, she knew that players would need to fulfill one condition if they wished to use a complete mana domain at Tier 3, and that was to have an epic mana body, something that even Tier 6 D-ranked experts dreamed of obtaining. Roar. When everyone was in shock, Schwartold let loose an angry roar, seemingly dissatisfied with Fong standing at the same height as him. In the blink of an eye, the magic arrays surrounding his claw finished forming, and he promptly smashed his claw down at Fong. Come. Seeing the descending claw, Fong raised the winter of eternal night once more. This time, though, he got into a stance for a horizontal slash instead of a vertical slash. Immediately afterward, both the mana in the courtyard and the mana in the void started gathering around the winter of eternal night, the speed at which mana gathered dozens of times faster than that of Schwartold's meteor. The mana vortex that formed had even taken on physical properties already. Second sword, Holy Devour, S-H-I, plus Feng swung his sword, summoning a torrent of blinding flames that brightly illuminated the entire courtyard, the flames devouring even S-P, sea itself as they made their way toward the oncoming dragon claw. Boom, boom, boom. The collision between the torrent of flames and the dragon claw was akin to a collision between two meteors. Flames instantly flooded the entire courtyard, and the entire sky had transformed into an empty void. Meanwhile, after the flames in the void vanished, the bronze dragon in midair could be seen pushed back by half a step from its original position. Several scales had also fallen off its claw, and dark golden blood could be seen flowing from its wounds. Chapter 44, The Fifth Person? Chapter 44, The Fifth Person? The dragon's injured. He managed to injure a Tier 4 dragon. Is he even human? Everyone gasped when they saw the dark golden blood flowing down from Schwartold's claw, their minds having a hard time believing this situation. Looking at S-H-I plus foam suspended in midair, Lin Yaiwa couldn't help but ask Galaxy Past, if Black Flame can injure a Tier 4 dragon at Tier 3, he should be on par with those legendary individuals. Right, Guild Leader Galaxy? No, I'm afraid that even those legendary individuals are incapable of accomplishing plussing such a feat, Galaxy Pass said, shaking his head after snapping out of his daze. I think only those four are capable of doing something like this. Those regarded as legends in D's domain were D-ranked experts who had accomplished many miraculous feats and possessed Estonies. Plussing battle records. However, Galaxy Past had never heard of anyone ever managing to injure a Tier 4 dragon while they were only at Tier 3. Those four. When Lin Yaiwa heard Galaxy Past's lysis, a deep sense of awe and yearning also appeared in her eyes. If one were to try and decide who was the strongest among the many D-ranked experts in D's domain, it would only lead to an endless and inconclusive argument. However, if one were to point out which D-ranked experts shouldn't be provoked at any costs, it would have to be those four D-ranked experts. Unlike other D-ranked experts, those four were the real deal. They were existences capable of holding their ground against Tier 6 DS all by themselves. The strength of Tier 6 DS was undisputed in D's domain. Even creatures as strong as dragons had no choice but to submit in front of DS. This was because any random D possessed the strength to transcend tiers. They were not existences that ordinary dragons could hope to match. Meanwhile, it was also because of the existence of these four D-ranked experts that the 5 great super guilds wouldn't dare to call themselves the strongest even if all 5 of them banded together. Only, this was a secret only known to a small number of people. Typically, only the executives of first-rate powers and superpowers would know about this secret. As for everyone else, they recognized the 5 great super guilds as the strongest powers in D's domain. Now that S-H-I plus Feng had displayed strength on par with those four, Lin Yaiwa had no choice but to start reconsidering S-H-I plus Feng's previous offer. At this moment, though S-H-I plus Feng wasn't faring as well as everyone thought as he faced the bronze dragon before him. Sure enough, Holy Devour isn't something that can be used at Tier 3. I'll be drained of concentration and stamina if I use it a few more times, S-H-I plus Feng thought, a bitter smile appearing on his face as he looked at his trembling arm. Originally, S-H-I Plus Fong had only planned to display Light Shadow's effects to let Galaxy Pass and Lin Yaoyue become aware of the existence of such a special mana usage method. After all, there was a significant difference even among mana techniques. In the case of the average mana technique, it could only increase a player's combat power to a certain extent and help players familiarize themselves with the basic principles of mana. However, in the case of powerful mana techniques, not only could they allow players to transcend tiers, but they could also improve players' control over mana drastically. Meanwhile, even stronger mana techniques would be the ones created by saints. Not only could these mana techniques allow players to thoroughly grasp the basic operating principles of mana, but they could also grant players the opportunity to master a law. The Holy Annihilation mana technique was something the Heavenly Blue Saint had created. Mana techniques of such caliber were extraordinarily rare even among the many worlds of God's domain as H.I. plus Fong had visited during his previous life. Meanwhile, so long as players perfectly mastered a mana technique, they could create countless copies of the technique's manual and share it with others, just like combat techniques. Only, achieving perfect mastery over a mana technique was very challenging. Even among Tier 6 D-ranked experts, few could achieve such a feat, however. As luck would have it, S.H.I. plus Fong had perfectly mastered the Holy Annihilation mana technique. So, he could make as many copies of Holy Annihilation's manual as he wanted. This was also why he was confident in negotiating with the Star Alliance and Mysterious Moon. However, S.H.I. plus Fong felt that he had just incurred a huge loss. Not only did he fail to let Light Shadow's effects, S.H.I. plus NE, but he had even used Holy Devour, something that he shouldn't be using at Tier 3. To make matters worse, even after using Holy Devour, he had only managed to push back the Bronze Dragon and nothing more. There isn't much time left. It seems I have no choice but to go for broke. After taking a look at Radiant Knight's remaining duration, S.H.I. plus Fong shouted in the team chat, Guild Leader Galaxy. 10 seconds. I can only hold the boss for 10 seconds. Only 10? Galaxy Pass was surprised when he heard S.H.I. plus Feng's words. He didn't think that S.H.I. plus Fong could only pin down the Bronze Dragon for such a short time. However, after thinking it over, he felt this was a reasonable outcome. After all, it was already unbelievable that S.H.I. plus Fong could hold off a Tier 4 dragon for 10 seconds using only starter's equipment. Immediately, Galaxy Pass responded, Okay, since that's the case, we'll go all out as well. Destroying all pillars in 10 seconds. How is that even possible? When Lin Yaoyue looked at the stone pillars located around the courtyard, she couldn't help but feel that the time S.H.I. plus Fong had given them was too short. There were 3 stone pillars in the courtyard, and every one of them had a magic barrier protecting them. Moreover, based on the structure of the barriers, she could tell that these barriers were created by Tier 4 defensive magic arrays. Attacks under Tier 4 would do little to no effect against them. Moreover, even if their team could launch attacks at the Tier 4 standard, they still needed to deplete the mana reserves of these barriers. In other words, they needed to overcome 3 Tier 4 defensive magic arrays in the short time of 10 seconds. It should be known that even the weakest Tier 4 defensive magic array would need over 100 Tier 4 attacks to deplete. Currently, Galaxy Pass was the only person on the team capable of launching Tier 4 attacks. No matter how Lin Yaoyue looked at it, there was no way Galaxy Pass could destroy 3 Tier 4 defensive magic arrays in 10 seconds. Just leave it to us, little girl. Once we start charging for the pillars, all you need to do is dump as many AoE spells on the pillars as you can, Galaxy Pass said with a confident smile. Lin Yaoyue grew even more confused after hearing Galaxy Pass's words. She couldn't understand what the other party planned to do. However, she still nodded and said, "That won't be a problem." However, AoE spells don't differentiate between friend and foe. Don't blame me if you get hurt. Don't worry. We've long since gotten used to such matters, Galaxy Past said nonchalantly. Then he looked at the 8 refinement realm experts behind him and said, "All right, let's begin." Hearing Galaxy Past's words, the 8 refinement realm experts from the Star Alliance smiled bitterly. Then they each took out a blood-red crystal from their bags and started chanting an incantation. As soon as the 8 refinement realm experts were done chanting, blood-red magic arrays started appearing around Galaxy Past. Then Ama's sieve amount of mana flooded Galaxy Past's body, causing his aura to increase in intensity rapidly. A battle array. Lin Yaiwe was dumbfounded when she saw this scene. Battle arrays were incredibly rare in D's domain, as they allowed a group of players to share their mana and increase their combat power significantly. However, the various large guilds treated battle arrays as their trump cards. No guild would take out their battle array for use without an important reason. Even though she was a reserve executive of Mysterious Moon, she had never gotten the opportunity to personally see a battle array in action. After all, battle arrays were consumables that would disappear after use. There was no way guilds would use such precious items to raid a dungeon. Before Lin Yaiwe could recover her senses, Galaxy Past had already transformed into an afterimage as he dashed straight for the nearest stone pillar. His speed was so fast that even Tier 3 experts had a hard time catching him with their eyes. Roar! Meanwhile, the instant Galaxy Past started charging for one of the pillars, the bronze dragon in the air also let loose an angry roar. Evidently, Schwartold had realized Galaxy Past's intentions. "Don't even think of getting away from me." However, plus Fong naturally wouldn't allow Schwartold to interrupt Galaxy Past. Immediately, he sent another Holy Devour SMAs. Plussing into the bronze dragon. Meanwhile, seeing the dazzling torrent of flames appearing once more, Schwartold hurriedly dismissed his thoughts of stopping Galaxy Past and swiped its tail at the flames. It dared not receive the full brunt of plus Feng's attack with its body at all. Boom, boom, boom. Subsequently, intense shockwaves shook the entire castle, and the sea above the courtyard transformed into a dark void. Good. I nearly thought I was a goner. Galaxy Past breathed a deep sigh of relief when he saw plus Fong successfully stopping the bronze dragon. Then he promptly started Brandis. Plussing his saber against the magic barrier in front of him. 1 SLAs. Plus 2 slashes. 3 slashes. For slashes, advanced combat technique, Skybreaker. For energy blades, converged into 1 before SMAs. Plus ing into the magic barrier. The powerful attack instantly reducing the barrier's defensive properties by a large margin. Attack it quickly. Galaxy Past hurriedly shouted upon seeing the magic barrier weakening. Heeding Galaxy Past's command, Lin Yaiwe and the other magical CLA's players who had already finished chanting the incantation for a large-scale combination spell promptly released their spell at the weakened magic barrier. Boom. After just 1 hit, the weakened magic barrier started cracking slowly. Then, after this phenomenon continued for 2 seconds, the magic barrier disappeared, and the stone pillar it protected transformed into dust. In the meantime, Galaxy Past had already arrived in front of the second stone pillar and executed another Skybreaker against the magic barrier before him. Seeing this, Lin Yaiwe started double casting without hesitation and bombarded the weakened magic barrier with a series of spells. 5 seconds later, the second stone pillar also turned to dust. Despicable intruders. You have angered me. Along with the second pillar's destruction, Schwartold's anger also reached its peak. Immediately, he flapped his wings and soared higher into the sky, having no intention of getting entangled with S.H.I. plus foam any longer. Then, after putting 100 yards between himself and S.H.I. plus foam, he opened his mouth. As soon as the bronze dragon opened his mouth, time in the surrounding area had seemingly stopped for a moment. Then, all mana within the area disappeared into the bronze dragon's mouth, the absence of mana causing everyone to feel uncomfortable and suffocated. Die! The bronze dragon let loose an angry roar. Then, a destructive beam of light that was as bright as the sun shot out of the bronze dragon's mouth. Not good. It's a dragon breath. That's cheating. Why is his dragon breath's preparation time so short? Everyone fell into despair when they saw the descending beam of light. Dragon breath was the strongest attack a dragon was capable of using. It was stronger than even dragon magic. Meanwhile, the dragon breath used by a Tier 4 dragon could instantly destroy an entire city. It simply wasn't something that a bunch of Tier 3 players could stop. At this time, S.H.I. plus foam also wore a grave expression on his face. Immediately, he swung the winter of eternal night horizontally and activated World of Frost. Afterward, with S.H.I. plus foam as the center, the temperature within a 500-yard radius instantly plummeted. Then, 9 Civ Frost swords appeared out of thin air, the presence of these swords causing the surrounding S.P.A.C. to tremble. Go! With a pale complexion, S.H.I. plus foam manipulated the 9 frost swords and executed Light Shadow with all 9 of them. He fused a mana technique with a skill. How is this possible? When Lin Yaoyue and the others saw S.H.I. plus foam using Light Shadow with all 9 frost swords, they were so shocked that they had even forgotten about their fear of the oncoming dragon breath. It was common knowledge that mana techniques were special means of manipulating mana. In essence, mana techniques were the same as skills and spells. The only difference was that mana techniques did not rely on magic arrays to take form. Hence, it should be impossible to use mana techniques in conjunction with skills and spells. At most, players could mana techniques with support skills and spells that buffed their combat performance indirectly. Yet now, S.H.I. plus foam was using mana to manipulate mana, achieving a true fusion between mana technique and skill. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions rang out in the sky as the frost swords clashed with the dragon breath one after another. Meanwhile, along with the destruction of each frost sword, the power of Schwartold's dragon breath also grew weaker and weaker. By the time the 7th frost sword had disappeared, Schwartold's dragon breath had also faded out of existence. At the same time as S.H.I. plus foam successfully stopped the dragon breath galaxy past, and the others had also destroyed the last stone pillar, which, in turn, caused the bronze dragon in the sky to transform into dust with a reluctant expression. Chapter 45, Dragon's Loot. Chapter 45, Dragon's Loot. We did it. We won. Everyone cheered out loud when they saw the bronze dragon disappearing. Although everyone present had raided many HEL mode team dungeons in the past, this was undoubtedly the first time they raided one with a Tier 4 dragon guarding it. Moreover, they had done so while still being at Tier 3 only. This was a feat that could go down in the annals of D's domain. While everyone was celebrating in joy and excitement, the sound of a system notification entered their ears. System, congratulations. You are the first team to have raided the HEL mode team dungeon Sleeping Dragon's Castle. 100 Flow City reputation plus 100 Level +1, legacy skill point +5. What abundant rewards! As expected of the miniature ancient world. I can't believe it gave us a whole level. It would be great if we can get a few more of these rewards. 100 city reputation points. With this many points, we can already start accepting city quests from the Adventurers Association. Everyone was flabbergasted by the abundant first clear reward. It was especially true for the Star Alliance's members. This was a pleasant surprise to all of them. Setting aside the EXP they gained, just the 5 legacy skill points reward was already more than enough to make the time they spent here worthwhile. In D's domain, players could only learn their respective SACE legacy skills through spending legacy skill points. However, obtaining legacy skill points outside of the leveling up was incredibly difficult. Typically, only epic quests would award legacy skill points. Even then, players could only get 3 to 5 points per quest. For experts of their caliber, the value of legacy skill points far said that of top-tier weapons and equipment. Now that everyone on the team had received 5 legacy skill points, it was as if everyone had just completed an epic quest. The first clear reward was truly generous. However, after a moment of excitement, everyone quickly had their attention drawn toward the rain of light that had appeared after the bronze dragon's death. When the bundles of light landed on the ground one after another, they transformed into glittering items and quickly formed a small mountain. Eventually, when the rain of light ended and 2 stone tablets radiating a dark purple glow appeared, both the Star Alliance's and Mysterious Moon's members couldn't help but gulp. AP. Are you kidding me? This is insane. 2 ancient legacies. Moreover, both are peak legacies. Mysterious Moon really lucked out this time. They might even get 2 apex combatants thanks to these legacies. At this moment, even Galaxy Past, who was originally behaving indifferently toward the Bronze Dragon's loot, couldn't help but grow envious when he saw the 2 peak legacies hovering in the air. If players wished to have a better future in D's domain, they would have to climb to higher tiers. Meanwhile, the best way to improve one's tier was to obtain a hidden CLA. While it was true that hidden SES tended to increase the difficulty of leveling up and getting promoted to higher tiers, the difficulty increase was negligible compared to the boost in combat power and knowledge players could obtain. Players would still have a net positive gain after obtaining a hidden CLA. According to the statistics players in D's domain had made throughout the years, even a basic CLA. Legacy could increase an expert player's chances of reaching Tier 4 by 10%, while an advanced legacy provided a 30% increase, and a peak legacy provided a 50% increase. In the case of peak legacies, they could even increase players' chances of reaching Tier 5 by roughly 10%. While 10% might not seem like much, it should be known that Tier 4 experts would have to go to L, and back to even increase their chances of reaching Tier 5 by 1%. An increase of 10% would require a Tier 4 player to experience numerous fortuitous opportunities to obtain. We hit the jackpot. 2 peak legacies. With this, Vice Commander Sky and Vice Commander Nightingale will have a chance at reaching Tier 5. What do you mean they have a chance? The 2 Vice Commanders already had a huge chance at reaching Tier 5 originally. If they receive a peak legacy on top of that, it's almost guaranteed that they'll reach Tier 5. If we gain 2 more Tier 5 experts, our guild will instantly enter the ranks of top-tier first-rate guilds. Mysterious Moon's members grew ecstatic as they looked at the 2 stone tablets floating in the air. The strength of a guild depended on the number of experts it possessed. In the case of first-rate guilds, their strength was determined based on the number of Tier 5 experts they possessed. Meanwhile, if a first-rate guild possessed 10 Tier 5 experts, it would be categorized as a top-tier first-rate guild. Of course, if a first-rate guild had one Tier 6 D-ranked expert, it could similarly be categorized as such. Previously, Mysterious Moon had always been stuck at just 9 Tier 5 experts. Hence, it could never enter the ranks of top-tier first-rate guilds. Now that Mysterious Moon had acquired 2 peak legacies, it was almost certain that Mysterious Moon would become a top-tier first-rate guild in the future. However, during the time Mysterious Moon's members were celebrating joyfully, Lin Yaoyue suddenly approached S.H.I. plus Feng and took a deep breath, saying, "Mr. Black Flame, although you have previously told Nightingale that you don't need any legacies, a peak legacy is far more valuable than the average legacy. I believe you will need it as well. However, may I ask if you can let Mysterious Moon have both of them? Mysterious Moon is willing to pay you the appropriate price." Upon hearing Lin Yaoyue's words, Mysterious Moon's members instantly fell silent. Then, they turned to look at S.H.I. plus Feng, their hearts palpitating anxiously. Peak CLA. S legacies possessed extraordinary value in G.O.D's domain. When confronted with 2 peak legacies, even super guilds would break their promises without hesitation, let alone an outer world player power. If the person they were dealing with was an ordinary expert, they wouldn't have bothered negotiating at all. They would have simply gone along with their previous agreement and taken the 2 peak legacies for themselves. However, the person they currently faced was S.H.I. plus Feng, an existence capable of contending against a Tier 4 bronze dragon at Tier 3. S.H.I. plus Feng could decide their life and death with nothing more than a thought. Not to mention, the Star Alliance was also present. So long as S.H.I. plus Feng gave the word, the Star Alliance would probably be willing to work for him and split the loot with him. So long as he gave the word. What a smart little girl. No wonder OL Confused Heart has so many praises for her. And the other girl. Galaxy's smile secretly revealed a bitter smile as he watched Lin Yaoyue calmly negotiating with S.H.I. plus Feng. If it weren't for S.H.I. plus Feng's presence, Galaxy Past wouldn't be polite with Mysterious Moon at all. As for their previous agreement, that was nothing but a joke. In G.O.D's domain, strength was everything. Even super guilds would be tempted by the prospect of gaining 2 Tier 5 players, let alone first-rate guilds like the Star Alliance. However, unbeknownst to Galaxy Past, Lin Yaoyue wasn't as calm as she showed herself to be. On the contrary, her heart started beating rapidly in fear as soon as she finished speaking. She was very much afraid that S.H.I. plus Feng would refuse her offer. "You don't have to test me, Miss Clear Sky," S.H.I. plus Feng said as he looked at Lin Yaoyue. Then, in a contemptuous tone, he continued, "A promise is a promise. It is just 2 peak legacies. Zero Wing isn't so desperate to renege on a promise for this bit of resources." This bit of resources, Lin Yaoyue was rendered speechless when she heard S.H.I. plus Feng's contemptuous words. Even if S.H.I. plus Feng was a legendary expert, she still felt that S.H.I. plus Feng was being too boastful in his words. At this time, even Galaxy Past, who was watching from nearby, was at a loss for words. A peak legacy was essentially a shortcut to reaching Tier 5. Even if Zero Wing was as powerful as S.H.I. plus Feng said it was, there was no way it could ignore 2 peak legacies. After all, reaching Tier 6 was incredibly challenging in G.O.D's domain. Luck and strength were both needed in abundance, and it was no longer a goal that could be reached simply by dumping a ton of resources. Hence, Tier 5 players were considered the main fighting force of the various superpowers. Don't believe me? after taking a look at Lin Yaoyue and Galaxy Past. S.H.I. Plus Feng took out several memory crystals that could be bought from any NPC grocery store and said, "I believe you must have seen the mana technique I used before, right?" Lin Yaoyue and Galaxy Past silently nodded in agreement. The sight of a Tier 3 player repulsing a Tier 4 dragon without relying on external strength was something they could never forget even if they wanted to. S.H.I. Plus Feng's usage of mana was simply brilliant. Seeing the look of fascination on Lin Yaoyue and Galaxy Past's faces. S.H.I. Plus Feng fiddled with the memory crystals in his right hand and said slowly, "The complete guide to the mana technique you just saw is recorded inside these memory crystals." Chapter 46, Zero Wing's Initial Establishment. Chapter 46, Zero Wing's Initial Establishment. The mana technique just now is recorded inside this memory crystal. As soon as S.H.I. Plus Feng finished speaking, Lin Yaoyue and Galaxy Past promptly turned their gazes toward the 5 memory crystals in S.H.I. Plus Feng's hand, their eyes filled with shock and burning desire. The tier progression in G.O.D's domain was brutal. The higher one reached, the more difficult it would be to make further progress. It was especially true for players seeking to reach Tier 5 and beyond. They would have to develop their physique and control over mana to an extremely high standard. Meanwhile, between Peak Legacies and mana techniques, Peak Legacies served mainly to improve a player's physique, whereas mana techniques served to improve a player's control over mana. Both were essential for players seeking to ascend to higher tiers. However, the mana technique S.H.I. Plus Feng had previously displayed was unprecedented. It wouldn't even be an overstatement to say that the mana control he exhibited was at a divine level. If they could master such a mana technique, let alone reaching Tier 5, even reaching Tier 6 might not be a problem. In comparison, a Peak Legacy's value paled significantly. After all, a Peak Legacy provided almost no help to players in getting promoted to Tier 6. These things should be enough to prove my point, right? S.H.I. Plus Feng said, a faint smile appearing on his face as he looked at Lin Yaoyue's and Galaxy Past's expressions. Just one copy of this mana technique should be worth 4 or 5 Peak Legacies, right? Indeed, Galaxy Past said, nodding as he walked closer to S.H.I. Plus Feng and Lin Yaoyue. Then, with overflowing desire in his eyes, he continued, "It is just as you say, Mr. Black Flame. Let alone 4 or 5 Peak Legacies. The various superpowers will probably be willing to trade 10 Peak Legacies for just one copy of this mana technique. At the end of the day, a Peak Legacy could only be used to produce a Tier 5 expert. However, the mana technique in S.H.I. Plus Feng's possession could increase a player's chances of reaching Tier 6 significantly. Just this point alone was more than enough to cause all superpowers in G.O.D's domain to go crazy for it. After all, the value of a Tier 6 G.O.D ranked expert easily exceeded the total value of 10 Tier 5 experts. Although powers with only 1 Tier 6 G.O.D ranked expert could only be considered a top-tier first-rate power, it would become a first-rate power that no superpower would dare to provoke. Meanwhile, if a power had 2 Tier 6 G.O.D ranked experts, it would be considered a superpower regardless of the standard of its other members. This showed just how powerful Tier 6 G.O.D ranked experts were. "It seems I have indeed been ignorant, Mr. Black Flame," Lin Yaoyue said, as she retracted her gaze from the memory crystals. Then she looked at S.H.I. Plus Feng and tentatively asked, "May I know if you are willing to sell this mana technique, Mr. Black Flame?" Compared to a Peak Legacy, S.H.I. Plus Feng's mana technique would be a much greater help to a magical CLA. As player like herself. If she could get her hands on one of those memory crystals, she would have a much easier time progressing on the path of becoming a mage G. Oh, if you are willing to sell it, the Star Alliance will pay double of whatever Mysterious Moon offers, Mr. Blackflame. Galaxy Pass said, without hesitation. He did not hide his desire for the Holy Annihilation Mana technique at all. Guild Leader Galaxy, Lin Yaiwei grew anxious when she heard Galaxy Past's offer. Unlike Galaxy Past, the Star Alliance's former guild leader, she was only a reserve executive of Mysterious Moon. Meanwhile, her desire to obtain the Holy Annihilation Mana technique was for her personal benefit. Mysterious Moon definitely wouldn't be willing to pay too high a price for her. Seeing that the two people before him were about to break into an argument, Phone promptly stored the memory crystals away and said, "You two don't need to argue over it. There is no way I can sell this thing. It's not for sale." Galaxy passed, and Lin Yaiwei were visibly disappointed when they heard Feng's words. However, they felt that it made sense after giving it some thought. Such a precious mana technique could be used as a guild's foundation. How could Feng possibly sell them? It was true that mana techniques were similar to combat techniques in that they could be duplicated infinitely once a player had achieved perfect mastery over them. It was also true that players could benefit massively by selling these duplicates. However, by doing so, players would also be strengthening potential rivals and enemies. They would essentially be putting the cart before the horse. Although I won't be selling this Holy Annihilation Mana technique, that doesn't mean you don't have a chance at obtaining it, Feng said when he saw the crestfallen looks of Lin, Yaiwei, and Galaxy Past. It simply depends on whether you are interested in my offer. Hearing this, Galaxy Past hurriedly nodded and said, "Of course I am interested. May I know what your offer is, Mr. Blackflame?" Before entering the miniature ancient world, Galaxy Past had been stuck at Tier 5 for many years. Now that there was a chance for him to reach Tier 6, he would be lying if he said he wasn't interested. Meanwhile, Lin Yaiwei also silently nodded in response to Feng's words. Although her stances differed from Galaxy Past, she was well aware of her limits. With her current talent, it'd be challenging for her to even reach Tier 5, let alone Tier 6. However, if she had the Holy Annihilation Mana technique, she was certain she could reach Tier 5 at the very least. Become an outer member of Zero Wing, and you'll have the opportunity to learn the Holy Annihilation Mana technique. Looking at the two people before him, Feng proudly said, "Normally, you two wouldn't have any chances at joining Zero Wing. However, Zero Wing is looking to develop in this world, so it is indeed of talents and resources. While you two aren't particularly skilled, you still barely qualify." After thinking about it, Galaxy Past asked, "Do you mean for us to abandon our current guilds and join Zero Wing, Mr. Blackflame?" Hearing this, Lin Yaiwei also grew a little hesitant. After all, abandoning Mysterious Moon to join an unknown outer world power was simply too big of a risk. "No," shaking his head, Feng said, "I previously mentioned that Zero Wing is a rather idle power. It is especially true for outer members. There aren't many restrictions in place for outer members. Becoming an outer member is more like joining an adventure alliance than joining a guild. Once you two join, you can do whatever you want so long as you don't make an enemy out of Zero Wing. You can also complete orders or tasks issued by Zero Wing to earn points and exchange them for Zero Wing's resources." In the past, after the subworld, he operated and gained access to the many worlds of D's domain. The big shots of the various subworlds had used a similar method to form alliances with his subworld's various powers. Compared to taking over other subworlds, This was a much more feasible method for a power to gain access to the resources of other subworlds. Now that the subworld he resided in had yet to gain full access to the many subworlds, he could use this chance to lay a foundation for himself in advance. If that's the case, I am willing to join, Lin Yaiwe said without hesitation. I don't have a problem with it, either, Galaxy Pass said, nodding. The two of them definitely couldn't give up their existing guilds to join Zero Wing. However, it was a different story if S.H.I. plus Fong was only having them join a casual organization as individuals. Such an arrangement was no different than players joining the Adventurers' Association. Both sides would only take what they needed from each other. It wouldn't affect their positions in their current guilds. Good, S.H.I. plus Fong nodded slightly. Then he took out 2 magic contracts he had prepared beforehand and handed them to Lin Yaiwe and Galaxy Pass, saying, "Sign it if you two don't have any problems with the contract." Magic contracts were the highest degree of protection in D's domain. It was also the main means the subworld alliances used to bind their members. Once players signed a magic contract, it didn't matter which subworld they were in. So long as they went against the contract's terms, the penalties stated on the contract would take effect immediately. Even Tier 6 D-ranked experts couldn't escape the contract's effects. After receiving the magic contract, Galaxy passed, and Lin Yaiwe gave the stated terms a read. The contract was relatively simple. It prohibited them from becoming enemies with Zero Wing and leaking its secrets to players outside the guild. Of the 2 clauses, the second one would remain in effect even after they left or got dismissed from Zero Wing. Meanwhile, they would be prohibited from logging into D's domain forever if they break any of these conditions. After reading the contract's content, Lin Yaiwe looked at S.H.I. plus Fong and asked, "Mr. Black Flame, am I allowed to invite others to join after entering Zero Wing?" Chapter 47, Zero Wing's Members. H.I. plus P slots. Chapter 47, Zero Wing's Members. H.I. plus P slots. Upon hearing Lin Yaoyue's question, Galaxy Pass couldn't help but turn his gaze to S.H.I. plus Fong. He, too, was concerned about this issue. While Galaxy Pass might not know how strong Zero Wing was exactly, he had seen S.H.I. plus Feng's prowess with his own 2 eyes. 1 sword to shake a dragon. This was a frightening battle record that only 4 other people could accomplish in D's domain. Meanwhile, every one of these 4 people was an existence the various super guilds feared. Just this point alone was more than enough reason for him to join Zero Wing's alliance. Not to mention, there was even the benefit of being able to exchange for the Holy Annihilation Mana technique. If he could get a bunch of his companions to join Zero Wing, it would become a lot easier to emulate contributions in Zero Wing. 1. Seeing the expectant gazes the 2 people were giving him, S.H.I. plus Fong slowly said, "Each of you will have only 1 invitation slot. Moreover, the people you invite must be at the refinement realm at the very least. If the invited player wishes to have an invitation slot, they need to reach the flowing water realm first. Depending on the combat standards of the invited players, you will also receive a corresponding amount of points. Zero Wing's points will follow the value of D's domain's coins, with 1 point equaling 1 gold coin. You will receive 1,000 points for Refinement Realm Experts, 3,000 points for Flowing Water Realm Experts, and 10,000 points for Void Realm Experts. If you manage to invite a Domain Realm Expert, not only will you receive 50,000 points, but you will also receive an additional invitation slot. If you yourself reach the Domain Realm, you will also receive an additional invitation slot." Originally, S.H.I. plus Fong had planned to have Lin Yaiwe and Galaxy Pass invite as many people as possible, so that Zero Wing could grow strong quickly. However, rapid development would only lead to Zero Wing's early destruction with his current strength and resources. Moreover, after experiencing the world after the many subworlds of G, D's domain gained free access to each other. He knew that numbers would only be important during the early phase. Later down the line, it was quality that mattered. Hence S.H.I. plus Fong planned to raise his requirements this time and develop Zero Wing into a true alliance of experts. He would develop Zero Wing into an organization similar to Demon's Gate, an SAS Sin organization feared by even the big shots of the various subworlds. Part of the reason why Demon's Gate was feared was because it had 9 experts with the strength to solo kill Tier 6G. DS. However, what made the various big shots truly fear Demon's Gate was when the organization had destroyed an entire subworld. Back then, news of the matter had shaken the many subworlds, and Demon's Gate's existence instantly became taboo among the many subworlds. Body dared to offend Demon's Gate, even at the slightest. 1 point equals 1 gold coin. That's a generous invitation bonus. Galaxy Past muttered in surprise. Then, in a disappointed tone, he continued, "But I'd rather have a smaller reward and more invitation slots instead." Lin Yaiwei also nodded slightly when she heard Galaxy Past's mutterings. Receiving 1,000 gold's worth of Zero Wing points just for recruiting a refinement realm expert was certainly a generous reward. After all, at the current market rate, 1,000 gold was worth 100,000 credits. That was already enough money to cover an ordinary family's living expenses for a year. Not to mention, after the miniature ancient world was released, the price of coins was continuously rising. In the miniature ancient world, where using low-quality equipment was out of the question, players could get a relatively good, level 100 epic weapon with 1,000 gold. That would increase an expert player's strength significantly. However, for executives of first-rate guilds like themselves, Zero Wing's invitation slots were much more important than the invitation rewards. If there wasn't an invitation limit, they could invite many experts and companions to join them in completing Zero Wing's tasks and acquiring points. They would also have an easier time communicating with their allies. After all, Zero Wing's contract explicitly prohibited them from sharing Zero Wing's secrets with outsiders. Now that they could only invite 1 player each, they would have to carefully consider whom to use their invitation slot on. By their most conservative estimates, a mana technique as powerful as the Holy Annihilation technique should be worth 50 million points at the very least. After all, a peak legacy typically sold for 10 million gold on the main continent, which was already enough to empty the working capital of an ordinary first-rate guild. Meanwhile, 50 million gold was an astronomical sum that neither the Star Alliance nor Mysterious Moon possessed. The only fortunate matter was that they could exchange for the Holy Annihilation technique as soon as they had enough Zero Wing points. In comparison, they wouldn't be able to purchase a peak legacy even if they had the money to do so. If you want to acquire more invitation slots, you will have to think of ways to improve yourselves. S.H.I. plus Fong said, a faint smile appearing on his face when he saw the bitter faces on Galaxy Past and Lin Yaoyue. Now that you've signed the contract, if you wish to acquire points, exchange for resources, or invite your companions into the guild, you can do so at 100 Flow City's Candlelight Hotel. However, I advise you to consider who you use your invitation slot on, since points won't be so easy to come by. With that said, I will be taking my leave now. After saying so, S.H.I. plus Fong extended his arms in the direction of Schwartold's loot. Immediately afterward, 3 items radiating a purplish-golden hue flew into S.H.I. plus Feng's hand. At a glance, anyone could tell that these 3 items were extraordinary. Their value was most likely second to only the peak legacies dropped. However, N-O, body present had any qualms with S-H-I plus phone claiming these 3 items. On the contrary, they felt that it was only right that he did so. After all, a G-O, D-ranked expert service wasn't something one could normally buy with just 3 items from a Tier 4 dragon's loot. After obtaining the 3 items, S-H-I plus phone took out a return scroll for 100 Flow City and activated it, showing no intentions of staying for even a moment longer. He left already? Lin Yayue couldn't help but feel a little disappointed when she saw S-H-I plus phone disappearing from the dungeon. She would benefit immensely if she could receive even a little bit of guidance from a G-O D-ranked expert. The progress she could make wouldn't be something she could achieve with just hard work alone. Do you really think G-O D-ranked experts have a lot of time on their hands? Galaxy Pass said, rolling his eyes at Lin Yayue. Experts of their caliber have many things they need to consider and deal with. The volume of work they have on their plates is not something we can hope to imagine. The fact that a G-O D-ranked expert is willing to spend so much time talking to us can already be considered a rare opportunity. So stop being greedy. Right now, what you should be thinking of is who you are going to invite. Thanks to his many interactions with Purple Eye, who was now a Tier 6 G-O D-ranked expert, Galaxy Pass knew exactly how busy a Tier 6 G-O D-ranked expert was. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that even a second of their time was incredibly precious. The reason was that players would get to touch upon some of the true secrets of G-O D's domain after reaching Tier 6. Meanwhile, the things they did and the considerations they had to make were no longer restricted to only the world they lived in. Instead, their focus was on a much wider world. However, what Galaxy Pass did not know was that S-H-I plus Feng's swift departure wasn't due to any of the reasons he summed. Instead, S-H-I plus Feng had left because he had exhausted both his stamina and concentration after overusing Holy Devour, and he was in urgent need of rest. Meanwhile, after hearing Galaxy Pass' reminder, Lin Yayue quickly decided who she should invite, obtaining 0 wing points. I should discuss it properly with Yalin. Lin Yayue didn't intend on notifying the guild regarding 0 Wing's invitation this time. Instead, she planned to tell only Zhui Yalin and have her friend join 0 Wing, secretly. After all, S-H-I plus Feng had only mentioned 0 Wing's matter to her, and Galaxy Pass. Everyone else on the team was excluded from the conversation. Meanwhile, after all was said and done, Lin Yayue and Zhui Yalin were only reserve executives in Mysterious Moon. Although they would receive priority for resources in the guild, it didn't mean they would receive the best resources available. Lin Yayue was certain that should she tell this matter to the guild leader or elder Confused Heart, they would undoubtedly take her slot away. Once that happened, it would take ages before she could earn another slot to invite Zhui Yalin into 0 Wing. Subsequently, after the Star Alliances and Mysterious Moon's members disbanded the team and left the dungeon, Galaxy Pass chose to log out of the game immediately. This trip to the miniature ancient world wasn't a waste after all. If I have this mana technique, I'm sure my strength will rise to the next level. When Galaxy Pass stepped out of his virtual gaming cabin and rewatched the footage he recorded of S-H-I plus Feng's fight with the Bronze Dragon, he couldn't help but grow ecstatic. Points. I need to get more points. After rewatching S-H-I plus Feng's battle video a few times, Galaxy Pass promptly called up his contact list on his Quantum Watch. Then, he scrolled to the very bottom of the list and clicked on the name he had rarely ever contacted. Although fear briefly appeared in his eyes when he clicked on this name, he eventually chose to call this person still. Since he could gain one additional slot by inviting a domain realm expert, it'd be a waste to invite anyone weaker. Galaxy Past? What's an old man like you calling me for? The lithe figure that appeared above Galaxy Past's quantum watch said, her voice full of contempt. I don't remember us being familiar with each other. It is true that we aren't familiar. However, Miss Soul, I have a proposition that you will definitely be interested in. Galaxy Past said, even when faced with the other party's arrogance, he did not get angry in the slightest. On the contrary, he met the other party's arrogance with a smile. This was because the other party was Hidden Soul, one of the former commanders of the infamous Flower of Seven Sins.